Welcome to part 3. Now, in the last part, we covered quite a bit of history, but the bad news, or the sad part, is that is just scratching the surface of satanic activity throughout the last 6,000 to 7,000 years of human history. It's really crazy, and that's why you can spend all day on this stuff, going from rabbit hole to rabbit hole to rabbit hole, and still looking for conspiracies and mysteries and intrigues and all kinds of things. So that's not the point of today, because you could do that all day and still not have enough. The point is to see that from Eden all the way to Rome and beyond, there is a uninterrupted transmission of the mystery religion. That's what you need to know about today. And of course, we're going very in-depth, but the point is to extract the principle. From Eden to Rome and beyond, it's always been one group, one satanic spirit, one spirit of Antichrist. Very many permutations through various empires and individuals and mystery schools and groups and secret societies. But it's all one thing, folks. That's the thing to realize. There's only one enemy. That's the devil, and all of his schemes are very obvious today. Hopefully they're obvious to you. Now, up until Abraham, when God communicated to Abraham, God had pretty much left the nations to themselves. He let all of the tribes of the human kind basically apostatize. And that was by design. All of these things are by design. You have to remember that everything evil that happens, and this is probably another good lesson to reiterate as we go into more and more darkness into this series, that you have to remember the light at the end of the tunnel, that all of this darkness is predetermined for God's glory and by God's wisdom. There is nothing evil that happens that God has not authorized so that he can reveal his glory in some way. Remember that when Job came to the heavenly court, or when Satan came to the heavenly court, he had to ask permission to God, from God, to be able to do what he did to Job. And in the end, Satan's activities, as horrible as they were in the short term, actually did many wonderful things. Job was restored twice over. He painted a picture of Jesus, of the coming Messiah, the suffering servant, which gives us an idea of how we're being conformed to the image of Christ. So there's many good, powerful lessons from that story that Satan had to accomplish. As much as he wanted to destroy Job, all he could do is do the glory of God. So you have to remember as we go through all of this, that all of these things, though they are being exposed and there's so much evil, it's all going to ultimately serve the glory of God in the end. Satan cannot help but serve God's purposes. Now, if you don't have a completely sovereign view of God and that triggers you, then my encouragement to you is to go watch my Satan series, Know Thine Enemy, which that phrase is taken from The Art of War, which you know who wrote that book by now, hopefully. But the point is, watch that series so you can have a very clear understanding of the relationship between God and the devil. But nevertheless, back to our point, God allowed the nations of the earth to apostatize. So what? So why? Because he would pluck and pick a people, a very small and humble people, out of these human tribes to reveal his plan of salvation through. God uses the foolish things to shame the wise. He didn't pick the greatest people. He didn't pick, the wealthiest people, the richest, the best looking people, whatever. He picked a people that is the smallest among all the tribes so that he could display his power to all of the apostate tribes, to all of the rebellious Elohim, and so on and so forth. We talk about that quite a bit in the Satan series. So God had let mankind to themselves. And when God eventually created a covenant with Israel in the Exodus and created the Levitical religion with sacrifices and so on, Satan immediately began creating the counterfeit through various corruptions that we covered. For example, in the early history of the Israelites, you had sun worship like the Baal weeping for Tammuz, the elders, worshiping the host of heaven, all these things that you saw and that you hopefully know about that happened in the Old Testament. Eventually, once the Jews and the Israelites basically got to Babylon in 580, in the 6th century BC, you had the destruction of the temple, and then you had the construction of synagogues, institutions that were originally intended to preserve the knowledge of the Torah and education and culture, But of course, those things eventually turned into a real problem with Rabbinic Judaism. And then, of course, after the Second Temple was destroyed, you had Talmudic Judaism, which basically was the solidification of Rabbinic Judaism. And now that the Levitical religion was completely done away with, now Rabbinic Judaism, which was the first counterfeit of Satan, of God's plan of salvation with his people specifically. Because remember, Nimrod and Tammuz and all this stuff, that is a counterfeit of the gospel. But I would say, I feel that the first, quote unquote, Synagogue of Satan, or the first real attempt at counterfeiting God's people, right? There's a distinction there, because Tammuz and Nimrod and all this, the virgin birth and everything, counterfeiting the actual virgin birth and the actual birth of the Messiah. There's definitely a counterfeit gospel there. However, Rabbinic Judaism, which began in Babylon, is the first attempt at like an institutional religion that proclaims to be worshiping God, and yet is actually a counterfeit. And that began in Babylon, and of course it was solidified after 70 AD. I talk about that quite a bit in a lot of different episodes, especially my documentary, Why the Jews Are Not God's Chosen People. So, because Judaism was the original counterfeit of spiritual Israel, and because a lot of people erroneously and unfortunately believe that the Synagogue of Satan refers just to the Jews, it doesn't. It's important now to get a picture of the relationship between Judaism to Catholicism and how they have been cross-pollinated over time, because it's a very interesting history. We want to be honest with what's true, and also we want to walk the narrow roads so that we aren't baited into the dialectic of blaming the Jews, so that the solution is Christianizing the Jews and Christianizing society, which is what's going on right now. We know that at the end of history, the man of sin will be marveled after. The Roman Catholic Church will experience a resurrection. It will be supreme as it was in the medieval ages. And we know that the devil isn't going to waste any of his efforts. He's not going to waste any thread that he's created over the last however many thousands of years. Therefore, Judaism's relationship to Catholicism has to be examined to see spiritual patterns that are valid in other places and in upcoming situations. When it says in the book of Revelation that the world will marvel after the beast, the world includes the Jews, folks. That means the Jews have to be converted, right? That's a simple conclusion you can draw from the world. It doesn't say the Christian world, it doesn't say the church will marvel after the beast. It says the world. And that means Muslims and Jews and pagans will all have to be converted. Of course, not all of them will convert, which will set a precedent for persecuting you, but nevertheless, most of them will marvel after the beast. So, Judaism and Zionism are coming to an end. Regardless of what people think, it's coming to an end. And hopefully, you will see that today. Remember that the truth is the narrow road, and the opposite is the wide road. The mystery religion is a mishmash of beliefs and attitudes, and ultimately all these beliefs and attitudes serve the devil. We know that. Paganism to counterfeit Christianity, counterfeit God worship, it's all ultimately serving the devil, directly or indirectly, through worshiping of the self or worshiping the devil as the savior. That may sound pretty crazy. Again, we're looking at a broad view of history and seeing the uninterrupted track from Eden all the way to the present time. There's many, many flavors of doing it your own way, like Cain did. Remember, Cain was a worshiper of God, or at least presenting himself to be. Yet he was rejected. There's only one flavor of doing it the way that God told you. I'll say that again. There are many ways doing it the way that you think is good. There's only one way that has been revealed that God has said, do it like this, right? There's a narrow road, which is the gospel. Trust in Christ as the payment for your sins. God is sovereign. Submit, right? Obey. And there are many, many, many counterfeits of how to present yourself as a worshiper of God, but, with a little twist here, a little twist there. Oh, I'm a Unitarian. Oh, I'm a this, I'm a that. I'm a subordinationist. I'm a binitarian. Oh, I'm a Muslim. We believe in God, but, we can't accept Jesus as God. That's paganism. That's idolatry. Oh, I'm a Jew. I believe in God. I believe in the God of the Bible. But, the way we reconcile ourselves with him is not through blood. It's through doing various works and doing these things. Many, many, many paths. The occult, same thing. They claim to have a God. There's many different flavors, but of course, at the end of the day, you know who that God is. So there's a lot of ways of doing it your own way. The devil presents submission and obedience as slavery. And the solution is free will, to choose your own path. And that's freedom. That's the devil's version of salvation, synergism. But the opposite is true, as usual. Obedience and submission are freedom. The moment that you enter the synergistic viewpoint and you espouse the idea that you must do something in order to be saved, you are trapped. You're enslaved. That's the irony. That's the great irony about this whole human experience, folks. It's such a profound human experience. To come to terms with the fact that this is the dance of life, the dance between you and God, the idea that, yes, God is completely sovereign. He is completely 100% sovereign. There is nothing that happens. Jesus says there not even a bird falls from the air without God knowing about it, i.e. God appointing that bird to fall. So every single molecule of every single atom that ever existed has been appointed by God to do its thing. That is, you can't even begin to fathom that level of omniscience and omnipotence. And yet, despite all the things that the Bible has to say about these things, which are very poignant and very powerful, we experience life as a set of choices. We experience life as individuals. We respond to things. We react. We have a sense of the present moment. It's a profound mystery. And if you deviate from that mystery, you will really get deceived. Again, the devil is using synergism today to bait so many people into slavery through NAR delusions, charismatic delusions, climate change, voting and politics, so on and so forth, legalism, religion. There are multiple flavors of the synergistic poison, all promising to you the paradise of basically saving yourself, the solution of saving yourself. You can do it. You must do something in order to get the outcome. Personal growth movement. I was in personal growth for years, especially as a professional athlete. I was a total synergist. You got to do it. You got to put your effort into it and do it. And of course, there is some level of responsibility you have to take over life. But again, the mystery of life, folks, Philippians 2:12-13 says it, in my opinion, in one of the best ways, in succinctly, because there's really a lot of great verses on this. But Philippians 2:12-13, to me, is one of the simplest, most profound statements on this particular dance of life. Work out your salvation with fear and trembling. Comma, before you think and become a synergist, let me qualify that, says Paul. For it is God who works through you and to will and for his good pleasure. It's God who is working through you. Even though you are given a command, an imperative, something to push at you, go, run the race. Work out your salvation. Because it's God that's working through you. It's like, well, how does that make any sense? That's the mystery of life. That is the dance of life. The dance between these two profoundly different realities. And if you don't stay in that dance, then you will get deceived. So the devil uses synergism and free will and all of these things to bait you into the idea of choosing or saving yourself, whereas true freedom is submission to God, which is a profound thought. So there's many versions and packages of the mystery religion, but at the end of the day, it's the same spirit of Antichrist that denies God's sovereignty, denies God's word, denies that God is good. You're the one that's good. It's an inversion. It's an inversion of the truth. So you have to remember not to be baited into the idea that the Synagogue of Satan is just the Jews. Okay, the Jews are very deceived by their rabbinic system. But the rabbinic system is one out of many Antichrist threads done in the world by the same Antichrist spirit. So, Satan did with biblical Israel what he did later with Catholicism. He operated the Synagogue of Satan, which is an institution that claims to serve God but actually serves Satan, within the parallel system of rabbinic traditions. By Jesus' time, this was very obvious. These distinctions were very obvious. And we read those articles about the Pharisees, how it evolved. Initially, the Pharisees wanted to preserve, and be conservative, but of course they got corrupted very quickly by money, by power, by all of the things that the devil has at his disposal. The world, the flesh, and of course himself and his deceptive means and demons and so on and so forth. Nothing new under the sun. That's why you must submit to God's Spirit. Otherwise, there's no hope. So, the devil was working that system parallel to the Levitical religion. And in Christ's day, that was very obvious. And why this all comes to a head now, why it's important, is because studying it gives us very in-depth wisdom and understanding about the history of things, as well as the future and what's coming. So, very, very important. Now, I want to give you a few qualifiers before we get into this, which is that I'm not against or hate Jewish people, and neither should you. Many who expose the evils of Judaism and Zionism, the Talmud, which of course all these things are very evil, they also drift into and get baited by like blanket hatred towards the Jews. Some people even go into believing like serpent seed and all kinds of deceptions, and they get devoured by the devil. So they do one good thing and expose some truth, but then the devil's not going to sit there and let you just do that. So you need to have a foundation. That's why I said in the very beginning, the foundation is the most important. Because otherwise you just go off the narrow road very quickly. The devil looks at you and says, oh, you think you're clever? Come on over a little bit. Hey, yeah, hate a little more. Let me show you some of this serpent seed. Let me show you some of this other false eschatology. And then you nibble on that and you get lost. So I have nothing against the Jews, despite that we're going to be exposing quite a bit of things today. My prayer, just like yours should be, is that they repent and believe the gospel. We know that most people of all people groups will marvel after the beast. So I hope that the people who God has chosen to save out of that group will see a message like this and realize and learn and come to the truth, which is Christ. The Jews have been deceived by the devil just like everybody else, folks. For them, it was through the counterfeit of rabbinic Judaism, which comes with all sorts of nonsense. But it's nothing new under the sun. Rabbinic Judaism is not unique. Do you get it? It's the same spirit of Antichrist. Just like Catholicism, just like Eastern Orthodoxy, just like the modern charismatic movement or the NAR or paganism, it's the spirit of Antichrist. It's based on those forbidden fruit pillars. So, again, same thing with Catholics. I have nothing against Catholics. People say, oh, not people that listen to my stuff, but people when they see me say anything bad about the Catholic Church, oh, you just hate Catholics. No, that doesn't follow. It doesn't follow that I'm exposing an evil system, that I hate the people in that system. Those things, they don't follow. I have lots of Catholic friends. I went to Catholic school. I went to a Jesuit high school. And I have friends from that high school. So I have nothing against Catholics. I have nothing against Catholic people. Catholics are actually very near and dear to my heart. My mom taught at a Catholic school for many years. I went there and helped her and was a tutor for kids. I was a tutor in other cases. I volunteered a lot with my high school at other places. I went to missions, So the Catholic system in that sense, I'm very familiar with it. And the Catholic people, they're very near and dear to my heart because I know what it's like to grow up in institutionalized religion. So my prayer, as yours should be, is that people learn the truth. So don't mistake all of this for me hating Catholics or hating Jews. Revelation 18:4 tells you to get out of her, my people, lest you share in her plagues. The words, my people, are not just a group of people. They are people from all tribes, nations, and tongues, languages, just like other places in Revelation show you. People from everywhere under the sun, every color, every creed, every religion. Get out of her, my people. Who are those people? Well, we don't know. We have to wait and see. We don't know the plan, but we know that God has chosen to save a group of people, and he will be successful in saving them. So participate in that plan, because your Catholic relatives, your Catholic friends, your Jewish relatives, your Muslim friends, your Muslim relatives, all of these people, you never know. God may work a miracle through something that you share with them and help them come out of Babylon before it's too late. Those who are God's people will learn the truth. Some of them later than others. It may take you going to prison for them to finally wake up and reject this system, like the thief on the cross at the very last minute. But nevertheless, God's people will be saved, and that we can count on. So all we can do is pray and be consistent and stand for the truth with as much compassion as possible. Now, onward with this crazy journey. I want to talk to you first about Crypto-Judaism and what that means, because that sets the context for all of the other things that we're going to be looking at today. This is on Wikipedia. Crypto-Judaism is a secret adherence to Judaism while publicly professing to be of another faith. Practitioners are referred to as crypto-Jews. The term is especially applied historically to Spanish and Portuguese Jews, keep that in mind, who outwardly professed Catholicism, also known as conversos, Marranos, or anusim. The phenomenon is especially associated with medieval Spain following the massacre of 1391 and the expulsion of the Jews in 1492. After 1492 in Spain and 1497 in Portugal, officially they no longer existed. The Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese Inquisition were established to monitor converted Jews and Muslims and their descendants for their continued adherence to Christian faith and practice, with severe penalties for those convicted of secretly continuing to practice their original beliefs. Information about secretly observant Jews largely survives in Inquisition cases against individuals. Europe. Officially, Jews who converted in Spain during the 14th and 15th centuries were known as Cristianos Nuevos, New Christians, but were commonly called conversos. Spain and Portugal issued edicts restricting their rights in the mother countries of Spain and Portugal and Spanish and Portuguese overseas territories in the Americas. Although only Cristianos Viejos, which is old Christians, who could prove limpieza de sangre, cleanness of blood, descended from Christian Iberian European ancestry only without tainting of any Jewish ancestry or Muslim Arab ancestry, were allowed to officially migrate to the New World Spanish possessions. Many Christian conversos with Jewish antecedents went to the Spanish possessions using forged limpieza de sangre documents, or they entered the Spanish possession via Portuguese Brazil, particularly 1580 to 1640 when Spain and Portugal were ruled by the same monarch. The entry requirements to the Portuguese colony of Brazil were more lax and also less rigorously enforced. Despite the dangers of the Spanish Inquisition in Iberia and the Inquisitions established in Mexico City, Lima in Peru, and Cartagena de Indias is in what is now Colombia, many conversos continued to secretly and discreetly practice Jewish rituals in their homes. After the Alhambra decree of March 1492, which mandated conversion to Christianity or exile for the Jews, numerous conversos, also called Zueta or Chueta in the Balearic Islands, ruled by Spain, publicly professed Roman Catholicism but privately adhered to Judaism, even throughout the Spanish Inquisition. The Belmonte Jews of Portugal, dating from the 12th century, maintained strong secret traditions for centuries. A whole community survived in secrecy by maintaining a tradition of endogamous marriage and hiding all external signs of their faith. They and their practices were discovered only in the 20th century. The rich Sephardic tradition of Crypto-Judaism is unique. Some now profess Orthodox Judaism, although many still retain their centuries-old traditions. Role of Maimonides. If you don't know who Maimonides is, he was a very influential scholar in Rabbinic Judaism. As one of the towering figures in Judaism and the author of the Mishnah Torah commentary on the Talmud, Maimonides also issued a landmark doctrinal response to the forced conversion of Jews in the Iberian Peninsula by the Almohads. Quote, in his epistle on martyrdom, however, Maimonides suggested that the persecuted Jew should publicly adopt Islam while maintaining Crypto-Judaism and not seek martyrdom unless forced to transgress Jewish commands in public. He also excoriated one writer who advocated martyrdom for long-winded foolish babbling and nonsense, and for misleading and hurting the Jews. In a sweeping view of the Jewish past, Maimonides marshals examples of heretics and sinners from the Bible to show that even oppressors of Israel were rewarded by God for a single act of piety or respect. How much greater, then, he argues, will be the reward of Jews who, despite the exigencies of forced conversion, perform commandments secretly. Now, if you know about like the Talmud and some of the things that it writes, there's a lot of this kind of stuff in the Talmud. Say one thing but do another, because it's okay. God approves it. Especially when it comes to issues with court cases with Goyim, saving a Goyim. If there's a conflict, always prefer the Jew over the Goyim, but, secretly pretend like you're doing one thing or another. A lot of this kind of stuff that they justify. Maimonides championed rationalism over the then accepted practice of martyrdom when facing religious adversity. This consequently legitimized Crypto-Judaism by the religious standards and provided doctrinal backing for Jews during the centuries of the Spanish Inquisition. Very interesting. Let's read another one on Marranos. Marranos is a term for Spanish and Portuguese Jews converted to Christianity either voluntarily by Spanish or Portuguese royal coercion during the 15th and 16th centuries, but who continued to practice Judaism in secrecy or were suspected of it. They're also called Crypto-Jews. The term increasingly preferred in scholarly works over Marranos. The term specifically refers to the charge of Crypto-Judaism, where the term converso was used for the wider population of Jewish converts to Catholicism. So, converso, both of them are kind of interchanged, but they both have to do with some level of Crypto-Judaism, because you're dealing with something that's hidden and occulted, I should say. Right? Because you don't know, like, to what extent is somebody a crypto-Jew? It's hard to measure, right? So, Marranos is more specifically geared towards people who are, like, obviously they're practicing Judaism, but they're putting on a front to be Catholic. Conversos are people who were Jewish, but they converted to Catholicism, not necessarily practicing it in secret. Although, again, who's to say how do you measure that exactly? Maybe they kept some traditions and so on, so it's a murky area. Either way, the term specifically refers to Crypto-Judaism, where the term converso was used to a wider population of Jews converting to Catholicism, whether or not they secretly still practice Jewish rites. Converts from either Judaism or Islam were referred to by the broader term New Christians. So New Christians encompasses both Islam and Judaism. The term Marrano came in later use in 1492 with the Castilian Alhambra decree, which prohibited the practice of Judaism in Spain and required all remaining Jews to convert or leave. The Spanish Inquisition was established prior to the decree, surveilled New Christians to detect whether their conversion to Christianity was sincere. The vast majority of Jews in Spain had converted to Catholicism, perhaps under the pressure of the massacre of 1391, and conversos numbered hundreds of thousands. They were monitored by the Spanish Inquisition and subject to suspicions by old Christians of the secret practice of Judaism, whether or not that was the case. In modern use, Marrano can be considered an offensive and pejorative term, although some scholars continue to use the term interchangeably with converso or crypto-Jew. In modern Spanish, Marrano means pig, or more often, dirty person. Because of these possible meanings for the term, Marrano might also be offensive to some descendants of Spanish Jews. Yeah, so it's a derogatory term. Because this is the climate. Why am I reading this to you? This is the climate that you will see the Jesuits started in, especially with Loyola. We'll have some things to read about him. So Crypto-Judaism was very common among the Jews after they were dispersed by the Roman Empire. They went to lots of places, and of course, there's reasons why they were kicked out of those places, which, again, I will defer to. You can look it up on your own. But they were hated by a lot of people. So, naturally, because they were hated and they were suspected and so on and so forth, Crypto-Judaism was something that was a real thing. A great amount of that was done in Spain because of the Spanish Inquisition and the pressure on Jews to convert and to be Catholics and so on. So that is an interesting way, initially, how these two threads were linked. Now, of course, we know other ways that they're linked, like through the Templars and so on, but the point is that you consistently see these threads coming together. Catholicism is apostasy, and Catholicism exerted its authority to convert the Jews and to integrate. Satan was integrating this thread into this other thread. And of course, these people were practicing their own rites in secret, and so you have multiple layers of counterfeit faith, which is very interesting. So, remember also another thing, that Spain was where some of the Templars fled to. This is all going to come together in a very, very interesting way, because there's some things about the Templars that we didn't talk about last time. But the Templars, some of them fled to Spain, and eventually you will see that this led to another secret organization called the Alumbrados, which are the enlightened ones. Loyola, who is the founder of the Jesuit order, was accused of having associations with the Alumbrados. He had some affinities towards them. He was never prosecuted for it, but that's also interesting. And also, it's documented that Loyola was accused of being a converso, coming from a converted Jewish family. You'll see a lot of occult influences in Loyola and the Jesuits as we go on through this. And of course, Loyola was also from a very wealthy and influential family. So, very interesting. Now, I want to look at a couple of very important examples. This is from realclearhistory.com. Torquemada, man behind the Inquisition. A man managed to write his name in black letters of infamy for generations to come. Meet Thomas de Torquemada, first Inquisitor General of Spain and confessor of crypto-Jews and crypto-Muslims. Who is this man whose name and visage conjures up visions of a monster in service of God? Torquemada was a native Spanish Dominican friar of Jewish descent. his grandmother having been a Jewish convert to Christianity who had married his grandfather Alva Fernandez de Torquemada. The irony of his Jewish ancestry is that during his tenure as Inquisitor General, many Jews would meet untimely deaths in the hands of the Inquisition. Do you understand what's going on here? Hopefully you'll be able to see a very important pattern today. So remember, the Jews at the top, and this is one of many examples that we will cover today, are traitors to their people. They don't care. The Jews at the top, folks, and this is where a lot of the misunderstanding, I'll say this from the very beginning, I'll say that a lot of the misunderstanding when it comes to, quote unquote, who runs the world is because people do not understand this very important point that I'm about to make. The Jews at the top of the food chain are traitors to their people. They are papal puppets. The average Jew is just deceived by rabbinic Judaism. They're either liberals or, they're Zionists or whatever else. They're deceived in some way. The Jews at the very top, the ones who are in political situations and pulling strings there, they are traitors to their people. They don't care about you, and they certainly don't care about their people either. They really don't. They are papal puppets because they're serving their own bellies, their own greed for power, influence. You will see example after example today of Jews going against their own kind. Torquemada was a crypto-Jew, very likely. And yet a lot of Jews suffered at his hands. So keep that in mind. We're going to look at Theodor Herzl, which is another example, and another one is George Soros. Soros is a Jew, but he's atheist. Who knows what he is? He's a secret society member to some degree. He's in the club, obviously. But if you look into Soros's story, he was like a tattletale. He was helping the Nazis put other Jews on the trains for his own freedom. So again, these people, they serve their belly. They don't care about the Jewish people. This is what you need to understand. And if you start to see this pattern, then you can divorce this idea that the devil baits you with, which is that the Jews are in control, the Jews are controlling this, they're controlling the world. They're not. The ones that are in positions of power are placed there as papal puppets. And you will see example after example. So, another one would be Bibi Netanyahu. Bibi Netanyahu is obviously in the club. He's a Freemason, high level. He's a secret society member. He doesn't care. He's doing the plan and in accordance to whatever reward he's going to get. Power, influence, status, and so on. If I need to be Catholic, sure, that's fine. We'll be Catholic. It doesn't matter. The people at the bottom are the ones that are going to be victims to all these deceptions because the ones at the top could care less. Here's another example. This is Diego Lainez, Society of Jesus, sometimes spelled Lainez, born in 1512 and died on 1565 in Rome, was a Spanish Jesuit priest and theologian, a new Christian convert of Jewish descent, so he's a crypto-Jew, and the second superior general of the Society of Jesus after Ignatius Loyola. Now we'll talk about Ignatius Loyola. There's theories that he may have been a crypto-Jew. I'm not super convinced, but there is evidence that he might have been from a Converso family. The next general in line after him was also a converted Jew. So does that mean that he was practicing Judaism in secret? Who knows? But again, you have evidence that this is a continual thing. We have the crypto-Jews in places of authority doing the bidding of the papacy against their own kind. You also had Adam Weishaupt. His father, Georg Weishaupt, was supposedly of Jewish descent. He was a Jewish convert to Catholicism. And of course, Adam Weishaupt was professor of canon law, Jesuit canon law, and yet he was parading to be a Protestant. Adam probably could have been a crypto-Jew. I'm not saying either way. I don't have a lot of evidence to document that. But he was posing as a Protestant, acting as a Jesuit from a converted Jewish family. Do you see the multiple layers of deception, of Synagogue of Satanry? It's no different like when you look back in history in the last, let's say, 2,000 years, where you had the Maccabees forcing the Edomites to convert to Judaism in 200 BC. The Edomites were not people of the covenant. They hated the Israelites, and yet they were forced to convert. And as a result, of course, by Jesus' time, a lot of the Edomites had made it into positions of power, and the Pharisees and the Sadducees, because of King Herod, who was an Edomite, basically killing off all of the original people and installing his own. So you had this mix again. You had this Synagogue of Satan, people who are saying one thing but actually doing another. Combined with all the corruption that happened in the Pharisee system that we looked at previously, it's this counterfeit institution that claims to be of God, but in actuality serves Satan. By the 800s AD, the Khazars were converted in a similar way. They converted, I forget the story behind it, but you can look into yourself. They were converted either way. And the Khazars are, who knows what they are. They're probably, some people, they say they're from the Middle East in some sense. Some say they're from Japheth. Some say, there's different theories. But they weren't people of the covenant. They were pagans. They were pagans that got converted to Judaism and, of course, brought all that traditions with them. So there's that. Now, there's various theories on the Khazars migrating west into Europe and leading to Ashkenazi. Some say there's no relationship there. I'm not convinced either way, but the point is that you have, throughout history, people converting and becoming people of God and claiming that they are, and of course, doing other things in the background. So this is a common theme. There's crypto-Jews claiming to be Catholics, but in fact, they were doing their occult Jewish Kabbalah rituals. People like Adam Weishaupt were like triple agents, claiming to be a Protestant, acting like a Jesuit, founding of a secret society, coming from a converso Jewish family, and so on. So there's multiple layers of deception, of counterfeit faith, but there's really only one thing, which is the Synagogue of Satan. The institution that claims to be of God, but is actually of the devil. They're part of the Synagogue of Satan. Now, let's look at Jesuits and Conversos. This is from Oxford Academic, Fordham Scholarship Online, From Windfall to Fall, the Conversos in the Society of Jesus. This chapter discusses the Society of Jesus' acceptance of recruits from Jewish origins, or the so-called Conversos, prior to 1593. This tolerance ended at the Fifth General Congregation in 1593 due to the combined efforts of the Spanish crown and the majority of Spanish Jesuits themselves. It reveals that several studies have found that the Society's founder and its first superior general, Ignatius Loyola, came from a converso family, and that he had wished he had been Jewish to have the honor of being from the same race as Jesus and the Virgin Mary. Loyola had some very strange fetishes regarding the Jews. We'll be reading about that in a little bit. The Jesuit Order as a Synagogue of Jews. This is a book by Robert Merricks. We're going to read the abstract here, but then we're going to read out of it as well. Let's see. Why are you? There we go. The Society of Jesus was formed in 1540 at the peak of the anti-converso hysteria in Spain. It was in 1555 to 56 that both King Philip II and Pope Paul IV ratified the Statute of Purity of Blood issued by the Archbishop of Toledo and Inquisitor General of Spain, Juan Martínez Guijarro, better known as Siliceo, thus in fact abrogating Pope Nicholas V bull of 1449 against such statutes. Initially, the society admitted conversos freely and in line with the views of the founder of the society, Ignatius Loyola. Converso Jesuits were among the best leaders, scholars, missionaries in Asia and America, and diplomats of the order. The anti-discrimination policy of the early Jesuit leadership was an act of bold resistance against the Iberian zeitgeist. However, in 1573, the newly elected superior general of the order, Everard Mercurian, began to cleanse the Jesuit administration of the Spanish conversos. And in 1593, the rigid purity of blood decree was introduced at the Fifth Jesuit General Congregation. The new decree caused opposition within the order. The Sixth General Congregation in 1608 mitigated the decree, barring admittance to the society for anyone who had Jewish ancestors to the fifth generation. This racist decree was abrogated only in 1946 in the aftermath of the Holocaust. Holohoax. Appendix 1 of whatever contains Benedetto Palmino's anti-converso material in the original Italian, written by the Jesuit Superior General's assistant for Italy in the late 1590s. Appendix 2 contains the Latin texts of Pope Paul, so on and so forth, and we're going to look at the text of this book in just a second. And okay, page 42. Finally found it. Okay, this is some good stuff on Ignatius of Loyola from that book. Ignatius of Loyola is a deep spiritual Semite. It is now cliché to begin an account of Loyola's Judeophilia by quoting the testimonies of Pedro de Ribadeneyra about Ignatius' desire to be an ethnic Jew. These testimonies come from a closet converso Jesuit, a revealing detail that other scholars have often failed to point out, who may have been interested in spreading this information and concealing other information as he is not infrequently did on other occasions. It will be helpful, therefore, to briefly introduce to the reader the author of the accounts. Pedro Ribadeneira, whose name derives from the Galician town of Rivadeneira, is a province of Lugo, was born on 1st November 1527 to the converso Álvaro Husillo Ortiz de Cisneros, grandson of Queen Isabella's page, and later governor of Toledo, Hernando Ortiz de Cisneros. A legal of the City Council of Toledo, and Catalina de Villalobos y Ribadeneira. Man, I really get to practice my Spanish with this one. As in the case of other converso Jesuits, as in the case of other converted Jesuits families, some of the this has a little, it's had a little description of this. So this is the guy, and he's the first biographer of Ignatius of Loyola. He's from Toledo, and which he had numerous editions of various languages. The caption reads that Ribadeneira was Ignatius's accurate biographer. However, the French contemporary historian Marcel Bataillon charged Ribadeneira with the crime of the hagiographic deformation. Indeed, Ribadeneira, who was a closet converso, concealed the fact that the Inquisition in Alcala had accused Loyola of being a crypto-Jew. Modern scholarship has established Ribadeneira's Jewish genealogy. So, he was a crypto-Jew. He was also a biographer of Loyola. Now, back to this sentence. It said, as the case of other converso Jesuit families, some of his siblings became men and women religious. His brother Alfonso de Villalobos, for instance, entered the Benedictines in Valladolid. After his studies of grammar under the masters Cedillo y Venegas at Toledo, in May 1539, Pedro de Ribadeneira followed the opulent court of Cardinal Alessandro Farnese, who was one of the papal families that still rules today. Pope Paul III's nephew, the future intermediary between the papacy and the society, and its major benefactor. Pedro's widowed mother hosted him in the occasion of the funeral of Charles V's wife, Isabella, Portugal. Watched by his converso uncle, Pedro de Ortiz, the emperor's ambassador in Rome, Pedro stayed in Farnese's Roman palace for 14 months. Fearing punishment for an unrevealed transgression, he secretly escaped from there and found a refuge in Loyola's loving paternal arms, despite his young age of 13. After having raised this charming yet restless lad in Jesuit spirituality for 2 years, Ignatius planned that Pedro should study in Paris, but he ended up in Spanish Flanders, Leuven, due to the Franco-Imperial War. After having founded a college there, he returned to Rome with the Valencian Juan Geronimo Dominic in 1543. Subsequently, Ribadeneira studied for 4 years in Padua, where he became a friend of Juan Alfonso de Polanco, whom Loyola later recommended supervise Pedro. As Ignatius informed Ortiz about his protégé's progress, Pedro at Padua gained a solid foundation in the humanities. Therefore, he was ready to be set to the newly opened college in Palermo, where he taught rhetoric. He also preached in Sicily, even though he was still a student. Upon his returning to Rome, where he was called to teach rhetoric at the newly opened Roman college and complete his studies there, he was ordained a priest in 1553 and sent again to Flanders with the mission to deepen the roots of the society there by seeking the royal support of the Jesuit-averse Prince Philip, who remained impressed by Ribadeneira's oratory. There he received the sad news about his spiritual father's death. In his confessions, Pedro described the feelings that arose in him that day. "Oh, my beloved Father Ignatius, yes, I call you my, for even though you have been the father of the entire society, you have been especially of mine, because you generated me in Jesus Christ." Among many episodes of his spiritual father's life he collected for Ignatius's hagiography, Ribadeneira recounted that, quote, "One day when many of us were dining together, Ignatius, speaking of himself about a certain topic, said that he would take it as a special grace from our Lord to come from Jewish lineage. And adding a reason, he said, 'Why? Imagine that a man could be a kinsman by blood of Christ our Lord and of Our Lady the Glorious Virgin Mary.' He spoke those words with so much emotion and tears welled into his eyes. This is something that deeply impressed everyone." Very strange obsession with Jewish blood. On another occasion, Loyola's hagiographer observed that, quote, "On hearing our father make the same statement, which I recounted above, he crossed himself and exclaimed, 'A Jew?' And he spitted on the ground at this name. Our father said to him, 'Now, Senor Pedro de Zarate, let us be reasonable. Listen to what I have to say. And then he gave him so many reasons for this that he really persuaded him to wish to be of Jewish lineage. A much less known confirmation of Ignatius's desire to be of Jewish stock comes from the testimony of Diego de Guzman, about whom much will be told below, which was included in his letter to Claudio Aguaviva. He refers there to a Jew who served Pope Paul III, and later entered Loyola's community of catechumens, where he established a friendship with Ignatius. Quote, chatting with him one day, he told him, I, my father Ignatius, would prefer if God were served not to be born of this lineage, for these people persecuted and crucified Jesus Christ our Lord. And our father answered him, do you want me to say what I feel about this? To tell you the truth, if our Lord would like me to choose this lineage to be born of, I would not choose other than yours. And the reason for this is that the Lord himself wanted to choose this lineage for him and to be the son of Abraham and David and other patriarchs and kings. And of them was this most holy mother, Virgin Mary, with her husband Saint Joseph, whom we used to call my father. And also the glorious Virgin, his mother, told him when they found him in the temple, your father and I were looking for you with pain. And hearing this response from our blessed father Ignatius, the new Christian remained very surprised and greatly consoled. The expressions of Loyola's Judeophilia are usually juxtaposed with an account of an interrogation by the Vicar General of the Diocese of Alcala, who suspected Inigo of Crypto-Judaism, most likely because this is another figure of Ignatius incarcerated by the Inquisition in Alcala. So here he is, incarcerated, and the caption reads, something in Latin, first in Alcala, then in Salamanca, having suffered calumnies in prison for Christ, for the same prison, Ignatius gains souls and is inflamed with great fervor of the Spirit. He said that there were not enough shackles in the city, that he would not desire still more for the sake of Christ. Loyola was incarcerated because the vicar of General Alcala suspected him of Crypto-Judaism, most likely due to his numerous contacts with Alumbrados, Erasmus, who often were of Converso background. So, let's take a little quick pause just to wrap everything before we continue. The Templars, who were in contact with the Kabbalah rabbinic Jews, who were dispersed, some of them went to Spain. Spain also had a lot of Converso Jews because of the Inquisition, people getting forced to convert and saying one thing, doing another. Later, you'll learn about the Alumbrados, which is kind of like a prototype of the Illuminati. It's all the same stuff, folks, same secret mystery religion, orders. But the Alumbrados are very common to Spain. And Loyola had affinities with them, really wanted to be Jewish, had this fetish about Jewish bloodlines and being a Jew and so on and so forth. Probably was from a Converso family. The Alumbrados were also of Jewish descent and Conversos. So there's a lot of weird Synagogue of Satan stuff going on here altogether. Moving on. Let's read this previous sentence again. It says, who suspected Inigo of Crypto-Judaism, most likely because of his numerous contacts with the Alumbrados Erasmus there. Loyola Converso's secretary, Polanco, retrospectively narrated that, quote, when, after the time described, the vicar of Figueroa came to question him and, among other things, asked him if he recommended observance of the Sabbath, he replied, for Saturdays I recommend special devotion to Our Lady, and I know of no other observances for Saturday. Moreover, in my country there are no Jews. This text often has been interpreted as a testament of Inigo's Basque pride in his blood purity. Vizcaino unfairly became a synonym for the Old Christian, and an expression of his 16th century Guipuzcoan soul, which later would be spiritually transformed into Ignatius's desire to be of Jewish blood. The conversion would occur as a result of the close friendship Loyola established with the Converso Diego Lainez, we looked at him, and Nicolas Bobadilla, during their encounter at the University of Paris, where all moved after their studies at the Renaissance-influenced University of Alcalá de Henares that was founded in 1499 by Cardinal Francisco Jimenez de Cisneros, the Inquisitor General. Some authors have also suggested that Inigo's metanoia was due to his lack of contact with the Jews. Metanoia is Greek for repentance, like turning around or having basically a change of mind on something. This might be true if one does not take into consideration crypto-Jews and conversos, who were commonly still considered Jews. Loyola was born just before 1492. The terminus post quem, no Jews were allowed in Spain. So right before Jews were banned, Ignatius was born. However, in his story of Loyola's interrogation in Alcalá, Polanco may have employed a rhetorical device aimed to suggest such a development to his fellow Jesuits, from whom he suffered discrimination because of his own converso background, as we shall see below. Indeed, Polanco wrote this text during the last 2 years of his life, after he was removed from his office in 1573 as part of the Mercurian anti-converso house cleansing. It contains Loyola's purity of blood pride answer that is missing from both the paragraph describing the same episode of Polanco's much earlier Summarium Hispanum, and in what Loyola would narrate shortly before his death in 1556 to his note-taker, the converso-phobic Gonçalves de Camara. A similar rhetorical rather than fact-based defense of Ignatius' purity of blood was made by Geronimo Nadal in Apologia pro exercitis in 1554. Quote, Ignatius is a Spaniard from the foremost nobility in the province of Guipúzcoa in Cantabria. In this province, the Catholic faith has been preserved so uncontaminated, and its people's zeal and constancy in faith have been so great from time immemorial that they do not allow any neophyte to live there. There is no record from the very beginnings of Christianity of anyone who is minimally suspected of heresy. This should have been enough to ward off any suspicion from Ignatius. So some people are saying, look, because of where Ignatius was born, this was like a hardcore, noble Catholic place, that there's no way he could be from a converso background. But you'll see there's some interesting things there as well, too. Whatever the motive was for defending Loyola's purity of blood by his two closest converso associates. So his associates who were defending Ignatius as being pure were conversos. Ignatius' positive attitude towards Judeo-conversos, developed by numerous contacts with them before being processed at Alcalá, seems to be irreconcilable with the image of Inigo being proud of his pure blood lineage. Struck by the supposedly unusual benevolence of a Basque towards Jews and conversos, some scholars speculated about the potential converso background of Loyola himself. Kevin Ingram has hypothesized in his recent PhD dissertation the converso origins of Inigo's maternal grandfather, Dr. Martín García de Licona, who was not just a merchant but a man of letters and a financial advisor at the court. That is to say, his profile is very much that of a converso merchant professional. Consequently, Inigo too could be considered a converso. More well documented is Ingram's claim about the converso stock of many individuals who surrounded Loyola in his pilgrim years. The Alumbrado sympathizer of possible converso background, Juan Velázquez de Cuellar, chief treasurer, contador mayor of King Ferdinand of Aragon, at whose court in Arevalo Loyola served as a page for 12 years. Ignaz Pascual from the Barcelonese merchant family and her pious circle that supported Inigo's stay in Manresa, Barcelona, and Paris, and his two roommates at Alcalá, Lope de Cáceres and Calixto de Sá, the Alumbrado Erasmist friends there, his confessor Manuel Miona, and the publisher of Erasmus, Miguel Eguia, and his financial patrons during the Parisian period, Juan de Cuellar in Antwerp and Gonzalo de Aguilera in Bruges, apparently the court of Duke of Nájera and Viceroy of Navarre, Antonio Manrique de Lara, whom Inigo served until his accident turned conversion in Pamplona in 1521, also had converso ties. A lot of Spanish names there, but the point is he was surrounded by conversos, and conversos were defending his purity of blood. And he was very much about pro-Jewish conversos and bringing them into the order. Remember the next person after him, Diego, what was his name? I forget, Diego something, but that guy was a converso. Torquemada was probably a crypto-Jew converso. So a lot of strange stuff, a lot of really, really strange stuff. Some people believe that the notion of Ignatius being a crypto-Jew or from a crypto-Jewish family is a Jesuit lie designed to push the blame on the Jews. That's one side. Some people believe that Ignatius was actually a Jew and the Jews took over the Catholic Church through the Jesuit order. And of course, these two sides are the extremes. The truth is always somewhere in between these dialectics because both of these, in my opinion, are wrong. They're not completely accurate. From what I've looked at and what I've read to you, I believe that it's probably likely that he was from a converso family. I don't think Ignatius was a Jew, but he was probably from a converso family to some regard. Because you'll see, for example, remember the testimony of some of those conversos was, well, Ignatius is from Guipúzcoa or whatever, that's a very noble hardcore Catholic, pure blood place, well, you're going to find out that there might be some Jewish blood in the Templars. So just keep that in mind, because what seems on one face value as very clear, black and white, is usually not. We're dealing with a lot of history, a lot of crossover, a lot of cross-pollination, a lot of Synagogue of Satan, Crypto-Judaism, counterfeit faiths, multiple layers of secrecy. There's a lot going on. So I think that he was probably from a Converso family. He was very deluded in general, as you'll see some more evidence of that. Very fanatical person. He had a lot of fetishes with like bloodlines and the Jews, which were obviously documented, and just very strange. It's just very strange that he was the way he was about the Jews. He was also fanatically Catholic. He was very, just dying, frothing at the mouth to serve the Pope, to destroy Protestantism. The Jesuits were originally named Knights of the Virgin Mary or something around those lines, and then they changed it to Knights of, the Order of Society of Jesus. So very fanatical Catholic. So who knows what was in his heart? Obviously, only God knows that, and what was actually going on, whether he was a crypto Jew, whether he was, messing with the occult. Who really knows? There's certainly evidence of all of that. But we know that Ignatius had a lot of pride and vain dreams of being this glorious general. He was in the military. He wanted to be a conquering general. He wanted to work his way up in the ranks, and he got injured. A cannonball hit his leg and basically dashed his hopes. And so all of that frustration, all of that desire to be a general of a giant army got channeled into the Jesuit order. And perfect timing, because of course you had the Martin Luther and the Reformation, everything happening. And so that was all in perfect timing for him to basically channel all that frustration into the Society of Jesus. Now remember, with the Jesuits, with the Knights of the Virgin Mary, we know from people like Helena Blavatsky that the occult sees the divine feminine as Lucifer, as Satan. Mary is Isis, according to Helena Blavatsky. Sophia, which of course you know from the Templars, is Baphomet Sophia, which is really ultimately worshiping the devil. It's the divine feminine. So there's a lot of occult things there. You'll see some other things when we go to the next section in this, which is the Jesuits. Either way, the point is this. The Jesuits initially allowed conversos into the Jesuit order because Loyola's approach to conversos was very pro. It was very pro-converso. And of course, he was also defended by conversos too, which is interesting. But eventually, you had the other side, which were the hardcore traditionalists, and they enacted purity of blood laws, and they banned the Jews from the Society of Jesus. That didn't get lifted until, well, it got modified 30, 40 years later. It got modified to where, okay, you can't be in the Society of Jesus unless you have anything past, anything less than 5 generations disconnected. Then you can be in the Society of Jesus. That got lifted in the 1940s. So there was a lot of back and forth with this, but the founding situation was very, very strange. A lot of layers of multiple counterfeit faiths there. So doesn't matter in the end. The point with all this really is to show you that, again, I could care less if Ignatius was a Jew, or he was a crypto Jew, or he was just really obsessed with Jewish people, or whatever else is going on. It doesn't matter, folks. It really doesn't matter. What matters is, by showing all of these intrigues and these layers, is that there are people who are saying one thing but are doing something else. Do you get it? Ignatius was saying, oh, I'm for Jesus Christ. I'm willing to go to prison for Jesus Christ. But actually, he was a bloodthirsty murderer of Protestants. He wanted to destroy the Protestant Reformation and subjugate everybody to the Antichrist power on the earth. And he was convinced of what he was doing. So that's the thing. And of course, you had other people around him who were saying one thing and doing another. Everybody's saying one thing and doing another. That's the first point. The second point is to see that there's a cross-pollination constantly going on in the various threads of the Synagogue of Satan that Satan has woven. Rabbinic Judaism, with all of its occult nonsense, and Catholicism, which is basically baptized paganism, cross-pollinating people through counterfeit faiths, through secret orders, secret societies, mystery groups, and so on. Now, what is not true, important to know what is not true, is the Jesuits are secretly Jews, in quotation marks. The Jesuits are not secretly Jews. This is an imbalance and a gross overstatement. It's not accurate. It plays off of some truth, but you can't say the Jesuits are secretly Jews, because then what the devil does is it baits you towards looking at the Jews as the enemy and therefore institutionalized religion is just a victim of this Jewish conspiracy that we need to rat out. And then when there's a revival of the Catholic Church and people are going back to traditional values, people are going to be deceived because they believe such things. So the Jesuits are not secretly Jews. There is evidence that Ignatius was from a Converso family. I think that's pretty good evidence. You can decide for yourself. There's some Converso blood in his bloodline. That is evidence that he wanted to be Jewish. There's lots of good convincing evidence there. He had a fetish about the Jews. Who really knows? Who really knows? He associated with a ton of Conversos. He was having associations with Alumbrados, which you'll learn were very occult-oriented. Were kind of the predecessors to the Jesuit order and to the Illuminati and all these other things. So who really knows? You'll see later a picture of a vision that he had of this scintillating serpent, this basically this shining serpent. And he had this vision. I don't remember if it was in a cave. He had multiple visions. I think he had a vision of the Virgin Mary in a cave, just like Muhammad, just like everybody else. But he did have a vision of a scintillating serpent, and that's well documented. So obviously, Satan was deceiving him in the same way that he deceived Constantine, Ellen White, Joseph Smith, all of these people throughout history that have seen visions of bright, shining lights and telling them to do various things. The Society of Jesus claims to be for Jesus, yet it's behind every single intrigue in the last 500 years. So the Jesuits are part of the Synagogue of Satan, and that's very clear. The Jesuits also had conversos, with probably some of them being crypto-Jews. Again, you have another element of the Synagogue of Satan. Crypto-Jews who were saying one thing but doing another and practicing Kabbalah and mysticism in the background and doing their thing. It's very likely, very, very likely. Now, I want to look at church attitudes towards the Jews. And this is actually going to be in a different window because this one I have to be in Google Chrome because, stupid thing. Okay, well, that was fun. I basically have to use this website on Google Chrome. I usually use Mozilla Firefox. And the reason I use it is because Google Chrome's translator is much better. This is a French website. It's an Islamic site, but it's in French, which is interesting because Mozilla Firefox's translator is really crummy. So anyway, but the problem is because it's in a French website, it has to be translated. All my highlighted quotes got deleted, so I had to redo that all over. So that was fun. Anyway, this is a collection. What do I want to do with this site really quick? I want to recapitulate the last 2,000 years of history and what people believed about the Jews. What were the general church and cultural attitudes about the Jews? There's a lot of quotes on here. We're not going to read them all. But I want to show you a picture that's very important because people today have zero perspective on history and historical progressions of things and why things change and why things happen the way they do. For most of the last 2,000 years, Jews were hated openly, and people were very suspicious of the Jews. They were very cautious of the Jews. There were many reasons for this, again, and you can look into those for yourself. I'm not going to document them here. But I do want to document people's attitudes, especially the Pope's attitudes and people within the Catholic Church, to show you a very interesting situation. So let's go to it. A lot of Muslim quotes here too. Of course, the Muslims are allying with the Catholics here and saying, look, the Jews are the bad guys. See, we both agree. Where are you at? Saint Stephen, Saint so-and-so, Marcion. Here we go. There's a lot here. They quote from the Gospels. Of course, the Gospels reveal all the evils of rabbinic Judaism, but this is Justin Martyr. No other people behaves as unjustly against us, against Christ, as you, the Jews. Better still, you are precisely the cause of the wicked distrust against the just and against us, which comes from him. Jesus, whose name you have blasphemed and caused to be blasphemed throughout the world. That's what Justin Martyr thought about the Jews. John Chrysostom, around the 4th century. You healed by faith in Christ, you do not remain in the midst of the perfidy of the Jews. Hardheads, nothing more than just this qualification, for they, the Jews, have not borne the yoke of Jesus Christ, although it is sweet and has nothing onerous or painful about it. Demons inhabit not only the synagogue, but the souls of Jews. Would you seek the healing of the body at the price of the salvation of your soul? Flee or reject the Jews. They claim to be the best doctors in the world, but their medical science is nothing but imposture, enchantments, amulets, and practices borrowed from magic. Their synagogues are only places of debauchery where immodest women go. I know that many people respect the Jews and think that their rites are honest even today, therefore I am eager to root out this pernicious opinion. No Jew worships God. Christ himself declared it, for he says, if you knew my Father, you would know me, but you know neither me nor my Father. This is Augustine. Let not the Jews say we have not killed Jesus Christ, for they affected to deliver him to Pilate, that they might appear to have no part in his death. Didn't they say, let his blood be on our hands? Ambrose, this is also in the 4th century, Bishop of Milan. When the unclean spirit has gone out of a man, he wanders through the places deprived of water, seeking rest without finding it. There can be no doubt that this is said of the Jewish populace, that the Lord has excluded from his kingdom above. Hilary of Poitiers. Have these past facts, the story of the murder of Abel and Cain, represented by the Jewish people, not been accomplished among the peoples? The sacrifice presented by the youngest was accepted. The Jewish people have been angry with the Christian people, vainly warned by the prophets, they burned to massacre them. So this is a person, Hilary of Poitiers in the 4th century, who was basically comparing the typology of Abel and Cain to Christianity in the church. Cain is basically compared to the Jews in this case. St. Jerome, what is the arrogance of the Jews? What is it that the arrogance of the Jews does not arrogate to itself? Job, who is said to have been pleasing to God, is in some way of my race, and it is not circumcision that was praised in Job, but virtue. If there is an interest in hating men and detesting a race, I oppose with astonishing hatred their circumcised Jews. Until today, in fact, they persecute our Lord Jesus Christ in the synagogues of Satan. So from the very beginning, people had a particular viewpoint about the Jews, but the question is, why has that changed recently? We're going to answer that today. This is from Cassiodorus. He's a Roman statesman and historian. And he says, at that time, an impostor Jew under a feigned Christianity baptized very often and thus amassed a lot of money. This is in his ecclesiastical history, and he was around the 6th century. So he's talking about basically Jews pretending to be Christians and baptizing to make money, to basically make donations and so on. Synagogue of Satan. The prayer, this is St. Isidore of Seville, also 6th century. The prayer of some is turned into sin, as it is written of the traitor Judas. He who prays ostentatiously, seeking human praise, not only does this prayer not destroy sin, but itself is transformed into sin. Likewise, the Jews and heretics, although they appear to fast and pray, their prayer nevertheless does not serve to erase their sins, but rather is turned into sin. Very strong language. 6th century, Venus Fortunatus. He was born in Italy, and what was he? He was just a martyr, I believe, or a lyric poet who read his works to the widow of King Clotaire, the German queen Saint Radegonde, whose dynasty had been destroyed in Thuringia, and who founded a monastery in Poitiers. So this person says, the Jewish odor is erased by divine baptism, and a new lineage arises from the waters. Agobard, in the 8th century, 9th century, Archbishop of Lyon, claiming the Jews with a proud air to be the race of the patriarchs, of the species of the just, of the lineage of the prophets, the unfortunate ones who hear this are ignorant that the prophets themselves are in the habit of calling the sinful nation a people laden with iniquity, a seed of nothing worth, wicked sons, prince of the people of Sodom and people of Gomorrah. But they are also ignorant that the precursor of the Lord, John, called them a brood of vipers, and that the Lord himself has frequently called them sometimes serpents, sometimes a wicked, evil, perverse, and adulterous generation. Hildegard of Bingen, around the 1100s, says, for the devil has taken the synagogue in its blindness and has delivered it over to the many errors of infidelity, and this will not cease until the son of perdition, the coming of the Antichrist. Some people believed in a personal Antichrist. Some people believed that Satan would masquerade as Jesus Christ, like in the Didache. There's a bit about that, how basically early Christians believe that would be the son of perdition. So the personal Antichrist thing is a little older, but other things like the Jewish temple, the rapture, 7-year tribulation, these state of Israel, things like that, this is all a Jesuit lie invention. This person also, St. Hildebrand of Bingen, also said, the ancient serpent persuaded Jews and infidels to persecute and kill the saints of God. The synagogue prevails in the shadow of signs, the church in the light of truth. Some Muslim quotes here. This is from Thomas Aquinas. It is in accordance with the decreed counsel that the Jews of both sexes must be discerned everywhere and at all times by their clothing. In this they obey their law, obliging them to wear fringes on the corners of their clothing that can distinguish them from others, like the old Israelites in the Old Testament. This is Catherine Benincasa, St. Catherine of Siena. Oh, that was the particular person that my mom's went to teach at. She taught at a Catholic school, but it was St. Catherine of Siena. That's interesting. I didn't know there was Catherine Benincasa. Anyway, she says, the Jews and the Pharisees who were so blinded by self-love and envy. So there you go. That's what she thought about the Jews. There's some other ones here. Martin Luther. Of course, everybody knows who that is. When a thief steals 10 pieces of silver, he is hanged. But when a Jew steals 10 barrels of gold through his usury, he is prouder than the Lord himself. How the Jews love the book of Esther, which so corresponds to their appetite for vengeance, to their murderous hopes. The sun never shone on a people more bloodthirsty, more vindictive than this, who take themselves for the chosen people in order to have license to murder and strangle the Gentiles. There are no creatures under the sun more greedy than they are, have been, and will be. One has only to see them practice their cursed usury, which is interest. They flatter themselves with the hope that when the Messiah comes, he will gather together all the gold and silver in the world and share it among them. It is as easy to convert a Jew as to convert the devil. For a Jew, a Jewish heart is as hard as a stick, a stone, as iron as the devil Satan himself. In short, they are children of the devil, condemned to the flames of hell. So there you go. That's what people thought. John Eck, German theologian and Catholic opponent of Luther. Let's see what he thought. So the gentlemen and notables see that their Jewish protégés do not work, do not create, do not engage in lawful trade and manage manual activity, do not build anything. They live with idleness and wealth, good food and dissipation. The poor Christian, compared to the Jew, works hard day and night, barely has any dry bread. The Jew earns excessively more than him in the shadows under the roof with interest, usury. Philip Neri, Florentine admirer of the preacher Savonarola of Florence, who had been burned alive in the orders of Jewish Pope Alexander VI and founder of the Oratory Society. May God lay his hand on my head, said Philip Neri as he left his house at the beginning of a new day. Otherwise, I am capable of becoming a Jew. Oh, goodness. Johannes Buxtorf, known as the Elder to distinguish him from this German scholar, let's see, who died in Basel, who discipline of Luther and received a chair of Hebrew in Basel in 1590. He was the reputation of having surpassed the ancient Hebrew grammars in the richness of the materials of his Hebrew grammar published in 1605. We owe him his Syrian and Chaldean grammar in 3 books. His Synagogue Judaica, the Jewish synagogue, which we quote, was first published in German. He acquired the reputation of the most distinguished scholar of his time in his specialty. So this is Johannes Buxtorf in the 1600s, 1600s. What did he say? In their supposed worship of God, there is nothing but insincerity and falsehood, and in their most intellectual rabbanim, or scribes, there is nothing more ignorant and a great lack of understanding, especially in the knowledge of God and the interpretation of the Word of God. In the whole race, there is nothing more shocking obstinacy and stupidity in their ways, which are only diabolical. Let's see, a couple more here. Somewhere there's some Descartes somewhere in there. There's like a lot of philosophers, like European philosophers, and obviously a lot of what secular people thought. But I want to focus on the church because that's the important part. August Rolling, German Catholic priest who taught in the United States at the seminary in England. Let's see what he says. They practically and effectively support the intention of Talmudism to corrupt Christianity. He has a lot of citations from the Talmud. He says the dishonesty of the Jews is evident from their view of the oath. This is some of the stuff that we talked about too with the Talmud. All that I have written on this subject is correct. Remains in Talmud version there. Verse, as I said, would not be true that the rabbi here only has permitted a false oath, even if he abrogates the law of Moses. And that also the rabbinical doctrines, which contradict each other, are all at once the word of God. The Talmud itself reports there is a subtle precision that dogs, prostitutes, and roosters and rabbis are always in conflict. But it's not true that in the place cited it is only a rabbi who has permitted the false oath. It is said there, in the particular Talmud place, which begins with Amar Samuel, it's the tradition that a Jew and a Goy, i.e. a non-Jew, go into court, and if you, O Jew, can overcome the Goy by the laws of Israel, then overcome him and tell him, so wills our law. If you can overcome him according to the laws of the peoples, then tell him, so wills our law. And if also this cannot then fall upon him, the Goy with deceptions. So if you can't do it through the courts, then deceive and achieve your outcome that way. Unfortunately, where the interests of a Jew demand it, false oaths are generally openly permitted in all matters, and this doctrine is called tradition. Let's keep going. There's still yet more that I want to go to. There's some Orthodox people saying things. So everybody has their opinions on the Jews. Cardinal Domenico Tardini, member of the Roman Curia, the Holy See has been opposed to a Jewish domination in Palestine. Pope Benedict the 15th worked effectively to ensure that Palestine could not become a Jewish state. Now, keep all of this in mind, please. Please keep all of this in mind. There's a lot of important things that we're going to use these documented quotes from. 7 Jesuits warn the faithful against Judaism. If you can believe that. Let's see. Popes against Judaism. Popes and Judaism. Pope Innocent the Third, 1160 to 1216. So that they may not be cruelly crushed by the Jews, we have by decree of the synod stipulated that if under any protest the Jews extort immoderate usury from the Christians, contact with the Christians is to be withdrawn from them until they give satisfactory explanations, as is fitting on the immoderate charge. The Christians also, if need be, are forced by ecclesiastical censure after having appealed to abstain from trading with the Jews. Pope Paul the, fourth, 1400s to 1500s, we obtain by this constitution destined to be perpetually valid, that definitively for the times to come, as much in the city of Rome as in other domains and places of the Roman Catholic Church itself, all the Jews dwell absolutely in one and the same place, i.e. a ghetto. And if this will not have been sufficient, in 2 or 3, as many as will be sufficient, contiguous districts, and totally separated from the dwellings of the Christians, which districts must be designated by us in Rome and by our magistrates in other cities and places designated, for which only a single entrance is opened and a single exit. Keep this in mind, because eventually all these fingers that have been pointed at the Jews throughout history can be pointed at you, my friends. Pius V, in around the 1500s. Besides usury by which the Jews everywhere have sucked the properties of impoverished Christians, they are accomplices of thieves and predators, and the most disastrous aspect of the thing is that they hide their suspicion through magical incantations, superstition, and sorcery in the Synagogue of Satan, and boast of being able to predict the future. Clement III, 1500s to 1600s. The whole world suffers from the usury of the Jews, from their monopolies, from their deceptions. They have reduced many unfortunates to misery, especially farmers, artisans, and the most needy of the poor. Now as today, the Jews must be reminded again from time to time that they have enjoyed rights in some countries since they left Palestine and the Arabian desert, and that consequently their moral and ethical doctrines as well as their actions deserve to be exposed to criticism in whatever country they live. This is Benedict the, 14th in the 16th to 1700s. It is because the Jews control business by selling alcohol and even wine that they have authorized themselves to supervise the collection of public revenues. They have thus obtained control of the inns, the bankrupt properties, the villages, and the communal territory by means of which they have brought the poor Christian farmers under their yoke. The Jews are cruel masters, not only making farmers work hard, forcing them to bear excessive burdens, but also whipping them as punishment. And thus these poor farmers are subject of the Jews, subject to their will and power. Pius IX, Jesus wanted to be helped by a pagan, thus giving proof of what had been predicted, that is, the other nations would replace the depraved Jewish nation in knowing Christ. Pius X, this is 1800s to 1900s, we cannot favor this Zionist movement. We cannot prevent the Jews from going to Jerusalem. This is what he supposedly said to Theodor Herzl. But we will never be able to give it, the Zionist movement, our approval or authorize it. The soil of Jerusalem, without always having been sacred, was sanctified by the life of Jesus Christ. As the head of the church, I cannot answer you otherwise. The Jews have not recognized our Lord. We cannot consequently recognize the Jewish people. Keep this in mind. This is just theater, but it's also very important. Benedict the 15th. It is indeed clear that far from improving, the situation of the Christians in the Holy Land has become even more difficult than before because of new laws and political institutions which tend in favor of the Israelites to remove from Christianity the position it has always occupied until now. So, very important, especially these last couple quotes, because people like Candace Owens and Catholic apologists and influencers will say, see, the Catholic Church isn't responsible for Zionism. It's not responsible at all for Zionism. The popes were against the Jews. The popes were against Zionism. And the Pope told Theodor Herzl to to go and kick rocks because, we're not supporting the Zionist movement. We want Palestine for Christianity. So is that the truth? Is that as far as we go, or is there something more to the story? Of course, there's always something more to the story, and if you don't cultivate a nuanced understanding of history and patterns and are able to entertain a lot of information and pan it out and see the big picture, then it's very, very easy for somebody who is very well rehearsed in history to take some part of that history and weaponize it against you and to make you believe a particular narrative. So, conclusion. The Jews were kicked out of dozens of countries. They were despised and often even made to wear certain labels so that people would know that they're dealing with a Jew. This was for hundreds and hundreds of years. You saw from the very beginning all the way to the modern day. The attitude in general of the church and of Europe and so on. Now again, there's many reasons for those attitudes. Usury is one of them, but remember the Templars were the ones who were very wealthy in doing investment banking. The kings hated the Templars too. So this is, again, you have to understand that there's nuance here. Of course, the popes aren't going to talk about the Templars' usury and the various things that they were doing because the Templars were benefiting the popes with their banking systems. So these things were going hand in hand. Of course, the Jews got the short end of the stick on that one because they're not part of the Catholic Church. So remember that. But it's not just anti-Semitism, right? This is not, 2,000 years of just people hating the Jews for no reason. There were very good reasons for it, and you can start that journey of understanding why by reading the Talmud. There's plenty of things in the Talmud that are very, very satanic, very, very evil, that are basically encouraging Jews to just be destroyers. It's a very ugly book. And so if you have a culture being raised around that about a rebellion, and you're rebelling to God, first off, that's the first rebellion. You are refusing to accept everything that God has given you. Then what can you have? What possibly can you have other than a synagogue of Satan? Either way, the Catholic Church and the popes hated the Jews for centuries. Very clear, very obvious. So the question is, why is it that in the last 100 years or so, suddenly all of this has changed? What is so different now that the Pope, the Pope Francis, the one that's currently Pope, is basically saying, well, if you're an anti-Semite, that's a sin. It's a sin to be an anti-Semite. So we went from the Jews are the synagogue of Satan, and they need to be marked so we can put them in a little part in town and we know where they are because they're ripping everybody off, to, oh, no, anti-Semitism is a sin. How do we go from 1900 years of that to 100 years of this? That's significant. You should ask yourself, when the Catholic Church prides itself on tradition, and tradition changes so slowly, usually it doesn't. That's the whole point of tradition. And suddenly you have this major reversal about something that was very central to the culture. Why? You should ask yourself why. Not just because, we've progressed and we've become more enlightened and tolerant and, Western civilization and all this nonsense. Why? Why does there that change? And that's the important thing to ask. The reason for that change, my friends, is because the Reformation happened. The Reformation revealed who the beast was after 1,000+ years of ruling in plain sight. People finally saw that they were under the beast. And that was a real problem for the beast because you had lots of things happening at that time. You had people moving to America. You had the printing press. You had the Ottoman Empire. You had a lot of things that basically God was using as judgment on the beast and to basically create a window for the beast to ultimately suffer the mortal wound, but to basically lose its iron grip over Europe. And so with all of these things happening, the Jesuits were formed and the Jesuits were created. And the first order of business, one of the first orders of business of the Jesuits, was to change eschatology. It was to change the idea that, oh no, we're not the beast. The Catholic Church is not the beast. So they had to reinterpret the end times prophecies. And of course, we talk about that quite a bit in my various videos. But the thing to understand from all of these quotes is that the Jews were hated and they were nobody. They were nobody up until the Reformation forced the devil to integrate these threads even more. Judaism and Jews and the Jewish people with Roman Catholicism by shifting the Roman Catholic Church's approach to the Jews. And of course, that took time because the Jesuits were the ones who were doing all these things, and the papacy on the forefront was against the Jews. So there's this dialectic. That's why you can't get caught up in these quotes about what the popes thought about the Jews. If anything, those quotes are valuable to you in the sense of what is coming. Do you understand? Because once the Jews convert, we're going back to the way the good old days were, folks. We're going back to, don't Judaize, you better not be Judaizing. You'll be shut out from Christ. We're going back to those days. So in that sense, those quotes are useful so that you know what's coming for you. But in the sense of, oh, you see the Jews took over the Catholic Church, or the Jews are actually the people in control. No, not at all. Those are dialectics, because while the popes were saying all these things, the Jesuits were very busy with their Zionist agenda, and we'll prove that today. So, being exposed by history forced the beast to create multiple narratives like preterism and futurism to hide itself so that nobody would know the beast is in plain sight. And of course, that was taking several things to happen. There were many things that needed to happen, like publishing various books, arguing with Protestants, infiltrating the Protestant Reformation with Synagogue of Satan, counterfeit believers, people who say they're Protestant, but they're actually Jesuits, and so on and so forth, and changing the narratives, changing various cultural perspectives. Obviously, today we are in the echo chamber with influencers all over the place and social media and everything, and they've practically already achieved the Counter-Reformation already. It's almost done. It's almost right at the final point. So, especially in the last 100 years, you have things like Vatican II, the liberalization of Catholicism, a Jesuit Pope, finally with Pope Francis. We are at the maximum of the Zionist agenda. And pretty soon, the end of that Zionist agenda is to convert the Jews. Because I'll say this one more time, and it's something to remember. The Jews are the final layer between the beast and you as a faithful to God, Sabbath-keeping Christian that will be tested with the Sabbath, where God says, remember the Sabbath, because most people have forgotten it. So you will be tested. It is the test of our generation. So watch my Sabbath series if you haven't yet to be edified on these very important truths. Keeping the Sabbath is not legalism, although you will probably be accused of being a legalist when the time comes. So all of these things are reaching a maximum, folks. You had 2,000 years of people hating the Jews and believing that God had done away with them very clearly. They've been judged. You rejected the Messiah. You're dispersed. See you later. And now suddenly in the last 100 years, everybody's frothing at the mouth for Bible prophecy being fulfilled because there's a antichrist state by the Rothschilds and the papacy being set up in the Middle East. And they're going to build a physical temple. How do we change into that? And of course, people don't study their history. This is why history is so important. Just like secularism is coming to an end in the last 200 years since the French Revolution, and atheism is coming to an end, and radical leftism is coming to an end. All that stuff is coming to an end, folks. It served its purpose. The purpose of these things was to push you this way so that you can go back that way, dark to light. The purpose of atheism, when we have a whole section in this presentation on communism, and you will see ample evidence that the Jesuits created communism and proliferated it into the world. But why? Why would they do such a thing? Because everything has to follow a dark to light dialectic. You have to remember, these people believe that they are God, that they have the power of God, that they can do whatever they want. Now, the original dark to light, if you read the Bible, there's actually a lot of dark to light there. God uses dark to light, but God is perfectly moral. When Joseph was sold into slavery by his brothers, and they wanted to kill him, but then, let's sell him into slavery. All right, we'll do that instead. They hated him. And then later when they apologized to him, like 15 years later or whatever, he says, look, it's okay, I forgive you. God meant it, you meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. Now that's a very profound statement on the sovereignty of God over evil. Because what it says is that even though Joseph's brothers meant to do him evil, they were literally wanting to kill him. Their desire in their heart was pointed towards wanting to destroy their brother. The profound truth that is revealed to you is that God was taking that desire, like a pitcher of water, which is in the Proverbs, and directing it in a particular outcome that can only reveal the glory of God and be good. If you don't understand that relationship, you will really stumble over the problem of evil, because God is perfect. God was using the evil in their hearts to paint a picture of Christ, to save a people, hundreds of thousands of people from famine, to set up a reason for the Exodus, another dark to light, right? So the Israelites were oppressed, then he revealed his power by destroying Egypt. All of these things are constant dark to light dialectics. But dialectics aren't evil. If God is the one doing them, he's revealing things through these things that are necessary to be revealed. If God had not allowed the Egyptians to prosper into this pagan empire that was in total rebellion to God and total pride, and enslaving the Egyptians so that they understand what it's like to not be in a relationship with God, and they wouldn't be able to appreciate God coming and destroying this empire so easily with just a wave of his hand. The thing came just crashing down. They wouldn't be able to appreciate who God is. So God raised Pharaoh up for this express purpose so that he would be destroyed and God's name would be magnified. And again, if you don't have a 100% appreciation for the sovereignty of God, you will stumble over that because it's very humbling. We are just vessels in this life. So what's my point with all that? My point is that God is the one who is the originator of dark to light. Okay? Don't give the devil too much credit. The devil doesn't do anything original. He just copies and inverts. God is the original the one who originated dark to light, to reveal the light of Christ and the light of his truth. Sin and darkness and death and being cursed and living in this cursed world with a cursed body that's dying every day is designed to push you to saying, I need to be saved. The bleakness of death, that there is no immortal soul, that once you die, that's it. And of course, everybody's resurrected. But once you die, that's it. That's it, my friends. You don't persist after death. You don't go to heaven. You don't float around anywhere. You die. That's it. It's like being in anesthesia. And then the next thing you notice, you're resurrected. It's a great beyond that you're jumping over. Death is it. And when you realize that death is it, and what that means is that if you reject Christ, there's nowhere that you're going. You're going to be destroyed forever. That to me is such a bleak thought. Such a profoundly bleak thought. And that is by design. That is dark. That's dark. It's designed to push you. It's designed to push you to the light because otherwise you wouldn't go there. Do you get it? You wouldn't go to the light of the truth of Jesus. You wouldn't submit to Christ's authority because the forbidden fruit plays off of your illusion of the self. That you are the one doing these things. You're it. You're self-existent. You have life in yourself. You have an immortal soul. That's the forbidden fruit mystery religion that plays off of this centrality, the illusion of the self, that you are the center of the universe. You shall be like God. So it's not our instinct to go to the truth. Therefore, we need the dark to light in order to feel and to realize that God is the Savior. How are you going to know that God is the Savior, the only Savior, unless you experience something that you need to be saved from? Do you get it? That's the true and original dark to light. And that's good because it reveals the glory of God who is perfect and God is controlling everything and sovereign. And so he works all things for the good, Romans 8:28-30. So there's nothing to fear, even though it may seem like things are going out of control. God is sovereign over these things. Now, with that basis, the devil wants to be God. So the devil copies what God does because, again, you have a dualistic spirit of Antichrist. Openly against and in place of. Against Christ, in place of Christ. These two things work together to create the dark to light dialectic. Just like how God uses dark to light to reveal his glory, the devil copies that and creates his own dialectics to introduce himself as the Savior, as the solution. Communism, which was developed by the Jesuits, is a dark situation that is designed to push you towards accepting the Roman Catholic Church as the solution. To accept religion as something that's reasonable and good. All of these dark to light dialectics that you see are just designed to ultimately magnify the Catholic Church and the beast. So, atheism, Zionism, all these things are brief little stints in history, folks, that are coming to an end. The majority of human history was a religio-political power through one man controlling all of modern society. And the Bible tells you that we are going back to that reality at the end of time. Briefly, enough to leave some people alive, thank God. But nevertheless, that's the destination of history. The last 200 years of teeny tiny history where these experiments of Zionism and atheism and all these dark dialectics have come up, these are just dialectics designed to push you into that final end. Zionism in its own way, which we'll be talking about, and of course communism in another future section of this in its own way as well. They all roads lead to Rome, folks. They really do. So, like leftism is coming to an end and religiosity is going to take over, in the same way Zionism is coming to an end because Jews will be converted. And the ones, again, who refuse to be converted, all of those quotes that I read to you, they're going to be pointed at those Jews and at you because you're going to be in the same group, the people who refuse to rest on Sunday and acknowledge the authority of the Pope. You're going to be lumped in the same group. So the devil's not going to waste any of his Antichrist threads. All of that deception that he gave to the Jews and making them do all of their occult nonsense that basically got them kicked out of so many countries, that got them hated by people. All of the greed that he deceived the Jews with to foster so much hatred against the Jews. All of the nationalism and the pride and the rejection of Christ, all of that the devil deceived the Jews with is going to be weaponized against you. Because when you get lumped into the ones that refuse to convert, all of that hatred of being a Judaizer is going to be transferred onto you. And the beast will then have a reason to persecute people of God. That is the point. That is how the Jews are going to get wrapped up into the final delusion. And of course, the ones that do convert will take the mark and be destroyed. So, how did all of this change? Well, with the Reformation, you also had the Jesuits, and of course with the Jesuits you had some key figures. In Futurism specifically, Manuel Lacunza and Robert Bellarmine were the two Jesuits that basically created modern dispensationalism. I talk about this in my Great Delusion series in a very detailed historical format there. Make sure you check that out. But Lacunza wrote his commentary on Revelation as a Jew. Juan Josaphat ben Ezra. He wrote it as a Jewish pseudonym to basically hide his identity, which again should tell you everything. It tells you everything about what the Synagogue of Satan is and what the Catholic Church actually thinks about the Jews. Anyway, his text landed in Irving. Lacunza was from Chile, I believe. And his text landed in Irving's lap in England. Irving was in the same Plymouth Brethren as Darby. And of course, the rest is, as we say, history. Irving was so enamored with Lacunza's book that he translated it to English, and a lot of those ideas cross-pollinated Darby, then you had Schofield, and so on and so forth. And the rest, as they say, is history, because within 100 years after that, you had Christian Zionism and dispensationalism, and Protestantism was completely and totally devoid of any eschatological understanding. Today, I don't even know what the percentage is. I'm willing to say maybe 80% at least of the people who say they're Christians believe, either they don't know anything about the end times, which is even worse, but they believe Jesuit eschatology. Do you get it? So majority of people believe Catholic eschatology designed to hide the beast. This is the problem. They don't realize also, another important thing, that Zionism actually started much earlier than Theodor Herzl or Moses Hess even. Zionism actually started with Napoleon. And if you understand that connection, you can respond to people who say, oh, well, the Catholic Church didn't create Zionism. The Catholic Church was against the state of Israel. That's the surface that you see between the popes. The Jesuits were working their plan from the very beginning. And you can see, we'll see in just a second with Napoleon, that plan was, they wanted to do that very early on, but they failed. So that took them another 100, 150 years to manipulate situations with the Rothschilds, the secret societies, to basically move things in their desired location. And they finally funded the state of Israel. They propped up Hitler. They used Hitler to move everybody over, 60,000 Jews to the Havar Agreement and so on. And pretty soon, the state of Israel was born. So what people don't realize is that Napoleon and the Jews are an important point. I read this in my French Revolution episode in my End Time series. We look at this in much more detail. I'm not going to read too much of it in this. I just want to show you actually just this picture. You can see here's Napoleon, and he's bringing the light to the Jews, and there's this pyramid with a rays of light, and I don't know what the characters are on here, but basically, here's the Jewish people, and he's the first leader in Europe to grant liberty, equality, and fraternity to all religions. In this lithograph of the period, Napoleon is granting liberty to the Jews. So he's granting liberty. What is liberty? The triangle with the light? Where have you seen that before? So this is an old lithograph, and it's very interesting that Napoleon was like this messiah figure for the Jews. I want to read just a little bit of it, though. How did Napoleon's involvement with the Jews come about? Napoleon Bonaparte had not met any Jews in his youth, and perhaps not even during his school years in France. His first contact with the organized Jewish community probably took place on the 9th of February 1797 in Italy during the Italian campaign. When Napoleon and his army entered Ancona, the Jewish community was living in a small ghetto. Napoleon at the time remarked that certain people were walking around with yellow bonnets and a yellow armband with the Star of David on it. He asked one of the officers what the purpose of the yellow bonnet on the arm was. The officer replied that these were Jews who had to be identified in order that they return to the ghetto every evening. Remember that the popes were the ones who said that the Jews need to be in ghettos. Remember that. Napoleon immediately ordered that the armbands and the yellow bonnets be removed and replaced them with the tricolor rosette. He closed the ghettos and gave instructions that the Jews could live wherever they wanted and they could practice their religion openly. The Jews of Ancona were overjoyed when they discovered that the French soldiers who entered the ghetto were Jewish. Later, Napoleon also closed the Jewish ghetto in Rome. He liberated also the Jews of Venice, Verona, and Padua. The liberator of Italy abolished the laws of the Inquisition, and Jews felt free at last. Remember all this, folks, because history is repeating with Trump. Did he have a motive? And yet, here is another incident of interest. On the 12th June of 1798, when the French occupied Malta, Napoleon learned that the Templar Knights, the Knights of Malta, did not allow the Jews to practice their religion in a synagogue. So, were the Templars and the Knights of Malta friendly to the Jews? No. The Knights enslaved their Jewish prisoners and mercilessly used them or sold them. Does that remind you of the Crusades and the Children's Crusade that we talked about? He immediately gave permission to the Jews to build a synagogue. What could be Napoleon's motive? Now, here's an amazing incident which is not generally known. When the French troops were in Palestine and besieging the city of Acre, Napoleon had already prepared a proclamation making Palestine an independent Jewish state. That's what you need to know. He felt confident that he could occupy Acre, and in the following days he would enter Jerusalem, and from Jerusalem he would issue this proclamation. He was unable to realize this project because of the intervention of the British. And of course, by then you had British Freemasonry, members speculative and operative, had merged into one kind of occult discipline. And so you had warring secret societies, and of course Satan has to integrate them. He has to make them fall in line because he's given his throne and power and great authority to the Catholic Church. This proclamation was printed and dated the 20th of April, 1799, which is also, I believe, Hitler's birthday, interestingly enough. But his unsuccessful attempt to capture Acre prevented it from being issued. The Jews had to wait more than 150 years before their state was proclaimed. Yeah, because by then the Rothschilds had took over England. The proclamation, however, did bear fruit. It was a precursor to Zionism, heightening the awareness of the Jewish cause of statehood. Cause of Jewish statehood. The ideas Napoleon expressed found the admiration of many who saw Napoleon's gestures as a fulfillment of Bible prophecy. There we go. Who was propping up Napoleon? It was the Jesuits, which foretells of the restoration of the Jews to their land. It does not. The idea drew many adherents, especially in England. Remember, Darby, Schofield, Irving. 118 years later, the British would use the Balfour Declaration, which called for a Jewish homeland, and ultimately, 31 years later, 1948, Israel would be recognized as a sovereign state by popular vote in the United Nations General Assembly, which we looked at was what? 33-13. Do you remember that? 33, the two sides of the Freemasonic coin? 33-13 voted. Perhaps it can be said that Napoleon's premature announcement on the first day of Passover in 1789 played an important role in the creation of the State of Israel. I think we can say that. In the Paris Montenegro Universal on 3 Perishal of the year 22 May 1799, it was announced Bonaparte has published a proclamation in which he invites all the Jews of Asia and Africa to gather under his flag in order to reestablish the ancient Jerusalem. He has already given arms to a great number, and their battalions threaten Aleppo. On 16th of August, 1800, Napoleon declared, if I governed a nation of Jews, I should reestablish the Temple of Solomon. Who do you think gave him those directives? Because by then, The Reformation was already, the Reformation, the Counter-Reformation were well underway. Emmanuel Lacunza's book and the commentaries and Robert Bellarmine, these things were already underway with the Jewish temple and so on and so forth. Who do you think gave him what to say? Well, you'll find out in other times, but what's the reason to know all of this stuff? Well, I talk about it again in my French Revolution episode, that's 14 in the End Time series. But again, the Jews were nobody up until the Reformation, folks. They were nobody. Sure, they had some, usury that were doing people, but people avoided them. They knew the Jews were trying to rip people off, and so they were nobody. They were a ragtag group of people. They didn't have national ambitions. The idea that Jews would return to their own state was, nobody had that. Not even the Jews themselves believed that. So, what happened? Well, what happened was the Jesuits and the Counter-Reformation and Napoleon and everything else. The Jews are not the center of Bible prophecy. The church, spiritual Israel, is the center of Bible prophecy. Prior to the French Revolution, the Jesuits were banned by the Pope because they were kicked out of many countries. They were starting revolutions. You'll see in other places, we'll talk about these things. Countless intrigues. And so they were banned. And the Pope basically went with the monarchs because the monarchs were crying about it. And the Pope sided with the monarchs. And of course, the Pope was assassinated by the Jesuits. And he was arrested by Napoleon and everything. So the Jesuits fomented the French Revolution as a way to say, okay, you don't want to play along? We're going to cause chaos and upend this whole thing. So they raised up Napoleon. They fomented the French Revolution. They used secret societies like the Illuminati and so on. We talk about it all in that episode. By the way, they taught the papacy not to rebel. So since then, the popes have been playing in line. Since the order was reinstated in 1812, they've been playing in line. That's why when you see quotes after 1812, like Pope Pius the 10th or whatever, he says, oh, we are against the state of Israel. You should read that not from the perspective of, you see, the Catholic Church has just always been against Zionism. Not true. The Catholic Church needs Zionism because after 1812, the popes played along with the Jesuits. They let them do their own thing. Okay, we're going to let you do your thing. You let us do our thing, and we won't get in each other's way. Not like we were before, where we listened to other people. Of course, also, political establishments were created after the French Revolution that created this two-party system. Monarchies were gotten rid of because they were just not working anymore, and so things are very different. Nevertheless, when you read a quote by Pope Pius or whatever, that we're against the state of Palestine being an Israel state, and you see Napoleon, who was a Jesuit operative, 100 years before that quote, wanting to proclaim a state of Israel under Jesuit orders, for sure. And the Jesuits talking about a third temple and changing Bible prophecy. How do you deal with that? What you deal with is that the popes have to maintain this figure of, oh, we are against this, while the other ones in the shadows create the dialectic so that there is a dialectic there. Because left and right work together. Eventually, we're going to come back to the traditional way of doing things. So there needs to be a precedent for that. They're not stupid. So there's this opposition, but it's a false opposition. And they work together, of course, to bring about the final outcome. The Jesuits conscripted Adam Weishaupt, which again was, who knows how many layers of secrecy he had. Protestant, quote unquote, yet professor of canon law, was a Jesuit, and created the Illuminati secret society from a family of crypto-Jews. Who knows how many layers there, but either way. They conscripted the Rothschilds at Rothschilds as an illicit banking arm to basically do all the money and transactions because they had a lot of money from their South American reductions, which we will talk about in the next section, or in the section on communism. So Napoleon, on top of that, was propped up as a messiah for the Jews because the Jews have always lusted after a physical redemption, and the Jesuits know that. The Jesuits are the psyop division of Satan's throne, folks. They know exactly how to tempt, how to use both desire and fear to manipulate people. And so the Jews, what is their greatest desire? Because they rejected the truth, they desire a counterfeit. They desire a fleshly, physical redemption. They've always desired that. And so they played to that desire with Napoleon being this, oh, he's showing them the light of nationalism again. Look at this, you can have a nation again. Isn't that seductive? Isn't that wonderful? Don't you want that? And so what happened was, after Napoleon was basically propped up and lit the spark of nationalism in the Jewish heart, you had for 50 years, at least, a lot of back and forth in Europe because some After Napoleon, some nations were like, well, okay, we'll be pro-Jewish. Those are good ideas. Some people say, no, we're taking those away. We're going back to the way things were. And there was a lot of dialectics. But what is the dialectic designed to? It's designed to frustrate the Jewish people and to get them to want to nationalize, that's what the Jesuits want. The Jews need to be a nation so that we can move to the next step of building a third temple and eventually converting the Jews through false signs and wonders. These people work on massive timescales, folks, which again is another proof that they're working by the power of Satan. Now notice when this was documented with Napoleon, that when he came and saw the Knights of Malta, they were basically enslaving the Jews and mistreating them, which is consistent with everything we've looked at with the Crusades, with bastard children, with the Children's Crusade. This is what the Catholics actually believe about the Jews, folks. Of course, today people are very liberal, but Catholicism and the Jews did not mix. They did not mix at all. And then they did mix as well. So there's this interweaving of these rabbinic ties, like with the Jesuits we looked at, but then at the same time you have this hatred for the Jewish people. So it's a very schizophrenic system. But it's because the Jesuits changed the eschatological landscape from historicism, look at history. What do you see when you see history? Oh, well, there's the man of sin. And we'll be looking at that quite a bit in the future. Next section. Prove to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. But if you don't have history as your guide, as a second witness, then you could be manipulated in any direction. So look to the future, it's all about the Jews. Look to the past, it's all about the Jews. Preterism and futurism. So he used all of these threads in various ways. Now, again, Satan is using these, he doesn't waste anything, folks, which is so profoundly evil. Satan initially used preterism and futurism to take your attention off of the historical timeline. Today, he's weaving those back into the Great Delusion. The preterist timeline, the preterist view, which is looking at the past, everything's about the Jews in the past, it doesn't have to concern us. Early writing date for Revelation, which is nonsense. That's preterism. That is used to justify Christian nationalism and religious nationalism, NAR. All of these people that believe, well, the best is yet to come, who deny the obvious testimony of Scripture and warnings that things are going to get worse and there's going to be delusion and people are going to marvel after the beast. All these people believe that everything that the Bible's warning about, oh, that doesn't concern us. That was in the past for the Jews, so now we're free. We're free to make society better and to bring about this golden age. Do you get the deception? So all of these people, NAR, Christian nationalism, Dominionists, Seven Mountain Mandate, all these people are preterists. Okay, they're not futurists, I can tell you that. So who knows, maybe they have different varying flavors of that, but they generally believe that everything's the past, doesn't have to do with us. Then you have the Christian Zionists on the other side, who are futurists, and they're very pro-Israel. And things are going to happen, and so now dispensationalism is getting exposed. Schofield, Darby, the Rapture, Irving, all of these people are getting exposed on mainstream. You see Catholic influencers like Candace Owens, who's the other one? I don't know if Nick Fuentes says anything about it, but you know, people all now are talking and exposing, like, what's his name? Tucker Carlson. All of these people are exposing to you the evils of dispensationalism. There's no rapture, guys. There's no, whatever. What's the other thing that they revive? Maybe they have a revival sense of Israel, but the idea is this. The idea is that they're going to convert the Jews. You see, the point with dispensationalism, the church is leaving. You're being raptured. You don't have to worry about it. The Jews have their own thing, and then they're going to figure it out. Well, that's being exposed now. So that lie is coming to an end. It's time to self-destruct so that people in the futurist camp, which were helping build Israel up with money, can now be migrated into the preterist camp, which is basically NAR, nationalism, and so on. So the devil is using both of these threads to come back to worshiping the beast. It's truly profound. It really is. And like I said, we talk about that in my Great Delusion series quite a bit. Either way, Napoleon was the first person to want to declare a state of Israel in the 1800s. You need to know that. Because if you realize that Napoleon, who is connected to the Jesuits and the Catholic Church, even though on face value they say, oh, Napoleon was against the Catholic Church. Absolutely not. He was a Jesuit puppet, and he knew exactly who his masters were. But the point is, if you understand that connection, which is before Moses Hess, before Theodor Herzl, then you can go beyond the Jewish lens, which the Jesuits and the Catholic Church uses to prop up as a proxy so that you can hate the Jews and say, oh, the Jews developed the Zionists all of their own. What? Tell me this. If you know your history, and if you know your history of the last 2,000 years, why on earth would the Jews suddenly want to develop a national identity? It makes zero sense. It really does. There's no catalyst for that to happen. Why? When the Jews are just dispersed, the Muslims controlled the Middle East, the Catholics controlled it for a little while. People hated the Jews. You're not going anywhere. Why would they suddenly, hey, let's be a nation again? Who's going to help us? Who's going to help you be a nation? There has to be a catalyst for that. But most people don't go beyond Moses Hess and Theodor Herzl to Napoleon. And of course, Napoleon is connected to the Jesuits, who are very invested in changing people's perceptions of Bible prophecy and end times. Of course, you also have the Rothschilds and their involvement too as the illicit banking arm. And so what do you get? Well, you get this cross-pollination of Catholicism and Judaism and the Jews. Two threads of the Synagogue of Satan being merged in many different ways throughout history. We looked at the Crusaders, how they got corrupted by the Kabbalah and Rabbinic Judaism, and they also created bastard half-children that they used for the Children's Crusade. We know the Kabbalah influenced a lot of secret societies, and so did the Crusaders. After they got disbanded, they infiltrated Freemasonry. They went to Spain. They created Alumbrados, which was the influence for Loyola and his Jesuits and so on. So they went in different directions. You have crypto-Jews then around after that, like in the 1400s, throughout the whole age, but especially having to do with what we just read and their influence in the Jesuits. You had the Jesuits and the Rothschilds basically marrying and doing business. Rothschilds are Jews, but really, they're Jesuits. We'll read a lot about that in just a second. And then you had Zionism and Israel, the false prophecy connection, basically using Zionism as a proxy for all this evil, putting a Jewish shield in front of the Catholic Church in many ways through Rothschild's red shield, and through the political schemes of the Zionist puppets, who are just papal puppets, so that people can hate the Jews and not realize who's actually pulling the strings. That's the point. So throughout the church age, these two threads, Rabbinic Judaism, the original counterfeit of the Levitical religion, and Catholicism, the second major counterfeit of the church, have been integrated many, many times by the devil. But remember, this is the thing to remember. The packaging, the way that this is going to manifest at the end, is counterfeit Christianity. It's not Zionism. It's not anything Jewish. It's not Muslim. The packaging of all of these Antichrist threads is going to be through Roman Catholicism. The Synagogue of Satan is a term that is both visible and invisible. Again, a synagogue is an institution. It's a physical institution that's supposedly supposed to be about God. Yet, it's of Satan, meaning it's evil. So there is a visible institution, i.e. the Roman Catholic Church. Behind it are many Antichrist threads of counterfeit faith being woven. Secret societies, crypto-Jews, Jesuits, people saying they're doing one thing, converts, all whatever form of flavor of counterfeit faith. There's only one type of genuine faith. Are you elect or not? If you're not elect, there is a wide spectrum, a wide road of flavors that you can be a counterfeit type of believer. Whether you are a counterfeit crypto-Jew, a secret society member saying you're a Christian, but then you're actually serving Satan with your friends at 33rd degree rituals, so on and so forth. It doesn't matter. The issue is counterfeit faith, as we keep outlining. Now, why are the Jews important to the beast? This is an important thing to understand. So take note. They're used as scapegoats for the dirty deeds that the beast has done through history, especially in the last 200 years, as proxies and puppets that control various political and financial realms that then can be basically pointed at and say, look, it's the Jews, they're controlling everything. Well, no, it's not. They're used as bankers to take attention off of the Vatican and Jesuit Templar banking system, which we'll look at in just a second. They're used to fulfill the false prophecy that the Jesuits created of the state of Israel, the third temple, and deceive Christians into believing the end times have been fulfilled and that the golden age is here. They're also used to fulfill the false prophecy for the Muslims. The Muslims believe that the Dajjal, the personal antichrist of the Muslims, is a Jewish Messiah. So do you see how all of this comes together? Where the Jews are expecting a Messiah, they're going to be given one. There's probably maybe that Yannicka Rav Shlomo guy, the rabbi that's doing miracles and so on. Who knows how that's going to play out? But the point is that will trigger the Muslims to believe that their end times prophecies, which are false prophecies, Islam is a false religion, they're going to believe that those prophecies are fulfilled, which, by the way, Tamim al-Dari, who developed those prophecies, was instrumental in developing them, used to be a Catholic. He was a Christian, quote-unquote, monk. Who knows what he was, if he was Manichaean, if he was what? There's Synagogue of Satan. Who knows what he was? Either way, these are false prophecies, but yet the devil's using them for his counterfeit. So again, it all comes together. So the Jews are very useful for that particular threat as well. The state of Israel is used to justify countless wars in the Middle East, keep the petrodollar strong, dialectics to have world peace. It's used to unify evangelicals under Christian nationalism. Dispensationalism accomplished a very important point for the beast in the last 100 years, especially from the 1900s to the 1980s, 1990s. That period of time was instrumental because dispensationalism basically gathered all of the conservative Christians into one theological camp. And then once that happened, you had the NAR start springing up in the 1990s. And NAR is the nationalistic, let's claim society for Christ type of idea, which has infiltrated dispensationalism, converted people to its cause, and now is exposing things like the rapture and so on to basically self-destruct dispensationalism. This is how it works, folks. Every lie has an expiration date. And once the lie in question expires, it's time for the next one. And if you don't see those transitions, it's hard to see where things are going. Also, you have first phase and second phase Zionism. The first phase obviously is, again, sucking Protestants dry of money because you had this idea that, God is doing this thing in Israel now. Now we have to send our money to Israel and support Israel because the Bible is being fulfilled. And so the beast basically destroyed Protestantism eschatologically and then is using Protestant money to support its ambitions and basically bring about this great delusion. Second phase Zionism, which is really right now, it's basically morphing traditional Christian Zionism into this idea that, we need to convert the Jews because there's no rapture, so that means we're here and the Jews have to have a revival. They don't, because there is no revival of the Jews. There are some Jews that will come to the gospel, but there's no revival of the Jews. That's a misunderstanding. And I have certainly a lot of videos on that. But the point is, second phase Zionism is really this NAR thing of charismatic quackery and dominionism, Seven Mountain Mandate, which is ultimately designed to bring the Protestants back to the mother church. See the point? First phase Zionism through dispensational ideas was designed to suck the Protestants dry, unify Protestants and conservative Protestants into one sheep pen, so that then that sheep pen could be led into the next sheep pen, which is more aggressive. You got to convert the Jews, and we have to nationalize Christianity. We got to get back to our religion. And this is the point. And so this has all been, of course, very useful. You also have Judas goats through the Messianic movement, which, of course, the Messianic movement was started in the 70s, 80s, along with all the charismatic stuff after Vatican II. It's just another delusion, because the Messianics are very peas in a pod with the NAR movement. I talk about this again in my Great Delusion series, but the Messianic movement is used as a shepherd to get the Jews on the fence to come over to this charismatic experience, to this new thing, guys. This is the new thing that's happening. Look, I'm a Jew just like you. And it's great over here. Come on over. The Messianic movement is the between the hardcore Jews and the NAR and everything else. That's the bridge. And of course, they created that bridge so that there's a community now that these sheep can go into this pen and then that pen. This is how they do things, folks. They make the pen, move the sheep in here, make the next pen, move the sheep in there. It's pen by pen by pen. And of course, the final outcome of the Jews for the beast will be to, once everybody's converted, once this new thing is here, and there's laws and legislations, and the culture is there, and there's influencers, and everybody's in agreement for the most part, and marveling after the beast, the final purpose of the Jews is going to be to accuse Sabbath-keeping Christians. Because if you don't have the mark, you will not be able to buy or sell. And of course, on top of that, I'm sure is going to be a lot of ridicule, accusations, maybe trials, maybe putting you in prison, maybe executing you, who knows. But either way, the point is there will be a precedent. Do you get it? As long as the Jews are not converted and they're just doing their own thing and not submissive to the papal power in the open, because the Jews at the top are papal puppets. But as long as the Jews as a people are not submissive to the papal power, Bible prophecy, real Bible prophecy, cannot be fulfilled. The world cannot marvel after the beast and take its mark if there's a group of people, millions of people, that say, oh, we're going to keep Saturday as the Sabbath. That's not going to work for the beast. So the people at the top who are people puppets, like George Soros, like Torquemada, like Diego, whatever his name was, like, all these people they're Jews, but they're just really doing the bidding of the beast for their own influence. You'll see Theodor Herzl as well. He wanted to convert. He would rather have been a Catholic. And he's the same thing for the Jewish people. So, what's the summation of all of these things, folks? The summation is if you understand all of these points of how the Jews are useful to the beast, and they're necessary for the beast, because it's one of the original Antichrist threads that the devil sowed. The Jews are central to the beast's plans to be worshipped. That is the relationship. The Jews are central to the beast's plans to be worshipped. So they're not going anywhere. And whenever you hear a Catholic apologist telling you that they're against the Jews, that's not true. And behind the scenes, the Jesuits are extremely active in integrating these two threads. And once they're integrated, oh yeah, all of those quotes from, 2000, the last 2,000 years about what they really think about the Jews, that's going to come on you. Serpent seed, denier of Christ, legalist, cult, all of that. Get ready to hear it. Get ready to hear it. Do you remember that one, I forget, was it Chrysostom? It said the souls of the Jews have demons in them. All of that's going to come to you because you're going to be the denier of Christ by resting on the Sabbath. We'll have plenty of great quotes to look at. Great as in, great documentation. They're actually very depressing and sad, but of the church accusing the papal documents that are like, if you basically follow the Sabbath, you're Antichrist. You have to know these things, folks, because this is what we're going to. This liberal paradise that you've lived in the generation that you've been alive in the last 200 years, since the French Revolution, where equality, liberty, fraternity, all that, this is just a ruse, folks. The beast doesn't care about equality. The beast doesn't care about your family. The beast doesn't care about you. The beast wants to be worshipped. So it's coming to an end, and therefore you need to know what was history like before this little experiment. What was history like before the mortal wound? Before it had to fake this mortal wound and then be, engage in information warfare and do other things and come back to basically convince people to be ruled over by the beast. What was history like? And if you know that history, then you can mentally prepare for what's coming and also help others as well. People think the Jews rule the world, but they don't. They really don't. They're not the ultimate rulers. The Jews are papal puppets, and they're being shepherded by their papal authorities, by the papal families, by the secret societies, by the Pope, by the Jesuits, the Jesuit general, and of course ultimately by Satan, who's the ultimate puppet master of all these people. And they're being guided by their own desires and lusts for power, for greed, for influence. The Jews at the top are traitors to their people, and they're secret society members. You have to remember that. Remember George Soros. He's a perfect example. George Soros, everybody says, he's a Jew, and then you blame all the other Jews because of George Soros. No. George Soros is a traitor. He was helping put Jews of his own kind in the trains. Now again, there's much to be said about what happened with the Holocaust, in quotation marks. But nevertheless, there were people put in prison and in concentration camps. And George Soros was the one helping them out in exchange for his own freedom. So that tells you everything. And when we read here about Theodor Herzl, that should also tell you everything. Now, I want to talk about the Rothschilds because obviously this is another important part in this conversation. Everyone today has probably heard about the Rothschilds to some degree. And of course, everybody thinks, Rothschilds this, Rothschilds that, the Jesuit or the Jewish conspiracy to rule the world. No, the Rothschilds, first off in German, Rothschild means red shield. Well, if you know your history, the people who had red shields were the Roman Empire. The Roman infantry, they had red shields. So why is that significant? Because the Rothschilds are the papal bankers, and they're the ones guarding the papal treasure. And if you can look in Jewish Encyclopedia, and we're going to type in papal. Make sure it's not PayPal, but papal. Papal states. Here we go. Come on, there it is, papal treasure. Something analogous occurred in England when the century-long competition of the Brings and the Rothschilds culminated in the failure of the former in 1893. By the way, remember I told you that Rothschilds took over England? This is why. They took over the money supply, and by the time the world wars happened, the Rothschilds were in complete control. Therefore, they could finally do their State of Israel thing that they wanted to with Napoleon. And the British Freemasons, couldn't stop them. because everybody was aligned now. Satan had integrated all his threads under one banner. Anyway, but in this case, the Rothschilds came to rescue of their rivals and prevented a universal financial catastrophe. It is a somewhat curious sequel to the attempt to set up a Catholic competitor to the Rothschilds that at the present time, and the latter are guardians of the papal treasure. This is in Jewish Encyclopedia. It's very easy to find. The Rothschilds are the guardians of the papal treasure. What does that tell you? That tells you that these two threads, as much as opposition seems on the outside, they're actually very interwoven. And you'll see more and more of that as we go along. This is a book called Perverting the Promised Land by Charles Wilcox, page 67 and 68. Let's see. I think we're going to read from here. However, the Vatican has been under the control of its largest all-male order, the Jesuits. The Jesuits were created in 1534 to serve as the Counter-Reformation, the arm of the church that would help to fight the Muslims and the Protestant reformers. However, they fought with espionage. The Jesuits were expelled from at least 83 countries and cities for subversion, espionage, treason, and other such things. Samuel Morse said that the Jesuits were the foot soldiers in the Holy Alliance, Europe and the Vatican, planned to destroy the United States, Congress of Vienna. We'll look at all about this when we get to the false prophet. Marquis Lafayette stated that the Jesuits were behind most of the wars in Europe and that they would be the ones to take liberty from the United States. It's just true. The head of the Jesuit order is Adolfo Nicolas, at the time of this writing, obviously. His title is Superior General of the Jesuits. The use of the rank general is because the Jesuits are, in reality, a military organization. Nicolas, as the Jesuit general, is the most powerful man in the world. He ultimately issues the commands that are administered by drones like Obama. The Jesuit general is nicknamed the Black Pope because he always wears black robes. Pope Francis I is thus the White Pope. Directly under the Jesuit general is Father James E. Grummer's Society of Jesus, one of the 5 Jesuit priests who serve as direct assistants to the Jesuit general. Grummer is his American assistant and controls the U.S. Jesuit Conference. He is the controller of every American Jesuit university and every American Jesuit provincial. The New York provincial has the most contact with Grummer as the top provincial. Under Grummer is the president of the U.S. Jesuit Conference, Father Thomas Schmolik, Society of Jesus, who was the Jesuit provincial of California during the reign of Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger. Schmolik was the power behind Arnold during those years. Schmolik is a key force behind the planned Sino-Soviet Muslim invasion, which the Jesuit order is planning to use to bring down the United States. He's also actively involved in the orchestration of the Chinese-Mexican invasion. Under Schmolik is Father David Cianchinimo, the Jesuit Provincial of New York. He is the top Jesuit Provincial in the United States, as the New York is the capital of the Jesuit order's power. That's why it was chosen as the staging area for 9/11. Here, Cianchinimo and the Jesuits beneath him control Wall Street, the New York Stock Exchange, the Federal Reserve Bank. Cianchinimo controls Archbishop Timothy Dolan, the most powerful Roman Catholic official in the United States, who is not a Jesuit. Cianchinimo is an occultist, as are many of the top Jesuits. Directly under Cianchinimo is Father Joseph McShane, Society of Jesus, who is president of Fordham University, the Jesuit College of New York, and the Jesuits' military stronghold there. It is through McShane that the Jesuits, led by Cianchinimo in New York, control Archbishop Timothy Dolan. He has become known as the penholder for Dolan. He wears a decorative necklace that features an equilateral triangle, a Masonic symbol of the risen Horus. Same symbol that Napoleon gave to the Jews in that little drawing. Under the control of these powerful Jesuits is Pope Francis I, and under him Pope Benedict the 16th? Yeah, 16th. Francis is the first is the Vicar of Christ, Horus, and the current Roman Papal Caesar. He represents Osiris in Babylonian Mystery School occult mythology, which by now you hopefully know. Below Pope Francis I is Timothy Dolan, the Archbishop of New York. Dolan is the American Pope and the Archbishop of the capital of the world. All of this will come into play later when we talk about how Satan's government works in the world. He leads the American branches of the Knights of Malta and the Knights of Columbus. He is likely an occultist and a controller of the American Freemasonry, the CFR, the ADL, B'nai B'rith, the Pentagon, and the intelligence community. Joseph O'Hare, Society of Jesus, is the President Emeritus of Fordham University and the man directly under Dolan. He is a Knight of Malta and has presided over CFR meetings as Dolan's operative. He's an advisor to David Rockefeller, Knight of Malta, Henry Kissinger, Knight of Malta. Kissinger is a Jew, by the way, at least on face value, and Mayor Michael Bloomberg of New York. He is thus the Jesuit who directly controls the city mayor. He is the also the Jesuit who controls the Rockefeller-Kissinger apparatus, of which the CFR is a key part. O'Hare is a devout Zionist who supports the State of Israel, which was created in 1948 by the United Nations, a creation of the Archbishop of New York's Council on Foreign Relations. It was the Archbishop Francis Spellman of New York who solicited votes in the UN for Israel. Spellman played a key role in Israel's founding. The founder of Zionism was Theodor Herzl, who had frequent meetings with the Pope and had once planned to lead the Jewish people in a mass conversion to Roman Catholicism. The true designers, financiers, and promoters of Zionism are the Rothschilds, who Encyclopedia Judaica describes as the guardians of the papal treasure. That's right, the Rothschilds are the banking agents of the papacy. The State of Israel is just the revived Latin kingdom of Jerusalem, and it's under the Vatican's thumb. Now, one more here on Theodor Herzl, so you can see for yourself. This is from Medium by Leon Rosselson, probably a Jewish man. Theodor Herzl, visionary or anti-Semite? What though does, let's see. I think I'll go from the beginning. Herzl is everywhere in Israel. It would be difficult to find a town without a street named after him. He's memorialized in the names of boulevards, parks, squares, a city, a forest, a sprinkling restaurants, a museum, and even a national cemetery, Mount Herzl. His portrait hangs in the plenum of the hall of the Knesset. His birthday, Herzl Day, is observed as a national holiday. This is to be expected, after all. Was he not the founder of the Zionist project and the Jewish state? What, though, does the average citizen know about Herzl? Not a lot, I suspect. Did they know he was reprimanded by his rabbi in Vienna for celebrating Christmas with a Christmas tree? Do they know he refused to have his son Hans circumcised? This is his first solution to the Jewish problem was a mass conversion of Austrian Jews to Catholicism. Quote, "It should be done on a Sunday in St. Stephen's Cathedral in the middle of the day with music, pride, and publicly," he wrote. And we can check that citation here. This is from nkusa.org. This is on the fourth page of his diary. It says, "A way to solve the problem of anti-Semitism was to speak to the head of priests of Vienna to get an appointment with the Pope to make a mass conversion of all the Jews of Austria to Catholicism. It should be done on a Sunday in the middle of the day with music and pride and publicly. We are the last generation that held to the faith of our forefathers. The conversion would be in St. Stephen's Cathedral." So when I tell you that Theodor Herzl promised a conversion of the Jews and wanted to convert the Jews and was a Synagogue of Satan counterfeit believer, saying one thing and doing another, and the popes on the forefront say, no, we deny this Zionist state. We have nothing to do with it because you rejected Christ. And the Jesuits have been fomenting Zionism since Napoleon. Something fishy's going on here, don't you think? I think so. I wonder if there's more in this article that I had highlighted. Yes. Herzl was born in Budapest in 1860. His parents were secular, assimilated German-speaking Jews, and he himself admired German culture, philosophy, art, literature as the acme of Western civilization. As a student at Vienna University, he joined the German nationalist fraternity, Albia, whose motto was honor, freedom, fatherland, though he did later resign in protest at the anti-Semitism that he encountered. Like many educated German-speaking Jews, he had nothing but a contempt for the mass religious, Torah-abiding, Yiddish-speaking, shtetl-dwelling Eastern European Jews. There is nothing in his writings to suggest that he had any great attachment to Judaism or much interest in or knowledge of Judaic teaching. And this was his dilemma. He was educated, cultured, rational, an admirer of Germany's enlightened civilization, a modern citizen of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in all respects except one. He was a Jew, the other. And even though his Jewishness meant little to him, he could not divest himself of this label and so could not be fully accepted. No wonder he found the idea of converting to, this should say Catholicism, not Christianity, so appealing. So, Synagogue of Satan. This is a little more here. It says this is his book, Der Judenstaat, the Jewish state. It might more accurately be translated as the state of the Jews, because there's almost nothing that is specifically Jewish about Herzl's vision. Much of the book is concerned with the practical arrangements for transferring Jews to the Jewish state. Those who remain behind, he argues, will soon disappear altogether, and for setting up the structures, physical and legal, constitutional, of the new state. He envisages a state that more or less replicates the advanced class-based capitalist societies of Europe. I think a democratic monarchy and an aristocratic republic are the finest forms of a state, he said. But the Jewish state will be an improvement because we shall learn from the historic mistakes of others, for we are a modern nation and wish to be the most modern in the world. Sure. And of course, The Jews lapped it up because of all the frustrations in Europe at the time. And what happened? Well, the conclusion was that Theodor Herzl is not who people think he is. Not even who the Jews believe he is. He's the quote-unquote father of Zionism, but he actually saw an advantage to converting to Catholicism. Do you understand that, like, how these two things are married? These two threads of the Synagogue of Satan? Very, very interesting. The mark of the beast warns you that there's going to be people that either take it on the hand or on the head. Of course, the hand refers to people who do this thing without actually believing it. They're just doing it for the benefits, for the comforts, for not being persecuted, and so on. And that's been throughout history. That's been throughout history where people have been false converts in avoiding strife and sanctions and so on, just to be part of society. So the mark of the beast is warning you that there are going to be people, probably many of them, who are going to engage in a particular action without necessarily believing it. But nevertheless, they choose to act and to disobey God and to worship the devil inadvertently or indirectly even by participating in this system. Conversos, crypto-Jews, religious people, secret societies, people who say one thing and they're doing another, they're all part of the Synagogue of Satan. Are you seeing it now? Are you seeing the spiritual thing behind all of these manifestations? It's like my hand. I have a palm and they have 5 fingers. There's rabbinic Judaism, there's paganism, there's Catholicism, there's all of these things that come out of my palm, right? But really the palm, that's the Synagogue of Satan. It's the thing that is the source, the spiritual source of counterfeit faith. That all these threads, and of course all these threads need to be integrated into one again because Satan has chosen to give his power to the Catholic Church. So people who will take the mark and do it on their hand will be part of the Synagogue of Satan. People who will be deceived into the delusion of the coming thing and believe that it's good and take the mark on their head because they believe in it, they'll also be part of the Synagogue of Satan. People who are leading people into that deception, who are like Theodor Herzl, or Bibi Netanyahu, or George Soros, or all of these people who are saying they're Jews, but actually they don't care really about the Jewish people. They just care about the material outcome. Those people are part of the Synagogue of Satan. Theodor Herzl is one example of many, many people who are top-level Jewish power structure people, but they're actually traitors to their own people. They could care less about the actual Jews. So, you have to know your history. Another example is like all the Bolshevik Jews were Freemasons. We'll read about Bolsheviks in the communist section. But these people are counterfeits. They're saying they're Jews, i.e. people of God, right? People who should be worshiping God. But in fact, they're Freemasons, occultists and so on. They're willing to sell out for material rewards and comforts and power and influence. And this is exactly what's happening with Jews today. Zionism is being exposed and dispensationalism is morphing into the NAR. These things are coming to an end. Meanwhile, you have Trump playing both sides. He's playing the Zionists and the militant Catholics who want to go back to the good old days. Something's got to budge. Do you get it? And I'll tell you what, it's not the Catholic Church that's going to budge. The Jews are going to be the ones that are being led astray. Napoleon, if you understand Napoleon, Hitler, then you can understand Trump. Trump is the final iteration of this false messiah for the Jews. And the Jews are totally going for it, especially with this assassination attempt. The Jews think he's chosen by God because the bullet pierced his right ear and so on. And, the B'nai B'rith and the Shabbat, everybody's around him. Oh, he loves Israel, this. But he's really just a Pied Piper. He's a Judas goat to lead the Jews to their material salvation, where there's going to be peace. And then the lower level Jews, the average Jew in Israel, is going to succumb to a charismatic revolution. Whereas the top Jews will get the reward of influence. Whatever, we have to be Catholic now? Sure, that's fine. Doesn't matter, I'm Catholic, sure. But they're secret society members. Do you understand how this works? The Jews at the bottom are not the Jews at the top. So don't confuse the two. The Jews at the top are traitors, and they're papal puppets. So when the Jews come to see the light of Sunday, of a charismatic awakening, of the Eucharist, all these things that are going to happen, there'll be no more excuse for the Sabbath keepers. And that is the reason why all of these things are intertwined. Judaism and Zionism is intertwined with Catholicism. Inevitably. And it will be integrated into Catholicism in the many ways that I just described to you. They're both part of the Synagogue of Satan. Satan will have his synagogue. And all of the threads that were part of it, all these counterfeit believers, are going to be threaded into that synagogue. And that synagogue looks like the woman riding the beast, the mystery religion of the ages manifesting as a counterfeit bride of Christ, the mother of harlots. Now, let's read something a little bit more about the Jesuits and the Rothschilds. Continue reading. Yes, this is from geopolitics.co. And the title is The Rothschilds Are Jesuits. A lot of good stuff to read in here. And these are all cited. This one's from Vatican Assassins by Eric Phelps. If you are not an American, you will understand why your country is on its present course, as it too is controlled by the Jesuit general through his select Jesuits, Knights of Malta, Shriner, Freemasons, the Knights of Columbus, and the Illuminati's Masonic, Kabbalistic, Labor, Zionist, Sabbatian, Frankist, named after the Black Popes, baptized Jacob Frank, Jewish House of Rothschild. For the order controlled the infamous House of Rothschild since no later than the French Revolution and Napoleonic Wars, after which Jesuit-led crusade the Rothschild family was surnamed the Guardians of the Vatican Treasury. That's true. We looked it up in the Jewish Encyclopedia. This is from, we'll find out. The Treaty of Paris of 1763 designated King George III Arch-Treasurer and Prince-Elector of the Holy Roman Empire. And according to the Encyclopedia Judaica, the Rothschilds bear the title Guardians of the Papal Treasury. The Vatican Treasury, of course, holds the imperial wealth of Rome. Imperial wealth grows in proportion to its victories in war, as the Jesuit empowerment, regimi militans, regimini militantis, ecclesia implies the church at war is more necessary than the church at peace. According to H. Russell Robinson's Illustrated Armor of Imperial Rome, Caesarian soldiers protect themselves in battle with shields painted red. Since the soldiery is the state's most valuable resource, the Council of Trent admitted this in preferring the Jesuits to all other religious orders. It is easy to understand why the red shield was identified with the very life of the church. Hence, the appropriateness of the name Rothschild, German for red shield. The appointment of the Rothschild gave the Black Papacy absolute financial privacy and secrecy. Who would ever search a family of Orthodox Jews for the key to the wealth of the Roman Catholic Church? I believe this appointment explains why the House of Rothschild is famous for helping nations go to war. It is fascinating that, as Meyer Rothschild's sons grew into the family business, the firm took on the title Meyer Amschel Rothschild und Sohn, which gives us the notaricon, or the acronym MARS. Isn't Mars the Roman god of war, whose heavenly manifestation is the red planet? There is a powerful Kabbalah here, and there's hardly an acre of inhabitable earth that hasn't been affected by it in some way. That's Tupper Saucy, Rulers of Evil, page 160. International finance and banking are not primarily Jewish. Many of the most powerful banking interests in the world are run by Gentiles. One of the most powerful forces in international banking is the Knights of Malta, a Roman Catholic military order controlled by the Jesuit Superior General. Sadly, even a certain segment of the alternative media helps to propagate the lie that the Jews run the international banking world. Interestingly, one of the titles of the Rothschild banking dynasty is Guardians of the Vatican Treasury. The Jews as a people have been used for centuries as a scapegoat by these international banksters and their secret societies, such as the Jesuit-controlled Knights of Malta. To label the Jews as running banking, Hollywood, etc. is to throw out the proverbial red herring designed to throw us off the scent of the real controllers. Daryl Eberhardt, editor of Tackling the Tough Topics. The Jesuit general has been the most powerful man in the world since Pius VII restored the order of the company in 1814. 1814, not 1812. Because of the order's suppression by the Pope in 1773, the Jesuits began the Bavarian Illuminati with one of their soldiers, Adam Weishaupt, who, remember, had all sorts of layers of counterfeit faith. The Illuminati absorbed the Jewish house of Rothschild, creating a colossus of wealth around the world, subject to the Jesuit general. With this financial arm in place, the Jesuits then made war on the Vatican, including the Pope, the Roman Catholic monarchs of Europe, and the Order of the Dominicans. The Inquisition and the Crusade was called the French Revolution and Napoleonic Wars. For 25 years, the Jesuits' generals, Masonic agents, particularly in person of the Napoleon Bonaparte, conducted the war. Yeah, remember, Napoleon had his little hand in his, his cloak all the time. That's a Masonic symbol, folks. Bonaparte also punished the Knights of Malta, driving them from their island home to Russia. Eric von Phelps, Vatican Assassins. Also from Vatican Assassins, the Jesuits, now formally suppressed by the Pope, were allied with the Frederick the Great of Prussia and Catherine II of Russia. The Jesuit general was in control of the Scottish Rite Freemasonry and now sought an alliance with the Masonic Berean of the House of Rothschild. To accomplish this, he chose a Jesuit who was a German Gentile, not a Jew, by race, and a Freemason by association, Adam Weishaupt. The Rothschilds were Jesuits who used their Jewish background as a faux, smokescreen, I'm guessing, to cover their sinister activities. The Jesuits, working through the Rothschild and financier Nicholas Biddle, sought to gain control of the banking system of the United States. We'll look at Nicholas Biddle when we get to the false prophet section in this presentation. The Jesuits used Biddle and Rothschild to gain the upper hand in American banking because they knew they could then control the people and effectively rewrite the Constitution according to the papal law. Jackson was trying to stop them. We have already seen that the Rothschilds were the banking agents for the papacy's church. These three financial families, the Rothschilds, the Morgans, the Rockefellers, all do the bidding of the Jesuit order because of the Jesuit infiltration in their organizations. They do whatever is necessary to destroy constitutional liberty in America and to bring the Pope to world dominion. As we look back over the 20th century, we see how successful the Jesuits have been. They have continued to squander the wealth of America and continually attack its great constitution and civil liberties. Daily, the power of the Pope in the Vatican City increases. One day they will achieve total power again. Because the Bible tells you. That's Bill Hughes, The Secret Terrorists, which is another book we'll be looking at quite a bit for America's history. Seldom is it mentioned that the Rothschilds, along with other Western bankers and industrialists, financed the rise of Hitler as a bulwark against the Soviets. The ultra-right wing falsely describes the Rothschilds as Jewish bankers, when in fact the Rothschilds are interwoven with the Catholic Church, and jointly with the traditional mafia and the American CIA interlocked with the Vatican Bank, which was pro-Nazi. All peas in a pod. Synagogue of Satan. Are you getting it? That's by Sherman Skolnick, the Rockefellers, and the Rothschilds. This one's by Salvador de Madariaga, Spanish statesman, 1820. The Jesuits are driven to cooperate with the other two international brotherhoods, the Freemasons and the Jews, Rothschilds, Illuminati, in the destruction of the Spanish Empire. Satan had many threads, and again, because the Bible tells you he gave his throne and power and great authority to the man of sin, all of these threads now have to be woven together into one synagogue. There's lots of divisions of the Synagogue of Satan. We need one synagogue, folks, because the man of sin needs to be worshipped. And the mark of the man of sin, the mark of the beast, needs to be enforced on the world. So it's time to play nice. It's time to integrate the Jews, the Illuminati, the Freemasons, everybody else, the pagans, and so on, the mystery schools. During the order's suppression from 1773 to 1814 by Pope Clement XIV, General Ritchie, the general of the Society of Jesus, created the Order of the Illuminati with his soldier Adam Weishaupt, uniting the House of Rothschild with the Society of Jesus. That's by G.B. Nicolini, History of the Jesuits, Their Origin, Progress, Doctrines, and Designs in 1889. And I think there's a few more. Let's see. Weishaupt and his fellow Jesuits cut off the income of the Vatican by launching and leading the French Revolution, by directing Napoleon's conquest of Catholic Europe, as the order would do with Hitler, by the revolt against the Church, led by such priests as Father Hidalgo in Mexico and Latin America, by eventually having Napoleon throw Pope Pius VII in jail at Avignon until he agreed, as the price for his release, to reestablish the Jesuit order. The Jesuit war on the Vatican was terminated by the Congress of Vienna and by the secret 1822 Treaty of Verona. Ever since, the Rothschilds have been the fiscal agents of the Vatican. The Jews did not take control of the Vatican, folks. The Jews, the Rothschilds, are just Jesuit puppets. They're all secret society puppets that have married together for a common outcome. That's by Emanuel Josephson, Jewish-American physician and historian. You'll also find an ex-British intelligence officer, Dr. John Coleman, expose how the Rothschilds and even the Rockefellers' wealth simply doesn't come close to some of the members of the Committee of 300, which is controlled by the Order of the Garter, Pilgrim Society, and all inner corps of the Sovereign Military Order of the Knights of Malta. The Jews were brought into positions of power within banking back in 1066 by the Norman Anglo-Saxon monarchs. For this, they accepted being controlled. Remember that the law of banking is known as International Maritime Admiralty Law. This maritime law was based on Vatican canon law. All the war banks, known as the central banks, get controlled by the Military Order of Malta, controlled Switzerland. The Federal Reserve pays the Bank of England, which finally ends up in the Swiss Bank of International Settlements. All you need to do is to study the Military Order of Malta and its members, then look at who's who in banking. Craig Oxley. Suspicious decorations and obedience. Early in the 19th century, the Pope approached the Rothschild to borrow money. The Rothschilds were very friendly with the Pope, causing one journalist to sarcastically say, quote, "Rothschild has kissed the hand of the Pope. Order has at last been reestablished." That's right, there is an order to Satan's empire because there has to be an obvious expression that people can give their attention to. And that expression is the man of sin. Therefore, everybody has to fall in line regardless of their positions. That's by Derek Wilson from Rothschild, The Wealth and Power of Dynasty. Karl Mayr, Rothschild, even granted Pope Gregory the 16th cash injections and was received on January the 10th, 1832 in audience. The kiss on the hand allowed the Order of St. George awarded. So they have, flirtations and power and influence. That's right, you submit to me, I'll give you power and influence, and everybody plays nice. Of course, there's this famous quote by Nathan Rothschild says, "I care not what puppet is placed upon the throne of England to rule the empire in which the sun never sets. The man who controls Britain's money supply controls the British Empire, and I control the British money supply." And of course, that's why they were able to do their thing after Napoleon. By the time the 1900s came along, the Rothschilds had controlled England, and so they could basically pull off what they did with the, Balfour Agreement and so on. So, very interesting. Here's a couple more interesting things. This is David de René de Rothschild. Rothschild, born December 1942, is a French banker and a member of the French branch of the Rothschild family. Since 2018, he is supervisory board of Rothschild & Co., yada, 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 super wealthy, lots of money. Spouse, Princess Olympia Anna Aldobrandini. If you know who that is, Aldobrandini is just like Fornese and Borgia and Orsini and all these papal families of Roman nobility. Personal life, 1974, David de Rothschild married the Italian Princess Olympia Anna Aldobrandini in Rue Calvados. Yves Saint Laurent designed the bride's dress. They have 4 children. So they have physical marriages as well between the papal families of Rome and the Rothschilds. So they are very much well together. The Aldobrandini family is an Italian noble family originally from Florence, where in the Middle Ages they held the most important municipal offices. Now the Aldobrandini are resident in Rome with close ties to the Vatican. This is extremely whitewashed, but you can understand what it's about. So, conclusion. Like George Carlin famously said, it's all one big club, and you, my friend, are, thank God, not a part of it. The Jews have been papal puppets for a long time, but Catholicism sees the Jews as second tier. They appealed to their greed for power, money, influence, positions, and eventually to their desire for nationalism, to manipulate them in a particular direction, which of course is coming up. It's coming up. It's right around the corner. The top-level Jews who were pulling the strings were bought and influenced through secret societies, through positions of power, through rewards, flatteries, the things that all the devil uses all the time. The world, your flesh, and of course his own spiritual power to deceive you. The beast will just use the Jews in the end, both tiers. Whether you're the top tier being a puppet and pulling the strings, you're going to be used either way because you're deceived by the devil at that point. Or whether you're just an average Jew and you have no clue of what's actually going on because you don't know your history like this. You don't know that you've been deceived by rabbinic Judaism. You don't know that, atheism is not the way to go. You don't know that Zionism is not the way to go. You're just sitting there in Israel doing your thing and living your life, and suddenly there's peace, and suddenly there's a charismatic revival. Oh, I guess I'll go do this thing now. Oh, I guess we got to rest on Sunday. The law says that. And everybody's doing it, and you have no context for what just happened. So the bottom tier Jews are going to be deceived, and the top tier Jews are already deceived. Either way, the beast is going to get what it wants. So the Synagogue of Satan is not just the Jews. It's not. The end is not a Zionist system with Noahide laws, and the Rothschilds are not controlling the world. The end is what the Bible says. The world will marvel after the beast, the papal beast. And it's going to take its mark through a representative government that will resurrect the old system, the image of the beast, which of course we'll talk about with the false prophet and everything else. But the image of the beast is an image. It's a representation of what the beast used to be, which is what? A sovereign spiritual and political authority over a bunch of nation states. That's going to be throughout the world. It's going to start in the United States. It's going to be exported throughout the world. Everybody's going to swing to the right. Nationalism, religion, back to good old family values, resting on Sunday, and pretty soon the whole world will marvel after the beast. When it says the word mark in the Bible, like mark of the beast, the word there is charagma, which is where we get the word character from. Very important that you understand that when you take the mark upon yourself, it's not a physical mark. Yes, it will be enforced probably with AI, with all sorts of tools, I'm sure. Absolutely. Why do you think they're doing all this digital stuff? We'll look at the things happening in current events at the end of this presentation. But nevertheless, you're taking the character of rebellion upon yourself. You're acknowledging Satan as your provider, your redeemer, and your creator. Why? Because the Sabbath, when you rest, is what ties you to God as the creator, the provider, the redeemer. The reason you rest on the seventh day, says God, is because I created the world in 6 days and I rested on the seventh. Therefore, when you do what I do, you are aligning yourself to me, acknowledging that I'm the creator, resting from your works and trusting that I'll provide for you and that I've redeemed you. Of course, in Jesus Christ, we have a full picture of what that Sabbath means. So the Sabbath is a very unique commandment. It's not legalism, folks. It's a delight. Get familiar with it. Get edified with it. It is a physical expression of the plan of the salvation. And when we participate in that plan physically, we are connecting to the eternal state every week. That is the gift that God has given you. Until Jesus returns, you have a sample, a little taste, every seventh day. Now, guess what? The devil knows that. He knows the truth. So he's going to create a system where you are going to do the counterfeit thing. You're going to rest and acknowledge him as the provider, the creator, the redeemer, the provider of your goods and services, because if you don't, then you get kicked out. The creator of this new world order that you get to be part of. The redeemer that saves you from being persecuted like those pesky legalists and those serpent seed Sabbath keepers that are just rejecting Christ and going the way of the wind. So you have to understand the truth about this thing. And of course, the Sabbath is going to be the test of our generation. How will the Jews serve the beast? Well, again, the top level ones are going to betray their people with power and influence. They're going to cooperate to basically set the stage for a charismatic revival in the Middle East, to create dialectics, which will lead to dialectics for peace, and so on and so forth, which of course will create the foundation to convert all of these Muslims and Jews. The extremists, like the Zionists and the Jihadis, they're getting eliminated through conflicts. These are staged conflicts. I'm not saying they're not real because people are getting killed. Gaza, what's happened in Gaza is absolutely horrible. But it's been staged on purpose to get this dialectic going that is going to create more and more conflict, exposing Zionism. Jihadis are getting destroyed. And of course, the extremists go to the wayside. The more moderate people who are open to being basically manipulated are going to be converted. The Jews who resist, who are left, are going to set a precedent to accuse people like you and me. Now, a couple more things here, which are very interesting. There's still more yet to talk about. I want to go back to the Templars, and I want to see their connections to the Jews. There's more to discuss about it, and their cross-pollination, not just from them coming to the Crusades and getting infected with Kabbalah mysticism and the mystery schools and bringing it back and starting secret societies as a result of that. There's more to the story. There's more to the story. This is from ancientorigins.net. And it says, the origins of the Knights Templar, descendants of Jewish elders. And let's see, did I highlight something? I highlighted something here. I know I did. And let's see if I can find it somewhere, but maybe not. Okay, and we're back. Gosh, that was annoying. This thing was not loading, and then it cleared all my highlights again, so I had to highlight it. So here we are. This is the origins of the Knights Templar, descendants of Jewish elders. The Knights Templar initially arrived in the Holy Land on a mission to reclaim some treasure that they believed was rightfully theirs. According to the modern Templar historians Tim Wallace Murphy and Christopher Knight, the knights who banded together as the Knights Templar were part of a wave of European royalty descended from Jewish elders that had fled the Holy Land around 70 AD when it was invaded by the Romans. The plot thickens. Knights Templar beginnings and the Rex Deus families. Before leaving their homeland, these elders had hidden their temple treasures and priceless Essene and Kabbalistic scrolls in strategic regions of the Holy Land so that the Roman invaders, Titus, could not plunder them as the spoils of war. The Jewish elders then immigrated to Europe. There, many of them married into the continent's noble families. Of these elders, 24 would become the patriarchs of a group of European families known by the sobriquet of Rex Deus or star families. For hundreds of years, the secret locations of the Jewish treasures filtered down through the families of the elders until the First Crusade, when knighted members of the Rex Deus joined the procession of holy warriors, traveling east with the dual goal of defeating the Muslims and recovering their family treasure. The original 9 knights, Templar, were either born into or related to the Rex Deus families, as was Geoffrey de Bouillon, the French general who led them against the Saracens during the First Crusade. His cousin, King Baldwin II of Jerusalem, assisted the Templars in retrieving the treasure and by donating the Al-Aqsa Mosque for their use. Treasures from the Holy Land to Scotland. Traces of the Templars' ensuing excavations were later discovered in the 1800s by a detachment from the Royal Engineers of Great Britain and are now in the possession of the family of the late Knight Templar archivist of Scotland, Robert Bryden. Apparently, the Jewish elders had stashed much of their treasures under Solomon's stables because it was there that the Templars spent most of their time excavating. After 9 years of digging, the original 9 knights had accumulated enough treasure and documents to fill 4 large trunks. When their patron, King Baldwin II, suddenly took ill and died, the knights took their 4 cases into Europe, stopping briefly at St. Omer in Flanders to have one of the documents copied and then replaced by cleric Lambert de Saint-Omer. Called the Heavenly Jerusalem, the copied document is now stored in the library of the University of Ghent in Belgium. After a special ceremony with Pope Honorius III at the Council of Troyes in 1128, making their organization official in the eyes of the Church, 2 of the knights, Hugues de Payenne and André de Montbard, carried their 4 cases of treasures to Kilwinning, Scotland, the location of the Mother Grand Lodge of Freemasonry. That one you've heard about already. How Rosslyn Chapel and the 4 large cases fit into the Knights Templar history. The trunks resided there for many years before eventually being moved to Sinclair's Castle in Roslyn near Edinburgh. The Sinclairs were one of the Rex Deus or star families whose destinies had, according to one legend, become forever entwined with the Knights Templar when their ancestress, Catherine de St. Clair, married Hugues de Payenne a decade or so before he took the vows of a monk in 1128. It is because of the Sinclair Templar bond that much of the Knights Templar treasures, including the prodigious wealth that landed in Scotland after the Templar escaped from France in 1307, ended up in the coffers of the Sinclair clan. The more you know. The Sinclair Earls of Roslyn kept the 4 cases of Templar treasures safe in their castle until a fire unexpectedly broke out and they were forced to remove them from the collapsing edifice. The calamitous event apparently had a silver lining. However, because legend has it that soon after the fire, construction on a nearby Roslyn Chapel began in earnest. Soon after the fire, the construction began. Thus, the safekeeping of the 4 boxes may have been the original purpose for the construction of the Roslyn Chapel. Recent confirmation for the survival of the 4 cases in Roslyn has come through ground scans in the chapel taken over the past 20 years, which reveal a vault in the crypt containing 4 large boxes. This vault is located directly under the keystone and within the most energetically protected part of the chapel. If Roslyn Chapel was built as a copy of Solomon's Temple or Herod's later temple, as many believe, then this region of the chapel would correspond to the inner sanctum of the Holy of Holies. Researcher Christopher Knight contends that Roslyn Chapel is a model of Herod's temple, which is why it contains a so-called unfinished outer wall. These people are obsessed with the physical things, to do worship of God their own way, folks. When God has revealed himself that the real temple is Jesus Christ, and participating in that temple spiritually is what with the intended plan for mankind. And these people cling to the physical and these physical things and these rituals and these rites with their own way of doing it. This is the Synagogue of Satan. Knight asserts that this wall was added intentionally to give the chapel the appearance of the ruins of Herod's temple, as it looked when the Templars excavated under it. If this is true, then Roslyn Chapel was built to duplicate Herod's temple so that the Knights' Jewish treasure would be symbolically returned to a version of its original hiding place in the Holy Land. And I think that's it. So there's that. There's a couple more that I want to go through. Jews and the Knights Templar, a complex relationship. This is from thetemplarknight.com. Let's read. Thousands of Jewish people around the world are taking up an invitation from the Portuguese government to return to Portugal. Their ancestors were forced out of the country by the Inquisition from the 15th century onwards, and it seems a good moment to look back at the relationship between Portuguese Jews and the Knights Templar in Portugal. I'm half Portuguese. There's a joke in my family. We're either Jews or Templars. Har, har, har. So funny, and it's so true. It sounds better in Portuguese, but basically the region of Portugal where my family came from, Trás-os-Montes, in the northeast, was an area that historically saw both Templar activity and Jewish Sephardic families fleeing persecution. Some of the customs and diet in that part of the world still bear the hallmark of the Jewish influence, as does one of the local dialects, which some argue has traces of Hebrew. There's even a story in Portugal that Jewish families in Trás-os-Montes developed a sausage called alheira, which they chomped on when the Inquisition rode by in the hope that they'd think it was pork. Every Christian family had pork sausages hanging up through the winter, smoked meat that kept going through cold months. A Jewish family would have been very conspicuous to the authorities if it was sausage-less, hence the alheira, saying one thing, but actually another. From Templar tolerance to the Inquisition. The place in Portugal that most evokes the Knights Templar is the city of Tomar. It's basically Templar town. Up on the hill is a 12th century Templar tower called the Charola, surrounded by a later convent occupied by the Order of Christ, the successor to the Templars, which we looked at, the military Order of Christ. All these leapfrog organizations, they're just the same thing being repackaged, folks. Down below in the valley near the river Nabal is a small house you'd easily walk straight by. But pause and enter, and there is a medieval synagogue. It's now a museum, but was once a functioning place of worship. I've visited several times, and there's a very nice lady who shows you around and then details the sad history of the place. For centuries, the Jewish families of Tomar worshipped there and enjoyed the protection of the local Knights Templar, who has basically dominated Tomar. So the Knights Templar protected the Jews from worshipping, and the Knights Templar, it seems that there might have been at least some of them that were ethnically connected to the original rabbinic Jews that left the persecutions after 70 AD. So really interesting. But then came the Inquisition, a horrible twist of fate. The synagogue became a prison for those Jewish families. By then, the Templars had been crushed and the last Grand Master burnt at the stake. Appallingly, the same fate now befell some of the imprisoned Jews, executed as heretics. This was the new intolerance of the 16th and 17th centuries, which saw Spain and Portugal expel their remaining Jews and Muslims, which, really quick reminder, Torquemada, which was the first inquisitor, was a crypto-Jew. If they wanted to stay, they had to convert to becoming new Christians, though that was no guarantee of safety, as even converts ended up falling foul of the relentless Inquisition. Basis for Templar-Jewish good relations. There's a lot of commentary online about the Templars being tolerant of and even protecting Jewish people. Why would this be the case? One argument is that the Knights Templar were forever in the business of raising funds for their crusades in the Holy Land. To do this, they operated medieval agribusiness all over Europe, and being commercially minded, they just had to scratch my eye here really quick. They had no wish to antagonize Jewish people. For their part, the Jews were subject to all manner of prohibitions, and one area they took to operating in was money lending. At this time, Christians weren't allowed to earn interest on capital, something many Muslims still object to today. Interestingly, two of the most powerful Jewish moneylenders in the Middle Ages in England were women. One gave considerable financial support to the king to build Westminster Abbey. Clearly, the hope of currying favor was a factor, but so was just doing good business. Aaron, a Jewish man living in the English city of Lincoln, was one of the biggest moneylenders of the 12th century. King Henry II, father of Richard the Lionheart, is estimated to have owed him 616 pounds and some large amount of money. When he died, the monarchy seized all his assets, and this came to somewhere around 15,000 pounds, a vast amount in the Middle Ages. That is a vast amount. So could it be that the Knights Templar, who operated an early system of banking with cashable checks, and the Jewish communities had down-to-earth and mutual appreciation of their respective commercial activities? I wonder. You can be the decider of that. There's a few more that we need to look at. This is a book called The Knights of the Red Shield. Let's see what it's about. Unlock the secrets of one of the most powerful and enigmatic families in history. From their origins in 18th century Germany to their rise as Europe's leading financiers, the Rothschilds have cast a long shadow over their world affairs. This book explores the fascinating history and legacy from their charitable works and political influence to the myths and conspiracy theories that surround them. Whether you are a history buff or a finance enthusiast, a curious reader, this book is sure to captivate and intrigue you. And I believe it's written by the Rothschild family. You can see it's by the Rothschild family. And what do they call themselves in a book that they're trying to present themselves in a good light to the world? What do they call themselves? The Knights of the Red Shield. There are no such thing as Jewish knights, my friends. There's no such thing. Knights are Catholic because they're part of the Catholic Empire. They defend the Pope. There's a kingdom. There was never a Jewish kingdom. There's now an artificial Jewish kingdom through the state of Israel. But Knights of the Red Shield. And of course, the Red Shield is something that they're admitting to you. And we know who the Red Shield was worn by, which was the Romans, the Roman system. This is another one where the Templar Knights, the Templar Knight, yes, the Templar Knights. We'll read the other one in just a second. This is where the Templars, the first bankers in world history. A couple more things to look at here. Two things are often asserted about the Templars and their wealth. Firstly, that they possess massive amounts of treasure, and some of which may have been discovered in Jerusalem. Details are never very specific, but it's deemed to be a combination of money, land, and of course, sacred relics like the Ark of the Covenant, which is of incalculable value. Secondly, that they operated as bankers, taking deposits from pilgrims, knights, and nobles who could then draw in their money at any Templar house from London to Jerusalem. This meant that the wealthy didn't have to drag their loot behind them in caskets with the risk of robbery on the way to their destination. Templars as bankers. I'm going to focus on the second type of wealth for this post. As the Templars emerged, they would have known about how money lenders operated, many of them in the Jewish communities. Jews were often barred from other professions, and Christians were not allowed to charge interest, so this encouraged Jews into the money-lending practice, which made them quite unpopular on occasion. They weren't the only people handling large amounts of money and gold and bullion. This is what you need to remember. All the people who like to expose the Jews as the interest elite lenders and the people who subjugated countries with banks, well, they weren't the only ones. They weren't the main ones either. The church innkeepers and goldsmiths would also have stored a great deal of money. When Edward I of England seized private deposits in 1294, he took down the monasteries first. The notorious King Philip of France, nemesis of the Templars, had already fleeced the monks, Jews, and merchants before his greedy gaze shifted to the Knights Templar. Bankers or pawnbrokers. In terms of other medieval financial activity contemporary with the Templars, there were also medieval pawnbrokers. The profession dates its activities back to China 3,000 years ago. But it only really got going in Europe alongside the first proper banks in northern Italy in the 15th century, long after the Templars had been crushed. However, there were occasions where the Templars looked very much like pawnbrokers. For example, to fund his wars against his own barons, in England, Henry III took out large loans from the Templars and deposited the crown jewels with them as security. The order also brokered a real estate deal for Henry III, helping him to buy the island of Oleron, paying the seller by installments of over 5 years. The Templars, very early in their history, found themselves handling a large number of bequests, donations, and tithes on members. But they quickly transformed themselves from being custodians of other people's wealth to deposit bankers. Why? The reason was the Crusades. A massive military undertaking necessitated a huge channeling of resources from Western Europe to the Middle East. One has to assume that the Templars realized that their network of preceptories estates from England to the Levant gave them the infrastructure to achieve that. When huge taxes were levied in England or France to fund the Crusades, the Templar network could be used to transmit that money to where it was needed. This put the Knights in a great position on the Crusades. Not only could they offer a Christian king additional military muscle in the shape of their own knights, but they could also offer a line of credit to a king or a prince. And money, as we know, equals power. The idea of issuing a medieval equivalent of checks, pieces of paper that could be taken from one place to another and used to withdraw hard cash, were required, may have come from medieval trade fairs. Money changers would often have stalls at the great fairs in Europe. Customers could go from one fair to another, cashing in checks instead of carrying a large amount of coin with them. Note that first Templars originated in the Champagne region of France, famous for its great fairs in the city of Troyes, a place of huge significance for the order. Maybe they picked up some ideas of how to run a global financial operation there. I mentioned northern Italy as the place where modern banks would get going in the 1400s, dominated by families like the Medici. But even in the 12th century Genoa, we can see the first signs of deposit banking. Could it be that the Italian Templars brought some financial acumen from Genoa or Venice into the order? Pure speculation, of course. Yes, of course, pure speculation. You can be the decider on what you see here today, because there's a lot to the story. Now, there's one more here. Let's see. Okay, this is Judaized Scots, Jacobite Jews, and the development of Kabbalistic Freemasonry. Gosh, it just gets, the plot thickens more and more, doesn't it? Revision of paper presented by at Symposium. This is by Marcia Keith Schuchart, PhD. It's a revision of a particular paper. So anyway, the following quotations, which span 7 centuries, point to an ancient and enduring tradition that identified operative stonemasons as Scottish Freemasons as Jews. Moreover, their craft was a mixture of technology and magic, as developed in the esoteric teachings of the architects and builders of the temple in Jerusalem, and preserved by the kings of Scotland. The appearance of such claims in 17th and 18th centuries political and Masonic literature has long puzzled scholars who must explore murky oral traditions and anachronistic documents in their search for historical context and credibility. However, 2 overlooked keys to this mystery lie in the history of Jewish architectural technology and the medieval foundational myths of Scottish nationalism. By examining the historical context of these quotes, we can begin to understand the international emergence of the higher degrees of Kabbalistic mysticism in Ecossaic Masonic lodges that wielded such a mysterious and powerful influence on the culture of the Enlightened in the 18th and progressive 19th centuries. The occupation of a Mason is the exclusive preserve of the Jews. This is a quote by al-Bakri, a description of North Africa. These are quotes now. The first Christian prince that expelled the Jews out of his territories was that heroic king, our Edward I, who was such a scourge to also the Scots, and it is thought diverse families of these banished the Jews fled in 1290 to Scotland, where they have propagated since in great numbers, witness the aversion that nation hath above all others to hog's flesh. So documenting Jewish Freemasons in Scotland and being banished and setting up shop, and then, there's a lot of stuff that gets lost over time, especially dealing with thousands of years of history. This is from Thomas Treloar in Ye History of Masonry, 1665. And after many days Charles did reign in ye land, and lo, his blood was spilled upon ye earth by ye traitor Cromwell. Behold now ye return of pleasant, for doth not ye son of ye blessed martyr rule over ye whole land? Long may he reign in ye land and govern ye craft. Is it not written, ye shall not hurt ye Lord's anointed? I.e. the Jews. Some likewise say our Masons now do circumcision undergo, for masonry's a Jewish custom. This is a Freemasons, Hudesbrecht poem, 1723. This next one's from Jonathan Swift, letter from the Grand Mistress of the Female Freemasons. The branch of the Lodge of Solomon's Temple, afterwards called the Lodge of St. John of Jerusalem, as I can easily prove, the antientist and purest now on earth. The famous old Scottish Lodge of Kilwinning, there it is again, of which all the kings of Scotland have been from time to time Grand Masters without interruption, down from the days of Fergus, who were carefully constructed in all the arts and sciences, especially in the natural magic, and the Kabbalistic philosophy, afterwards called the Rosicrucian, speaking of the Kabbalah as Masonry was called in those days. Masonry is a Jewish institution whose history, degrees, charges, passwords, and explanations are Jewish from the beginning to the end, with the exception of only one by degree and a few words in the obligation. The beauty and pride of Masonry is its universal character, its tendency to fraternize mankind. Rabbi Isaac Wise, Scottish Rite Mason, The Israelite, 1855. Since the discovery in 1941 of the 11th century Jewish origins of the Alhambra Palace in Granada, Spain, revisionist historians have transformed our knowledge of the participation of medieval Jews in architecture, technology, mathematics, and science, not only in Palestine but throughout the Hebrew diaspora. At the same time, revisionist historians of Scotland and the Stuart diaspora have forced us to re-examine the role of the Stuart kings as agents of scientific enlightenment and religious toleration, who utilized Freemasonry as a vehicle for their Solomonic culture and dynastic preservation. The identification of Scots with Jews emerged most strikingly in the 14th century when Scotland fought for national survival against her southern enemies in England. The identification was reinforced by an accident of geology, the abundance of hewable stone for monumental building in Palestine and Scotland, which led to similar techniques of architecture and construction. Modern historians of Jewish architecture and technology have overturned the conventional wisdom that the Jews of the diaspora did not participate in artisan crafts or building projects. According to Berean and Wischnitzer, Jews dominated the building trades of the Middle East, North Africa, and Southern Europe, where they controlled the stone quarries and utilized sophisticated techniques of stone cutting, mathematical analysis, and architectural design. In 568, Cosmas Indicopleustes a widely traveled Christian merchant from Alexandria, praised the God-given architectural skills of the Jews who constructed the tabernacle, adding that, quote, "Up to this very day, most of these arts of building are most zealously cultivated among the Jews." Other Christians describe the flourishing crafts of the Jews of Alexandria, especially in stonemasonry, wood carving, metalworking. Wischnitzer further argues that Jewish handcraftsmen brought the idea of the guild from the Near East and that Jewish guilds played a vital role in the transmission of the crafts within the Byzantine Empire. During the period of Jewish Masonic craft transmission, there was also a proliferation of Jewish mystical fraternities who developed a visionary theosophy centered on the building of Solomon's temple. It's all coming to a head, folks. The seminal work of this movement, the Sefer Yetzirah, revealed an architectural mysticism based on disciplined techniques and meditation. As Idle explains, the mystical language of the Sefer Yetzirah has a Masonic function, for the letters and words serve as building blocks. Letters are regarded as stones, as full-fledged entities, as components intended to build up an edifice of words to serve as the temple of God, and a place for encountering Him for the mystic. Worshipping God your own way. After the temple was destroyed, man is supposed to rebuild the temple in his ritual use of language, says the rabbis. The Masonic aspects of the divine and human activity reveal a hidden and mighty dimension of the Hebrew letters, which enable operations that can bridge the gap between human or the material and the divine. Do you really think you're going to bridge the gap between human and divine in a way that God has not allowed you to do? When God has presented you with the way to do that by placing your faith in Jesus so that you can be conformed to His image and be like God? You're going to try to do it your own way? You're going to be destroyed. And so there's a lot more we could read here, but what's the point with all this? This is all just really fascinating, isn't it? Now we have multiple plot twists. The Templars might have some Jewish elder lineage, and there's Crypto-Judaism there, and of course they got intermarried into nobility and so on. There's a lot of cross-pollination financially between the Templars and the Jews because they were both doing international banking and lending and doing all these various activities. And the Freemasons, which were later reintegrated with the Templars and the Masonic rites and basically the Kabbalistic rites, a great deal of them, it seems, that tradition, the operant, remember this operant and speculative Freemasonry. Operant was the first one, where basically people were actual builders. But even those builders weren't just like secular builders. They were transmitting secret knowledge and occult things with shapes and things, that had more than just external meanings. And those are now documented as being very Jewish. That these operant Masons that were in Scotland and everywhere else, a good deal of them had a Jewish background, conveying their skills and techniques and esoteric ideas through these various things. And then later, when the Templars reintegrated with the Freemasons after they fled the persecution at Kilwinning and so on, all of these things got recross-pollinated. Do you see how Satan is weaving these threads in and out, in and out, in and out into one synagogue of Satan? It's truly profound. If these reports are true of basically the Templars being crypto-Jews from 70 AD and tied to those noble families, then it's even more appropriate that you're dealing with the Synagogue of Satan. There's multiple layers of counterfeit faith. If Jews were the original ones involved with operant Masonry, this is also another strong connection to all the Judaizing rituals that you see, that we saw like in the, Two Babylon, Scarlet and the Beast, was it the book that we looked at? All those Judaizing obsessions with various, the Ark of the Covenants, dressing up in, high priestly clothes, just weird stuff, man. So really, 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 really weird. But either way, the Templars became very wealthy from the Crusades, and as a result, they created the banking system. People were giving them money. They were conquering and taking a lot of stuff. They became extremely wealthy. They had property, so they could basically shuttle wealth to and fro, and so they could create this system of checks and balances and so on. The kings also owed the Templars money, and so the kings hated them, and basically eventually they got rid of them, just like with the Jesuits eventually after them. There's a lot of crossover with the Jews and using Jews as agents, proxies, international banking. It's one just mishmash of Synagogue of Satan, folks. The Jesuits, after them, added to this giant money pile of the church through their reductions in South America, which we will look at in a future section. The point of all this is that the Catholic Church, again, it just confirms the Bible. That's the point of today. We want to confirm the Bible so we can also confirm the trajectory of history. The Catholic Church is the wealthiest enterprise of the last 2,000 years. By far. Because why? Because Satan has, who is the god of this world, has centered his attention and focus on the man of sin. Therefore, all the money, all the power, all the influence is going to the Catholic Church. So, is there a lot of crossover between the old counterfeit, which is the Jews, and the new counterfeit, which is Catholicism? Absolutely. There's a lot of threads that are interwoven through time. Very interesting little journey. The Synagogue of Satan is not one of these people or a specific group or a specific order. It is a spiritual reality of counterfeit believers. It's not a bloodline, although these people love their bloodlines. It's not a particular secret society, although these people love their secret societies. And it's not a particular religion or group of people. There are multiple bloodlines, multiple religions, all of them being woven into this group of people who proclaim to be godly, having the appearance of godliness, but denying its power, as we looked in so many places in the very beginning. The physical narrative of the Synagogue of Satan, i.e. it's the Jews, quote unquote, is there to distract you from the spiritual narrative, which is much more encompassing, so that you can see the pattern of the false light. Because the final enemy is false light. It's not the obvious Antichrist enemy. It is false light, parading itself as a counterfeit salvation. So hopefully you're starting to see more of that, and also that history and all of these things are much more nuanced than most people will make them out to be. Now, I want to look at a couple of things just to wrap things up. With hats, people love their hats in secret societies. There's a lot of crossover there between Judaism and Catholicism as well. This is the Capello Romano in Wikipedia, or Saturno, because its appearance is reminiscent of the ringed planet Saturn. It's a clerical hat with a wide circular brim and a rounded crown, worn outdoors in some countries by Catholic clergy when dressed in a cassock. Unlike many other articles of clerical clothing, the Capello Romano serves no ceremonial purpose, is what they tell you, being primarily a practical item. The galero is a ceremonial wide brim that no longer is usually worn. However, on February 19, 2011, Raymond Cardinal Burke became the first cardinal in recent times to wear a galero. The Capello Romano is not used in liturgical services since the general abandonment of the cassock as a street dress. It is uncommon even in Rome today. However, it was quite popular there in some other countries with a Catholic majority population in the 17th century until around 1970. Raymond Cardinal Burke, I think, he's the, you see it says, he's the bishop and cardinal, and was a patron of the Sovereign Military Order of the Knights of Malta. Keep this in mind. He was from 2014 to 23. He was the cardinal in charge of the Military Order of Malta that they report to. So there's a structure that Satan has that uses through the cardinals, the bishops, the Jesuits, the men of sin, the papal families. All these things come together in a very disciplined hierarchy. And of course, he's at the top of that hierarchy. But that's the Saturn hat of the Catholic Church. You know, the Jews love their Saturn hats as well, too. Zucchetto, blah, 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 is a gourd. Officially is a small hemispherical form fitting ecclesiastical skull cap worn by clerics of various Catholic churches, and so on. It is also called different words. History. The zucchetto originated in the Paleo-Balkanic Pylos and is related to the beret, which itself was originally a large zucchetto. Clerics adopted the style circa the early Middle Ages or earlier to keep their heads warm and to insulate the tonsure. The name zucchetto derives from its resemblance to half a pumpkin. It is almost identical to the Jewish kippah or yarmulke, but typically differs in construction, with the zucchetto made of separate joined sections and color coordinated to clerical status. The resemblance between the two types of headgear is often seen as being deliberate, a reference to the Jewish roots of Christianity. But the zucchetto is distinct from and predates the skullcap style of the kippah and the yarmulke. It predates. So when people say that the Jews influenced the Catholic Church to do that, this predates what the Jews are doing with their skullcaps. So which one is showing submission to who? That's the question of the day. This is a Jewish site, and it says the meaning behind the different Jewish hats. Here they are. Here's your Saturn hat. Here's your other Saturn hat. Here's another version of the Saturn hat. And here's your Fez hat, which the Shriners love. And here's the Zucchetto type hat. People love their hats, man. These are old habits. And of course, I wear a hat too. There's nothing wrong with wearing a hat to cover your head from the sun or something like that. But there is an exoteric and an esoteric meaning here that you have to understand. There's an exoteric and an esoteric meaning. To the initiated, these things mean something different than to you who are just a goyim looking at these things and say, oh, well, there's nothing wrong with the hat. So there's more to the story. Look at this Saturn hat. And of course, about that, hopefully. But either way, here's fedoras, Heusch hats, and Pletsch Biber hats. Here's another Saturn hat. You can look this up too. This is pretty, the Fez or Torbush. The Shriners love their hats, and there's very important meanings to these people when they wear the hats. So very, very important. Now compare this to the French Revolution and MAGA and the MAGA movement with their little hats. Let's see. This article is from dailysaba.com. Ancient Egypt to the Little Red Riding Hood, the red cap of the Hermetics. Remember these from Mithra and the red caps? Interesting, huh? With its history beginning once upon a time in ancient Egypt among gods and witnessing the birth of Hermeticism to becoming a symbol of anarchists and hope, hopping between American and French revolutions, a simple red cap spins a fascinating tale through history. Yes, it does. In the aftermath of the French Revolution, Louis the 16th, the last king of France, was depicted in many paintings with a bonnet rouge, a red cap on his hat. However, what is the story of this red cap and its long apex bent over the front? And why was it placed on the head of the French of the constitutional monarch before he was executed? Sacred immortal fire. The prophet Idris, the second prophet mentioned in the Quran, who was a sultan and a prophet in Egypt, not only taught people earthly sciences, but also esoteric sciences. Later, he was raised to the fourth heaven, or the realm of the sun. So supposedly by the Quran. Of course, we know that's not true. In time, people began to worship the sun in order to commemorate this prophet who had enlightened them in his wisdom and prosperity. Does that sound to you like the legend of Nimrod? Nothing new under the sun. The sciences he had left as a legacy were defaced and came to be known as Hermeticism. So, Hermeticism, Nimrod worship, it's all part of the same thread. The Lower Egypt. In Lower Egypt, a city that the Greeks called Heliopolis, or City of the Sun, was established. People were worshipping the sun god, whom they named Ra. They had a goddess named Wadjet, also known as the Eye of Ra. The lion-headed Wadjet wore a red cap with a long back that represented the sun. This cap, a sign of Lower Egypt, was also worn by the pharaohs, who saw themselves as sons of the sun. Here's Louis the 16th with his red cap on. The sun cult of Egypt in time spread to Iran and Anatolia. The red cap, which carries the colors of the esoteric sun or fire that illuminates the soul, became the symbol of the Hermetics. In Iran, it is rumored that Perseus, who killed Medusa, was the first to wear this headdress. Perseus was the one who brought the sciences of esotericism and magic to Iran. He also had established the faith based on Mithras, the god of light, before Zoroastrianism. The Mithras faith spread to Asia Minor thanks to the Magi's or Zoroastrian priests, who were the clergy of this belief. Attis, who was the lover of the Phrygian goddess Great Mother Cybele, who sat on a lion throne in Anatolia and was the equivalent of Horus in Egypt, was again dressed in this red cap. Have we progressed any at all beyond the Nimrod legend so far? No, all we've done is change the name. Phrygian cap. During the Roman period, the Romans, who had been influenced by the Iranian Zoroastrian Mithras beliefs, founded a secret esoteric sect with the same name. Only men were accepted into Mithraism. The order became especially popular with members of the military and slaves. Thanks to them, it spread all over the empire. Temples called Mithraea were built in the name of Mithras, or Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, the sun deity of the sect. Mithras was always depicted with a red cap in these temples, including the latest one discovered in Zerzevan Castle in southeastern Turkey. The red cap was seen in the West as an omen of the Jews. It was also known as the Trojan or Phrygian cap as it crossed to the west via Anatolia. The center of Hermeticism in the West became Italy, especially Venice. That's why the Venetian Doge's hat was designed as a Phrygian cap. In some churches in Italy, the Magi visiting the infant Jesus were depicted with this cap on their heads. It is rumored that these were Zoroastrians from Iran. Cosimo de' Medici, the leader of the Medici family in Florence, who was brought to power by Venice, also preferred these caps when he had the Renaissance painter Benozzo Gozzoli depict him and his family in the scene of the biblical Magi. presenting themselves as worshippers of God, yet Synagogue of Satan. The influence of the Mithras belief in Zoroastrianism in Iran continued after the introduction of Islam. The famous Iranian leader of the Hermetic assassins, Hassan Sabah, which we read about, was depicted by Westerners with this red cap. The Shiite Qizilbash redheads, who contributed to the establishment of the Safavid dynasty, were called by this name because of the sun-colored cap that they wore. Here's a little illustration. I think this is from the Waving Bonnet Rouge. This is, from the Freemason French Revolution. Liberty cap. In ancient Rome, freed slaves were dressed in a white cap called a pileos. Brutus, who betrayed Caesar, chose this cap, which symbolizes freedom, as an expression of Rome's return to the Republic, and engraved it on the coin he minted. But this fez, which looks like the white cap worn by Albanians today, actually had nothing to do with the red Phrygian cap. With the American Revolution, the pileos became an omen of the revolutionaries, anarchists, and Republicans. It resurfaced with the protests against the Stamp Act of 1765 when Britain imposed a direct stamp paper tax on British colonies in America. In particular, a figure of British Parliament, John Wilkes, named the Devil, and also known for his support of the American rebels, with this cap became very popular among the rebels known as the Sons of Liberty. French anarchists, who inherited the symbol from the American Revolution, preferred the Phrygian cap instead of the pileos. Thus, this red hermetic cap became the symbol of the French revolutionaries and the freedom from 1799 onwards. For example, in a sculpture made by French artist Joseph Chenard in 1794, representing the Revolution and the Republic, a Phrygian cap was placed on the head of a woman in Roman attire. Nothing new under the sun. Little Red Riding Hood. Today, the red cap of the Hermetics is on the coat of arms of many American countries, especially Latin American nations. The seal of the United States Senate, the emblem of the U.S. Army, and the seals of the 6 states, coats of arms, Colombia, Paraguay, and Argentina are just some of them. Tells you who rules the world, since it's a Roman thing. Finally, in the story of the red cap, one needs to mention Little Red Riding Hood, who rose from the dark belly of the wolf like a sun in Walt Disney's 1937 animation Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and Papa Smurf, the leader of the Smurfs in the Smurfs cartoons. Who knows, maybe the mushrooms in which the Smurfs live are actually psychedelic mushrooms known as the Liberty Cap. Of course, there's always an exoteric meaning, which they give you, and an esoteric meaning, which they hang on to with the people who are initiated. So you have to remember, again, there's nothing wrong with wearing a hat. I'm wearing a hat. I wear a hat. I wear it for, just because it's comfortable. I don't want to comb my hair, to be honest with you. And it's good branding. But I have hats. I have actually a darker version of this hat too that I wear on weekends. It's not a sin to wear a hat. But you're dealing with what? You're dealing with the Synagogue of Satan, folks. You're dealing with the throne of Satan and an occult line that goes all the way back to Eden with certain rituals and things that mean things to the people who are initiated. Exoteric, esoteric. You have to remember that distinction. One message is for the uneducated. Oh, it's just a hat. The other is for the initiated. These are pagan mystical beliefs and their traditions of men. I said this thing with Trump and MAGA and everything, this is nothing new. Watch my Trump video. A lot of occult stuff there. The red hats of the MAGA movement are no different than the red hats of the French Revolution, which are inspired from the red hats of the Mithra movement, which come from Hermeticism, which come from everything else. Everything is just an unbroken chain. And to those who are initiated, the average MAGA Trumper doesn't know that they're wearing a hat that pays homage to sun worship and to this occult thing, and they're participating in this delusion, obviously. But the people at the top who are laughing at these people, especially when they put their ear bandages on to be in solidarity with their false messiah, they're laughing at you because you're basically giving energy and spiritual power to this movement, to this next revolution, where, of course, it's going to be the final revolution where people were going to enslave themselves. There's actually an example I wanted to show you. Let's see. This is the state seal and emblem of the United States Department of the Army. Here you go. Let's take a look at a big version of it. Do you see anything meaningful in this picture? Well, you should. Here's like a Roman type of thing, and then you have like a little hat, a red hat. Will defend. And it's got arrows, the American flag, but you're under a Roman power. The United States of America War Office. A Roman centurion's body armor and a red hat. And of course, there's a snake there too, kind of eating its own tail if you think about it, doing an Ouroboros type of situation. You are under the Roman power, folks. There's many such examples that you can check for yourself. Some have said, again, that the yarmulke is a sign of Roman submission to the Jews. It's actually the other way around. It's, first off, the pileos that the bishops wear, that's older than the yarmulke. That's, if anything, it would be a submission of the Jews to the Roman power. But again, the average Jew doesn't know that. The average Jew doesn't know that. To them, it's just one particular thing. But to the higher-ups who are, in all the secret societies and the Rothschilds and everything else, they know what's going on. So, one more thing I want to touch on. I know it's been a lot of material, but I wanted to really make it comprehensive because there's a lot on this topic. I hope you've seen how complex and nuanced all of this is. Because my goal in showing you all of this, again, is to help prevent you from being deceived. It's to help you to avoid the baiting that is coming with the Jews or the Synagogue of Satan. They're not. They're part of it, but they're not exclusively the Synagogue of Satan. And how do you know that? Well, because it's a lot more complicated. The Synagogue of Satan is a spiritual thing that represents all of the Antichrist threads being threaded into each other, especially in the church age, where the devil has chosen a singular way to actualize the world in. That means everything must go through this way. And there are many threads that are part of this thing. So don't get distracted. It's very important to have nuance and appreciation for detail when you are studying history. But history is fascinating, isn't it? And there's always a twist, always. The last thing I want to talk about is the Wailing Wall and the Antonia Fortress. This is the last item on this, and it's very important because some people, maybe you've heard of this, maybe not, there's a theory that the Wailing Wall is not the actual, part of the temple in any way. And it's actually part of an old Roman fortress. And really this shows that the Jews are basically submitting to the Roman power. Some argue that the Temple Mount is not the remains of the temple at all, but rather just Roman buildings, and they're paying homage to Rome and the Roman authority and so on. So it's important to understand how to walk the narrow road on this topic. The Wailing Wall is also the western wall, so when they're facing, it's a western facing wall, meaning when they're facing the wall, they're actually praying towards the east. So there's a lot of, reasons there that's like associated with all the pagan stuff we looked at before, with the elders in Ezekiel, the Catholics in the New Testament, Orthodox, and so on. Of course, Jesus also prophesied that no stone would be left on top of one another, so how can there be a wall that the Jews are praying towards? So this requires a lot of thorough documentation so that we can walk the narrow road and understand history and not be baited one way or another. I'm going to read an article for you about basically one position on it. And I'm going to share a video from this guy named Israel My Channel. He's a messianic guy. Obviously, eat the meat, spit out the bones. The video I'm going to share with you is just straight information and breakdown. He's got very good research. He does 3D models. He's very thorough, so I think it's worth a watch. However, obviously, he is very pro-Israel focused, so there's that. If you do decide to watch his channel, he has some good archaeological things. Just be aware that there's that particular direction. Nevertheless, these two sources are going to give us the narrow road on this topic. So this first one is from Popular Archaeology, and it's November 2015, and it's titled Wailing at the Wrong Wall. For hundreds of years, the long accepted traditional location of the Temple of Solomon and the later Second Temple expanded upon Herod the Great in Jerusalem has placed them within the precinct that now contains the famous Haram al-Sharif, Dome of the Rock, otherwise known as the Noble Sanctuary. It has been a sacred place for three major world religions for centuries. In recent years, however, some scholars have challenged the traditional view. Not without controversy, they have revolved their arguments around what they consider to be a misreading or dismissal of the literature by Josephus and others regarding the size and location of the fortress Antonia, the Roman enclave in the 1st century, Roman-occupied central Jerusalem that represented the might of Rome in an otherwise troublesome province of Judea. Most recently, researcher and author Marilyn Sams has advanced the argument that Fortress Antonia, represented by tradition as a monument or castle-like structure located during Herodian times, just north of the Second Temple, on the periphery of the large rectangular temple precinct. You'll see a visual of what this looks like. Was actually a much larger complex, more akin to a typical standard Roman fortress layout that existed during the time of the 1st century Jerusalem, the time of Jesus. The actual size and nature of this alternative model for the Fortress Antonia, she argues, would have encompassed the area most scholars and historians have identified with the temple precinct. She bases her argument, at least in part, on the descriptions recorded by Josephus and others. So, really quick pause. What's the argument? The argument is that the fortress that was part of this area in Jerusalem is actually much bigger, and really the temple complex that people think today is the temple complex is actually this old Roman fortress. And the Jews are praying towards the Roman fortress. That is the argument, and we want to make sure we understand what's going on. Moving on. Josephus described it, the fortress, as being erected upon a rock of 50 cubits in height, on a great precipice. Sam's quotes Josephus. It had all kinds of rooms and other conveniences, such as courts and places for bathing and broad spaces for camps, such that it had all the conveniences of cities and seemed like it was composed of several cities. With 60-foot walls, 4 towers, the southeast being 105 feet in height, the smooth stones covering the slope on its east side, it dominated the temple to its south, ready to fend off the most formidable attacks. Given this description, according to Sams, tucking a Fortress Antonia north of the temple location in the Temple Mount area, subscribed to by most scholars, would have been impossible. It simply wouldn't fit. Here's the Temple Mount area, and of course, the fortress, I wonder if there's I forget where it is. Like, they think like the fortress was just here somewhere, like in this little corner. Whereas the argument that this person is saying, well, no, this is actually the fortress. This whole area that people think is the Temple Mount area is actually where the fortress was. So this is a very interesting little situation. Moving on. Moreover, Sam cites the insufficiency or paucity of archaeological evidence for the traditional concept of the Fortress Antonia near the area of the northern periphery location of the Temple Mount, and points to the more abundant evidence unearthed in other locations near to the current, traditionally accepted temple location, suggesting that this supports the much larger Roman encampment concept consistent with the standard Roman fortress model of the first century times. Quote, Roman military structures and artifacts are mostly found near and under the Temple Mount, she writes. Excavations by Benjamin and Eliad Mazar at the southwest corner have revealed a Roman bakery and further north a Roman bathhouse. Excavations to the south and along the western and eastern walls, as well as the sifting project, have yielded column and capital fragments, the fragments of Roman marble statues, inscribed stones, pottery and stone vessels, bullas, Roman amulets, stone seats, several thousand coins, and more. Sam's arguments have been built on the foundation of research by earlier scholars, most notably that of the Dr. Ernest Martin, whose research and subsequently published book, The Temples That Jerusalem Forgot, also argued that Fortress Antonia actually encompassed the area traditionally ascribed to the Temple Mount, and the temple was more accurately located on the Ophel Mound over the area of the Gihon Spring in the Old City of David to the immediate southeast of the traditional Temple Mount precinct. This claim is what the video by Israel My Channel, which we'll be sharing, is responding to with visuals, so it'll make sense. When Aristeas, the Greek writer, claims that there was a natural spring under the temple, this can be compared with the lack of a known spring under the traditionalist Temple Mount, states Sams in concurrence with Martin. And with Eusebius says the temple site became a garbage dump, this can be compared with the lack of such findings under the Temple Mount. While many garbage sites have been uncovered on the southeastern hill near Ophel, continues Sams, and when Josephus describes the foundations of the temple as starting in the Kidron Valley and ending as a 4-furlong square, 450 feet high, this can be compared with the 922 by 1596 by 1040 by 1556 foot measurements of the traditionally accepted Temple Mount trapezoid, whose maximum height is 158 feet upslope from the Kidron Valley. In short, argues Sam, Fortress Antonia was much bigger than most scholars have previously thought, and the first, second temples, the center of the Israelite Judahite worship in biblical times, were built in the city of David in the Ophel above the Gihon Spring, the area where Jerusalem under King David and the united monarchy of the biblical account had its beginnings. Here is a graphic of it that they're drawing. You can look this up again if you're listening, but this obviously shows that things were much bigger, much more oriented in a different way. So that's the argument. To be sure, Sams Martin's proposal have drawn criticism from other scholars, particularly those who subscribe to the mainstream view, but Sams remains hopeful that her theory will prevail. Only time will tell if the existing and growing evidence will be sufficient to overturn the prevailing tradition, says Sams. So, that is the challenge to the traditional view. And of course, this is an important thing to get right, because if you are digging enough in this world of conspiracy theories and things like that in Synagogue of Satan, there is the idea that, well, the Jews are wailing at the wrong wall, and therefore they're paying homage to the Roman power. Of course, there's truth in the sense that the Jews are owned by the papal power. That's true. But we want to walk the narrow road on this. So this next thing, I want to present to you the video from Israel, my channel, that is a very detailed breakdown on the temple. I'm going to just be clipping it in. You can watch it. It's very, very good, very edifying. If you're into this kind of stuff, into history and detailed analysis of where things were and so on. So you can see his arguments, and we'll come back. So let's roll the footage.
Shalom guys, the topic I will present today comes back like a boomerang. Whenever I mention the temple in my episodes, people keep commenting about alternative locations of the temple. Therefore, I decided to create a comprehensive summary video where I will present the most important evidence for the true location of the temple. Now, this is not my first video on the topic, and I will include information that was mentioned before. I have to repeat certain arguments for this video to be comprehensive, so you have two options. You can either watch them again with some new graphics that I made, or skip to the parts which interest you the most. I will include chapters in this video to make it easy for you. You can find them in the description of this episode and watch the most exciting parts. But before we get into this topic, please don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like the video and leave a comment. We're getting close to 200,000 subscribers, and it will be wonderful if we could reach it soon. With that out of the way, let's dive into the temple's location. We'll be speaking a lot about the city of David, therefore it is very important to know where it is located. So, the city of David was built on the eastern hill between the Mount of Olives and the western hill. According to archaeological finds, this hill holds the original settlement core of Bronze and Iron Age Jerusalem. In other words, this is where Jewish history with Jerusalem began, and where David set up the capital for Israel. In this modern picture of Jerusalem that you can see now, you can see the area of the city of David, the place called Milo, which was a structure that supported significant buildings in the ancient past. Some believe that David built his palace on the top of this structure. We can also see the Ophel, which served as a type of extension of the city of David, and also this place holds ruins of many historical buildings. If you visit this place, you can see a mosaic of architecture from different periods. North to the Ophel, you have the traditional Temple Mount with the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock. The Temple Mount is the traditional place where Jewish people and most archaeologists believe the temple was located. And to the left of the Temple Mount, you see the iconic Western Wall with the Wailing Wall Plaza. This is the place where Jews gather to pray, as they believe the walls are remains of a supportive structure for the temple itself, built by Herod the Great. Additionally, I would like to mention the location of the Gihon Spring, located on the eastern side of the city of David, close to the Kidron Valley. Please remember the location of the Gihon Spring, that is actually located beneath the city of David, very close to the Kidron Valley and not in the city itself. So, now let's go back in time and see a 3D reconstruction showing how the city of David might have looked like in ancient days. The eastern hill was chosen as a perfect place to settle because of the Gihon Spring, of course. Water on the desert is a true miracle and a source of life. The ancient people knew this well and built walls and huge towers stretching down the hill to protect the very source of the spring. The city was fortified by the Jebusites that walled the city and built a citadel of Zion, of which we read in the Bible. Today we know this is true because huge stones have been found and bear witness to the massive tower that protected the spring. Even today the Gihon Spring is still gushing out the water from beneath the rocks. This is one of the proofs showing where the city of David was located. Around the spring, foundations of buildings have been found that continued to function throughout David's reign and up to their destruction in 586 by the Babylonian Empire. Please remember that common houses existed in this spot before the Babylonian destruction. I will come back to this important fact later in the video. David conquered the city using the ancient tunnels used by the Jebusites to collect the water for the city. Apparently, there was a secret entrance to one of the tunnels beneath the hill that David's warrior Joab used to enter the city. Again today, archaeologists found the tunnels that the Bible speaks about, and you can walk through those tunnels yourself, if you like, of course. Next, we read that David conquered the city, established it as the capital of Israel, and built a palace for himself on the top of the hill. The palace probably replaced the so-called Citadel of Zion. Proto-Aeolic capitals were found in the place believed to be the location of David's palace. The columns themselves attest to the time of David. In the Bible, we read that David brought the Ark of the Covenant and housed it in a tent. We do not actually know where this tent was located, but it seemed logical it was placed in the city of David, perhaps close to his palace. King David was not satisfied with the fact that the ark was placed in a tent. He wished to build a temple for it, but God stopped him and pronounced that the house of God will be built by David's offspring. Instead, God tells David through the prophet Gad to go up and build an altar to the Lord on the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. We read about it in the book of 2 Samuel 24. Where was the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite? Well, from the passage in 2 Samuel, we know it was located above where David was residing, which means up from David's palace. A threshing floor like that sold by Araunah would have been a large open elevated area to facilitate threshing. It would undoubtedly be outside of the city and indeed not where the Gihon Spring is. There is no place there, as there were structures built there by the Jebusites. Here are some historical pictures showing you how a threshing floor looks like. When you look at those pictures, you can see a wide space that was needed. The top of Mount Moriah was big enough to hold such a place. Additionally, a threshing floor would never be located near the spring, as the particles of the grain would contaminate the fresh drinking water. Further, the Bible associates the threshing floor of Araunah with Mount Moriah. In the book of 2 Chronicles 3:1 we read, "Then Solomon began to build the temple of the Lord in Jerusalem on Mount Moriah, where the Lord had appeared to his father David. It was on the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite, the place provided by David." And we already established that the threshing floor was above from the city of David, so it was definitely not in the city of David. In other words, the threshing floor of Araunah equals Mount Moriah. Mount Moriah is where we read Abraham brought his son Isaac for sacrifice. In Genesis 22:2 we read, "Then God said, 'Take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain. I will show you.'" So Abraham was to sacrifice his son on a mountain in the region of Moriah. And then we read in Genesis 22:4 and 5, "On the third day Abraham looked up." Again, notice him looking up like David, "and saw the place in the distance. He said to his servants, 'Stay here with the donkey, while I and the boy go up over there. We will worship and then we will come back to you.'" This story teaches us several things. First of all, this is a new place for Abraham. God says to Abraham that the sacrifice will happen on a mountain that will be shown to him. Abraham knew Salem, future Jebus, and Jerusalem because in Genesis 14, Abraham meets Melchizedek, who is the king of Salem. Where is Salem? Well, the Bible identified Salem as a city that existed before the creation of Jebus and the city of David. Salem was definitely connected to Jerusalem because we read in Psalm 76, which connects God's tabernacle in Salem with Zion, and Zion itself is synonymous with Jerusalem. In Psalm 76 we read, "His tabernacle is in Salem, his dwelling place also is in Zion." Psalm 76:2. So once again, Abraham knew Salem, and the Bible tells us that the place where he was to sacrifice his son is going to be a new place for him. Second, we read that it was up on a mountain. Abraham had to look up to see it. In ancient times, places of worship were built on mountain tops. We know of such practices from the Bible and also secular history. Salem, on the other hand, was not located on a mountain top. It was built on a ridge, but not a mountain top. Third, Abraham would probably not sacrifice his son in the city of Salem. Instead, we read that Abraham leaves his servants with a donkey. After a long journey, the servants probably stayed in Salem and gave water to their donkey. This seems to be quite logical from the narrative presented in the Bible. Why am I stressing the fact that both the threshing floor of Araunah and Mount Moriah was not in the city of David? I am stressing this and providing you with a geography because there is a popular theory suggesting that the temple in Jerusalem was actually built in the city of David, above the Gihon spring. Okay, as we have established some essential things concerning the topography of the city of David and Jerusalem, now we can look into this popular theory in more detail. The whole discussion about a different location of the Temple Mount than the traditional Jewish understanding started with Ernest L. Martin 1999 book, The Temples That Jerusalem Forgot. Now, Martin is probably the person that made this theory quite popular, but there are others like Merlin Sams and Robert Kornacki. It is not my intention to say bad things about those people, and perhaps they truly believe that the temple was in the city of David. They have a right to do so. However, unfortunately, their belief penetrates the internet and they influence the thinking of many people. And so it must be said, however, that no respected archaeologist in Israel would ever say that the temple was in the city of David. In Israel, there are basically two schools of archaeology. One school of archaeology, represented by people like Elliot Mazar, sees the Bible as a reliable source of information that can help archaeological discoveries. The other school, and archaeologists such as Israel Finkelstein, are skeptical of the biblical narrative and certainly do not see it as a primary source of information. Both schools of archaeology disagree on many conclusions about the findings, but as to the Temple Mount location, there is no discussion in Israel. People who ate their teeth on archaeology in Israel do not doubt that the evidence is clear that the Temple Mount is the location of the Jewish temple. On the other hand, we have people like Martin, Sams, and Kornacki who are definitely not experts in archaeology and try to present a revelation that contradicts generations of detailed analysis of the land. And this is the biggest problem, that they usually take a bit of information and transform it into something totally different. And I must say this, they abuse the lack of knowledge of many people about the topography and the archaeological finds that contradict their theory. Then they use this bit of information to popularize their teaching. Therefore, in this video, we will take a close look at some of their claims and confront them with the hard facts. So, to remind everyone, what are we talking about? Martin and his followers, this is how I will call this group, argues that Haram al-Sharif, which is Arabic for the Temple Mount, is not the location of the temple. They assert that the temples of Jerusalem were located over the Gihon Spring and not over the Dome of the Rock. Their argument for this theory can be divided into two parts. The first part tries to use the Bible as a source that claims that the temple was located in the city of David. How do they do it? Well, they claim that the Bible uses the name Zion and associates it with the city of David. Here is a clip of Bob Kornacki's speech where he says it himself.
So the Bible says, nevertheless, David took the stronghold of Zion, that is the city of David. 2 Samuel 5:7. Very interesting verses we're going to go through, because Scripture says, nevertheless, David took the stronghold of Zion, that is the city of David. He took it by what? Going up the water shaft or feeling up the water shaft, as Ellie said, or the water area, and going, okay?
So, Kornacki is basically saying that this verse from 2 Samuel 5:7, where it says, "Nevertheless, David took the stronghold of Zion," that is, the city of David, means that every time you see the term Zion, you should connect it to the city of David. So, in other words, they say it can't mean anything else. But can it mean something else than the city of David? Of course it can. As we research the Bible uses of the word Zion, we find that it may represent different things. The word Zion may represent the whole city of Jerusalem. We see an example of that in 2 Kings 19:31, where we read, "For out of Jerusalem will come forth a remnant, and out of Mount Zion survivors." This verse is talking about the preservation of the Jewish people when the judgment will come. Just to give you a context, those are the words that King Hezekiah heard when he prayed to God for salvation from the approaching Assyrian army. We know the story and learn that Jerusalem was not conquered by Sanherib, but was saved through a miracle. God sent an angel that destroyed the Assyrian army gathered around Jerusalem. So here the term Zion refers to the whole city of Jerusalem, which includes the eastern hill, Mount Moriah, and the western hill. So it definitely does not mean just the city of David. That would not be logical in this scenario. Zion may also refer to an unspecified general location in Jerusalem. In Psalm 14:7 we read, "Oh, that the salvation of Israel would come out of Zion, when the Lord restores his captive people. Jacob will rejoice, Israel will be glad." It is hard to argue that this psalm refers to the city of David. Instead, it is referring to the work of the Messiah, who will save the Jewish people and restore peace on earth. Zion may also refer to Israel as a nation. In Psalm 69, verse 39, we read, "For God will save Zion and build the cities of Judah, that they may dwell there and possess it." So in this verse, Zion represents the nation of Israel and not just the city of David. Those are just 3 examples of how the word Zion may be used. So in other words, it is very inappropriate to associate Zion just with the city of David. The biblical use of the word is much broader, and it seems unwise to base your geographical theology on a single use of the term that in reality refers to many things. The second argument from the Bible that Martin and his followers try to use are the words of Jesus, who said that no one stone from the temple would be left standing. Again, here is a clip of Kornacki making this argument.
Because it says in Matthew 24, "Then Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came up to show him the buildings of the temple. And Jesus said to them, 'Do you not see all these things? Assuredly I say to you, not one stone shall be left here upon another that shall not be thrown down.'" Not one stone. What do you see there? You see more than one stones?
So Kornacki points to the Western Wall and says, "See? You have stones, so this can't be the place." This is a good example how they take some bits of information and twist it for their use. People who present this argument show their lack of understanding of what we are looking at, or simply twist the truth for their benefit. There is nothing left from the temple. No one stone of the temple is standing one on another. If you go up the Temple Mount, you can see trees planted on the Temple Mount. This corresponds well with the words of Micah, who writes, "Zion will be plowed like a field, Jerusalem will become a heap of rubble, the Temple Hill, a mount overgrown with thickets." I made a video where I go up to the Temple Mount. You can see it yourself how it looks. I'm leaving a link in the description of this episode, so check it out. And here you can actually see a tractor plowing the ground on the Temple Mount. So the words of the prophet Micah are being actually fulfilled. The stones that are left are not part of the temple, but are stones that are left over from a huge supportive structure built by Herod. If you actually go down the western tunnels, you can see those stones and understand how big they are. Those massive stones were used by Herod to enlarge the temple itself. He did it to expand the temple complex that facilitated thousands of worshippers every day. The biggest stones weighed hundreds of tons. The Roman soldiers destroyed what they could, but to get rid of those massive stones, you would need explosives, or perhaps Hulk. By the way, the stones that we see resemble Herodian styles. The Romans would not bother to build such massive stones in a place that they didn't even care about. Jerusalem for them was always a province that didn't matter that much. On the contrary, Herod is known to build crazy projects where he used engineers to create unbelievable structures. A palace on a steep hill in the middle of the desert and a massive harbor city in Caesarea, where he also used massive stones and placed them precisely on each other in the middle of the sea, are two of the more known examples of his engineering. So you can't use Jesus' words and say they prove your theory, because the Western Wall is standing. Jesus was referring to the temple, and there is no one stone standing of the temple. Okay, so we discussed the two main arguments from the biblical text that Martin and his followers use. Now it's time for the archaeology, history, and common sense part, and this is where the fun begins. The first one we will tackle is the Gihon Spring location. For Martin and his followers, the temple had to be located over the Gihon Spring to provide water for the temple. There is even a drawing showing you how it could look like. Look at this picture. So, in order for the temple to fit the city of David, a platform is created that would support it. You can see that Martin places the temple on his drawing just next to the Ophel. We know where the Ophel is located because we discussed it in the beginning of the video. So, if you look at the map, the temple location on today's map would be about here. Now, I also created a 3D model to see where Martin's temple would stand. So the first thing you can already see is how the temple just does not fit the geographical topography. The platform on Martin's drawing is gigantic and goes into the Kidron and Tyropeon Valley. Imagine how much stone would be needed just to build that and fill the gaps. Now compare it with the traditional location of the temple. Here the temple simply fits. Mount Moriah is big enough to hold it, but that's not the only problem with Martin's model. Look where the Gihon Spring is. It is not under the temple, but much lower in the Kidron Valley. I also mentioned this in the beginning of the video, and if you want to feel the waters of the Gihon Spring, you need to go beneath the city of David. So already, we see that the argument that the temple had to be above the Gihon Spring does not make sense in Martin's model. Martin says that it would make more sense to build the temple close to the Gihon Spring because water is essential to the temple functioning. And so he says that transporting water to the Temple Mount would be very difficult. But looking at the model and understanding geography, it would be much easier to transport water to the traditional Temple Mount than the monster that Martin created. Water would have to be somehow pumped up on this massive platform presented by Martin. And I agree, Gihon Spring was very important for Jerusalem water supply, but it was not the only water source of Jerusalem. On the Temple Mount, Charles Warren documented at least 43 cisterns for collecting water. Some of the water cisterns, such as cistern number 7 and 8, were enormous underground water reservoirs, capable of holding some 2 million gallons of water. Most of these cisterns were initially underground quarries, from which building stones for the building of the Temple Mount was taken. After the quarrying activity were stopped, these caverns were plastered and became water reservoirs. One of the cisterns, numbered 8, is very big and it dates to the first temple times. So please tell me, If there was nothing on the Temple Mount in the time of Solomon, as Martin and those that follow him claim, why would the ancient people bother to create such a huge cistern on the Temple Mount? This cistern is very similar to the ancient cisterns found in Beersheba and Bet Shemesh, but much larger. An archaeologist, Eli Shukron, who also excavated this cistern and tested the plaster, agrees that this cistern was used in the first temple times. The Jewish commentaries on the Torah, such as the Mishnah, also refers to great cisterns that were located on the Temple Mount. Those are those cisterns mentioned in the Mishnah. So why is there so many water cisterns on the Temple Mount? The answer is simple, because huge amounts of water was needed to flush away the blood from the sacrifices that were performed on the Temple Mount. People who believe that the temple was located in the city of David can't explain why there are such huge cisterns under the Temple Mount from the first temple period. If there was nothing on the Temple Mount, then why are there cisterns located in this location? And most importantly, cisterns that date to the times of Solomon. Okay, but cisterns are storage places. You still need water to be transported on the Temple Mount. One way to gather water in ancient times was through rain. In the Masada fortress built by Herod, you can see the remains of channels that collected the rainwater and directed it to giant cisterns. This is why during the Jewish revolt against the Roman Empire, which began in 66 AD, the rebels withstood so long a Roman siege. Of course, rainwater would not be enough for the temple. You could not rely just on rainwater, especially considering that Israel is a region that often experienced years of drought. For a proper and uninterrupted sacrificial system on the Temple Mount, you would need a constant flow of water. We know that in Herod's reign there were actually aqueducts that transported fresh water from Etam Spring. Etam Spring fed the lower aqueduct coming from a spring of Etam near Bethlehem and the Solomon pools located at the head of the Urtas Valley, from where water was transported to the temple court by the subterranean aqueduct some 10 miles in length. This aqueduct has gone into ruin long ago, so that no water from the spring now reaches Jerusalem, but it did function in the past. And according to the Jewish sources, the Etam Spring was the water source for the temple, reaching the temple by means of the lower aqueduct. This aqueduct brought fresh water to cleanse the temple court of the sacrificial blood each evening. The aqueducts would have been built for this purpose by King Solomon when he built the temple. Some claim this lower aqueduct was built by the Hashmoneans in the 2nd century BC, but the Hashmoneans would have merely repaired or improved an already existing aqueduct. We can conduct that Solomon would not have relied on cisterns to supply the large amount of water needed on a daily basis to supply the temple, especially in an arid country that experienced consecutive years of drought. Instead, Solomon built a complex water aqueduct cistern from Hebron through Bethlehem to Jerusalem in about 950 BC. Evidently, this water system was incorporated as a major design of the temple itself. Solomon knew that the Gihon spring in the city of David did not have enough head, meaning water pressure or lift, to supply the temple above. The springs near Hebron are much higher in elevation than the Temple Mount. You can even check that by googling the elevation of Hebron and Jerusalem. Then you can clearly read that Hebron is higher. This is very important for transporting water. You need to have a higher place from which you will transport water to the lower place. This is how gravity works. If it's the other way around, meaning transporting water from a lower place to a higher place, so like it would be from Gihon Spring, then you need energy. But let me illustrate how the aqueducts worked in transporting water. They functioned as a sealed siphon system, and they would work like a water hose. Let's say you want to drain your above-ground swimming pool in your backyard. You stick one end of the hose in the pool and the other one on the ground. The net difference of head is determined by the height difference between the level of the water in the pool and where the water leaves the hose. As you lift the hose from the ground to the top of the water in the pool, the water flow rate diminishes, then stops when there is no difference in elevation. Municipal water towers use exactly the same principle and are only used when there is a power failure and the electric pumps cannot create the water pressure. It really doesn't matter how high or low the water hose is in the middle, as long as the place the water comes out is lower than where the water enters. In this way, they could get the water all the way from just north of Bethlehem, about 10 miles to Jerusalem, to supply the temple with all the water it needed to wash away the blood from the sacrifices. So, the lowest part of the aqueduct reached the Temple Mount through the Jewish Quarter and the Wilson's Bridge. By analyzing elevation heights of the beginning of the aqueduct and the end, we can see that there was significant potential water pressure with 21 meters of gross head at the highest point of the Temple Mount. The level at Solomon's Pools near Bethlehem is 765 meters above sea level. The level at the top of the rock under the dome is 744 meters. We know Solomon used a sealed conduct system, so we know there was an ample water pressure to supply lots of water to the Temple Mount based on laws of physics, including a friction loss calculation. It's really that simple. Imagine a water tower installed on the temple platform that is 25 meters in the air. This would give excellent water pressure at about 30 psi, pounds per square inch. Our modern city water pressure is about 60 to 70 psi. So, the most natural water supply for the temple would be in fact the Hebron Springs. By the way, the Etam spring was the spring under the temple that Aristeas was referring to. Letter of Aristeas was written in 150 BC and mentions a spring under the temple. About 400 years later, the Roman historian Tacitus gave another reference to the temple at Jerusalem, which had within its precincts a natural spring of water that issued from its interior. Those two references, Aristeas and Tacitus, are not describing the Gihon spring, but the Etam spring. So water was transported from the hill country of Hebron and Bethlehem, where the three pools called Solomon Pools were created to accumulate water for the temple. The estimated capacity of all three pools is about 40 million gallons. It is believed that Solomon himself originally dug one or all three pools at Etam and the first aqueduct to feed his new temple in Jerusalem. And there are some biblical references that suggest it is true. In Ecclesiastes 2:6, we can read, "I made ponds of water for myself, from which to irrigate a forest of growing trees." Additionally, Josephus writes, "The king," meaning Solomon, "himself rode upon a chariot in the midst of those men, who were still in armor, and had their bows fitted to them. He had on a white garment, and used to take his progress out of the city in the morning. There was a certain place, about 50 furlongs distant from Jerusalem, which is called Etam, very pleasant. It is in fine gardens, and abounding in rivulets of water." So those are the two references that recognize the importance of Etam in Solomon's times. This is very interesting. And while some archaeology surrounding the pools of Solomon and the aqueducts date to the Hashmonean or early Roman periods, that's 100 to 10 BC, it is very likely that those were remodeling and upgrading projects of an older system that date back to the time of Solomon. It is just common sense. Why would the Hashmoneans, Herod the Great and the Romans build aqueducts if, as Martin followers suggest, the water problem was solved by the Gihon spring? The answer is simple. The Gihon spring was not a solution, and you needed the force of gravity to supply the temple in water. Additionally, it must be said that, as was correctly recognized almost from the moment of its discovery, Wilson's Arch supported a bridge that led from the Temple Mount west across the Central Valley to the western hill of the city. But the purpose of the bridge, as indicated by the aqueduct still running above it, was to convey water. It was not primarily for human traffic. It was built by Herod the Great late in the 1st century to replace an earlier bridge built, as we are told by Josephus, by the Maccabean rulers and destroyed during Pompey's conquest of Jerusalem in 63 BC. And what is astonishing is that this channel of water can still be observed today in Jerusalem and goes directly to the Temple Mount. There are several places where the end of Solomon's ancient aqueduct pipes can be seen in the Temple Mount area. Here are 2 places you still see the end of Solomon's conduct very near the Temple Mount. Those 2 photographs were taken by Steve Rood on the stairs that led from the upper streets down to the Wailing Wall. If you visit Jerusalem and the Wailing Wall, you probably passed right by those, but didn't know it. So, the water conduct that supplied the temple in Jerusalem began in the area of Hebron Mountains, passed through Solomon Pools near Bethlehem, and flowed to Jerusalem. Again, logic of those that propose an alternative view of the Temple Mount location is questionable. The models they provide show that the water would have to be pumped up. It does not matter if the temple was in the city of David or the Temple Mount. In any case, water would have to be pumped up. Actually, as I mentioned, it would be easier to transport water to the Temple Mount than the model that Martin proposes. And no, the Gihon Spring was not that strong to shoot water up that high as presented on the 3D model. Again, they worry about the water for the temple sacrifices, but they don't worry about the space needed to perform those sacrifices. Thousands of sacrifices would be performed during biblical feasts. Herod enlarged the temple platform to enable even more sacrifices to be performed. But even if you take the original dimensions of Solomon's temple, it simply does not fit in the city of David. The Mishnah, which is the Jewish commentary, tells us that the square platform on which the temple stood was measuring 500 square cubits. Now, if you look at the city of David, there is just no space for that kind of platform. The platform would stick out from the top of the mountain. You must realize that the ridge on which the city of David was built is very narrow. There is just no space on it to build a temple. In the city of David, we don't find anything on the ground that would suggest a temple stood there. But what we find in the proposed location by Martin and his followers tells us that the temple could never be located in the city of David. When you go to visit the city of David, make sure to check out Milo area. In this location, by the way, this is the location where Martin and his followers put the temple. So, in this very spot, you will see remains of buildings that existed there till their destruction in 586 BC by the Babylonian army. So, on the spot where Martin and his followers locate the temple, you have common houses. So what are they proposing? That the temple stood on the roof of those common houses? Archaeologists found toilets from the 6th century BC in this place. Can you imagine? And still think that the temple was located here? Additionally, in that spot on the edges of the city of David, they found a wall of trash that was dumped there during the 1st century and later. So, are they suggesting that the temple stood on trash? Am I understanding this right? Okay, so according to Martin and his followers, the temple stood in the city of David, which we have presented that it can't be. So, what stood on the traditional Temple Mount according to them? Well, what Martin and his followers always say is that Josephus writes that Fort Antonia always stationed a legion of Roman soldiers, and therefore, on the traditional Temple Mount, you actually had a Roman fort. So let's look at this claim. A Roman legion was the largest military unit of the Roman army and composed usually of 4,200 infantry and 300 cavalry. And so the proponents of the Fort Antonia on the Temple Mount say that it is a clear sign showing that the Temple Mount had to be a Roman fort because only a space that large could hold a Roman fort with a legion of Roman soldiers. But this is a different sign that shows that those that propagate this view did not do their homework. If we look at the writings of Josephus in Greek, in which he wrote, there is no word for legion in the description of Fort Antonia. This is the famous verse where they take the word legion from. The translation of it goes like this: a Roman battalion or order was always based there, and armed men stood around the porticos during the festivals to keep watch on the people and prevent any revolt. The word tagma can be translated as battalion or order. You can actually paste this word to an online translator and see the result yourself. There is a word for legion in Greek, and it's legiona. Therefore, if you find a translation of the word tagma as legion, it is a mistake or an interpretation, but the word proper translation is simply order or battalion. Josephus also uses this word tagma to describe the Sadducees and the Essenes, and it certainly should not be translated as legion, but rather an order of people. So, this whole argument built on one word does not make any sense, but let's suppose it means legion. After all, Martin and his followers provide dimensions of other Roman forts and observe that since the Temple Mount would fit such a fort, then it must be the location of a Roman fort. But this is too little evidence to produce such wild conclusions. Yes, there was Fort Antonia on the Temple Mount, and we know exactly where it was. Josephus writes that the Fort Antonia was higher than the temple, and if you look at this map, you can see an elevation over the Temple Mount. This is where Fort Antonia stood. An older picture of the Temple Mount shows the location of Fort Antonia. In this picture, you can see that the Muslim school built on this elevation is higher than the Temple Mount. And I want to emphasize this really strong. Think what it would mean if a Roman fort was located on the Temple Mount. Think of the implications of that. If a Roman legion was actually located in a proper Roman fort on an elevated area as the Temple Mount, the Jews would never be able to take control of the Temple Mount. Remember, we are talking of the best trained military unit in ancient world. A legion was a war machine feared by all the armies of the world. And if we go back to Josephus' writings, he says the Jewish rebels took control of Fort Antonia in 2 days. It took 5 months for several Roman legions to take back the control of the Temple Mount. The Jews would have to have Superman or Hulk on their side to conquer a proper Roman fort with a legion inside in just 2 days. Logically, there was of course no legion in Fort Antonia, but as Josephus writes, a smaller unit of Roman soldiers. How big was this unit? Well, this is a good question. People like Lean Rittmeyer suggest a Roman cohort was located at Fort Antonia, which was generally composed of about 480 soldiers. This would be in harmony with the New Testament account of Paul's arrest. In Acts 21 and 22, the apostle is recorded as having been brought up from the Temple Mount by stairs into a castle, which would have been nothing other than Fort Antonia itself. Then we read that Paul is allowed to address the Jewish people that were standing below on the Temple Mount. In chapter 23, we read that in order to save Paul's life, the tribune ordered 2 sentries to get ready 200 soldiers with 70 horsemen and 200 spearmen to go as far as Caesarea at the 3rd hour of the night. This would have amounted to 2/3 of the cohort that was stationed in the grounds of Antonia. But you may say that the proposed dimensions of Antonia Fortress are even too small to host Roman cohort of about 500 soldiers. Josephus wrote that the Antonia fortress was built on a rock that was 50 cubits, that's 86 feet or 26.25 meters high. The fortress had towers at its four corners. And although the rock plateau on which the fortress stood is a sizable piece of real estate, measuring approximately 148 feet 45 meters from north to south and 394 feet, that's 120 meters from east to west, it's still not big enough. Now, if you go to the Temple Mount, you can actually see this rock sticking out of the Temple Mount. And this is a big space, but it is indeed difficult to imagine that a cohort of about 500 soldiers and their horses would have campaigned inside this fortress. However, I would agree with Lean Rittmeyer, who believes that it would be a mistake to limit the boundaries of Antonia to the rocky plateau only. The Struthion Pool that was found in Jerusalem close to the Fort Antonia location would have provided water for the Roman soldiers garrisoned here and would have been protected. At a distance of about 60 meters to the north is a high rock scarp that enclosed a large area where later the Eastern Roman Forum was built. It is therefore reasonable to suggest that the common soldiers camp out here in a semi-permanent barracks, while the officers and commanders stayed in a more luxurious and permanent accommodation on the top of Antonia rock scarp. Also, remember that Jerusalem lost its significance after Herod's death. The procurators of Judea were generally subordinate to the procurator of Syria, and their seat of government was in Caesarea, the main port and economic center of the Holy Land, which thus became the real capital of Judea. The Roman procurator would go up to Jerusalem from Caesarea during the three pilgrimage festivals. While his attendance at the festival ceremonies was a form of respect toward the citizens, it was also a military significance. He would be always accompanied by a military force which served as a warning against rebellion, since such large festivals gatherings have the people a feeling of strength. While in Jerusalem, the procurator would reside in Herod's palace, which became the property of Rome, or less likely in Fort Antonia, now the headquarters of the military garrison in the city. But even when a large force of Roman soldiers was brought to Jerusalem during the festivals, for example, they would not have been camped in one place like Fort Antonia, but would be spread out in Jerusalem. And there is also something very important that I would like to mention, and something that is often omitted by the proponents of Martin theory. And that is that Fort Antonia was not built by Romans. They used what was already there. The fort overlooking the Temple Mount was built by the Hashmoneans in the 2nd century BC, and only then was it reused and modernized by Herod for the Romans. Archaeology actually confirms this, and Herodian masonry has been found under the modern structures. Another question that should be asked here is this: why would the Jews build a fortress after a typical Roman fort? It just does not make any sense. Also, is Martin and his followers saying that generations of Jewish people are stupid and they are praying next to the walls that actually the Romans built? I mean, this is very cynical, and I don't know, it's hard to imagine the intentions. So those are just answers to arguments that Martin and his followers make. But there are also other findings around the Temple Mount that prove that the temple was located in this spot. I will just mention a few that I think are the most important. The first important find is the trumpeting place inscription, which is an inscribed stone from the 1st century AD discovered in 1968 by Benjamin Mazar in his early excavations of the southern wall of the Temple Mount. This was a directional sign for the priest who blew a trumpet announcing the beginning and end of Shabbat in the Second Temple period. This stone would be located on the southwest corner of the temple complex. Here you can see a 3D showing where it would be located. On the western side of the temple, they also found the 4 gates that would lead to the temple. I made an episode dedicated to all the gates that led to Herod's temple. I will leave a link to this video in the description of this episode, so make sure to check it out. If you go to the Davidson Archaeological Park located next to the Western Wall, you will also see huge stones that were thrown down by the Romans when they destroyed the temple. Those stones are the testimony of a massive destruction done by the Romans. Next to the stones, they also found remains of shops where merchants would sell items for the pilgrims coming to the temple. Additionally, over 50 ritual baths called a mikvah have been found around the Temple Mount. Most of these are found beneath the Mount's southern wall, an area jam-packed with millennia-old antiques. At any one time, there would be thousands of pilgrims in need of ritual cleansing before entering the temple. Because we need to understand that the temple needed a massive infrastructure around for it to function properly. Only a space around the Temple Mount could accommodate that. In the city of David, there is simply no space, not enough space to do that. Now, tell me, why are there so many ritual baths around the Temple Mount and not in the city of David? Because the temple was on the Temple Mount and not in the city of David. I mentioned pilgrims, right? Well, recently there is a new attraction opened for the tourists. The attraction is the Pilgrim's Road, which starts at the bottom of the city of David next to the pool of Siloam, which will be excavated further later on. Now, guess where this road leads to? It leads to the Temple Mount, because pilgrims coming to Jerusalem wanted to go to the Temple Mount. It does not lead to the proposed location by Martin and his followers, because there was no temple in the city of David. Finally, I want to mention something extraordinary about the Golden Gate. The exterior face of the gate, as it remains from the 16th century, is a sealed double entrance that leads into 2 vaulted halls. Even though the face of the gate has a 16th century appearance, there is strong evidence that this gate stands on remains of ancient gate built by the Jews that led to the first temple built by Solomon himself. Archaeologists have found physical remains of First Temple masonry visible around this gate, and inside today's Golden Gate, original posts were found that supported the entrance to the temple. In the Second Temple times, the eastern gate to Jerusalem was called the Shushan Gate. In 1969, the archaeologist Dr. James Fleming discovered an archway that is located buried directly under the current Gate of Mercy. By the way, the Gate of Mercy is another name for the Golden Gate. Many believe that this arch was leading through stairs to the Shushan Gate. So why do we have Solomonic stones in this spot if, according to Martin and his followers, the temple was never located here? The answer is again simple, because the temple was located here and not in the city of David. To end this video, I want to recommend an additional video that I have also published, which talks about further proof that Solomon Temple stood on the Temple Mount. Make sure to check out this video. I will leave a link in the description of this episode. Thank you for your attention. This was a long video, but I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, as I will publish more of such content in the future. Also, if you think that my work is helpful, please consider supporting the channel through the Patreon page. If you go to my main channel page, you can click the Patreon button that will direct you to my Patreon page, so you can become my patron. That would be very cool. So, have a good day and see you in the next episode.
All right, well, I hope you enjoyed that video by Israel, my channel. Like I said, you can check him out. He's got some very in-depth great quality research. One of the videos I saw, for example, that I was using for a video I did on the cross, on basically Jesus get crucified on a cross or stake. He has a great video on the encampments of the Israelites in the desert and how the shape of the cross, they were in the shape of a cross in the desert, which is really fascinating. And he visualized it. So he has a lot of good stuff. Just remember, you eat the meat, spit out the bones. Obviously, he's very Jewish focused, very deceived, unfortunately, by futurism and the Jews being the chosen people and having a revival and so on. So either way, the point is with ancient history, you need to have a lot of careful documentation. When so many things have been lost over the last thousands of years of wars, upheavals, political intrigues, and so on. So it's very easy for anybody to spin a narrative and to deceive you with history. That's why you have to really know your history. The beast definitely owns the Jews, and you know that by now. Hopefully you do. That's the lesson of this particular section. However, the Wailing Wall is not part of Fort Antonia. It's not. Fort Antonia was not a legion fortress because the legions were huge. If a legion were parked in Jerusalem, you would have known it archaeologically. They wouldn't have needed it anyway. Josephus' writings write about a group of Romans there, but the words that he used is for like a small group or infantry. It's not for a legion, especially not because the Jews overwhelmed them in 2 days. You're not going to overwhelm a Roman legion in 2 days. The Roman legions were insane. So there's that. However, there is room to flex on the notion that Fort Antonia was just this tiny little place. There seems to be evidence, and I think he presented it pretty well, that Fort Antonia was probably bigger than the traditional view espouses. There's water issues and space issues in the city of David that prove that the alternate location of the temple that these people are proposing is not feasible. It's just not. So the narrow road is what? The narrow road on this issue, whenever you hear about Fort Antonia and the Jews praying to the Roman power, it's the narrow road is this. The Wailing Wall is not part of the temple because the temple was destroyed. Not a single stone of the temple was left standing on another, just like Jesus prophesied. The Wailing Wall is not part of Fortress Antonia either. It's part of the Temple Mount that encompassed the temple. So it's not part of the Fortress Antonia, and it's not part of the original temple either. That's the narrow road. It's part of this mount that was basically encompassing the temple, and the wall was left from all the destruction. What matters more from all of these is that Satan is using the Temple Mount as a dialectic to unite Islam, Judaism, and Catholicism into one mishmash of mystery religion expressing itself. And I talk about that in the Great Delusion series. So, now, you've seen how Satan has threaded the mystery schools into Catholicism eventually, because again, he gave his power to the Catholic Church in the Church Age. You've also seen the marriage between the Old Testament counterfeits, Rabbinic Judaism, and the New Testament counterfeits, which is Catholicism, on many levels: political, financial, spiritual, bloodline, physical. It's time to take a deeper look at the Jesuit order itself. Now that we've caught up through history, we have a lot of great context. Now it's time to look squarely at the people who are the focus in the last 500 years, which is, of course, the military PSYOP division of the Vatican. The Jesuits have been behind every major intrigue and delusion and revolution in the last 500 years. Guaranteed, you will find, if you dig deep enough, a Jesuit influence. So if you understand this, this is key to expanding your notion of what the Synagogue of Satan is. Because the Synagogue of Satan is a spiritual reality, not a physical reality. It manifests as physical realities, but it's a spiritual thing hidden in the background, and that's what you need to see. And it also will give you context for the future. So onward to part 4, the Jesuits.